Welcome to Novel Love Hearing. Get ready for heart-pounding action, thrilling adventures with fresh and unique elements, a touch of romance, and a dash of harem. Everything you're craving is right here. We're excited to have you join us on this journey. So come along to Novel Love Hearing, we're waiting for you. As a small favor, please consider sharing Novel Love Hearing with your friends, family, in YouTube comments, on Discord, Reddit, or anywhere else you hang out online. Happy listening, and enjoy the ride. The captain's complexion changed. Don't worry, it's just a simple inquiry. Wu Hang glanced at the others behind him. A few members of the association squad stepped forward and approached the captain. The guard team behind the captain also began to grow restless, even preparing for combat. Don't move, I'll go back with you, said the captain before turning to his subordinates. I'm making a trip to the association, take this matter back with you. Seeing that the other party was being cooperative, Wu Hang nodded. It's good if you cooperate. In dealing with living beings, Wu Hang had limited options. The only sincere clay doll was obtained privately by killing an association inspector, and definitely couldn't be used here. Not having a way didn't mean that others in the association lacked one. Among the accompanying members, a 15-level priest possessed the ability to detect lies. According to what Zai Ligui told him before leaving, this ability couldn't be detected by just anyone. But the captain before them clearly seemed to be only around level 7 or 8. Discerning his words wasn't actually a huge problem. After confirming that there were no clues on this end, they arranged for 2 association members to stay temporarily, while the rest headed toward the opposite association building. Having just reached the gate, the short person Ketan who was sent to the city hall also returned. Hand him over to the elder, and explain the situation while you're at it, Wu Hang said. The squad members took the guard captain into the association. Wu Hang then approached the returning Ketan and asked, how did it go? Nothing found. None of the 3 names are listed with property or information, the short person replied straightforwardly. Wu Hang's brow furrowed. The situation was proving to be more difficult than imagined. No leads in either direction. The veteran mage Dean Jian Vito asked, what do we do next? Wu Hang said, call out the local vice executive. One member went inside and soon returned with the local vice executive following. Your Excellencies. You've all said that many people have died in the city. Where were the bodies buried? Wu Hang asked. Burned. Thick black smoke rose for several days in a row. The smell of burning corpses hung over the entire city, the local vice executive said. All those bodies, all of them were burned? The vice executive pondered for a moment and said, some bodies of local residents with families were probably buried in the cemetery over there. Take us to see it. Also, prepare a carriage for Dean Jian Vito, Wu Hang said. Yes. The vice executive nodded and started making preparations. Before long, carriages and horses were brought over. The veteran mage and investigator rode in the carriage, while the others rode on horseback, following the local vice executive out of the city. At the city gate, the guards only asked a few simple questions before letting them through. This was a complete reversal of the attitude they had encountered near the port in the morning. Wu Hang and his party did not linger and went straight to the cemetery outside the city. A glance revealed mounds of graves densely packed together. Wu Hang took several masks out of the space ring and distributed them to the others, then ordered the skeleton, dig up the graves, start from the front. The skeleton swung its shovel, digging out all the bodies inside. As each coffin lid was opened, the rich stench of carrion instantly spread. Many instinctively stepped back, distancing themselves. Wu Hang cast communicate with the dead on a corpse, which sat up, its head turning as the eyeballs fell to the ground. How did you die? The corpse answered hoarsely, 2 groups fought, and they killed me. Do you know anything about the association steward? I don't know. During the civil strife in the city, was there any information you considered special? The corpse was silent for a while, then said, the city lord's mansion claimed there were reinforcements, who would help defend the city. In the association, steward's office. Elder Tapani sat behind the desk, flipping through some previous documents. Thud, thud, thud. There was a knock on the door, and 2 15th-level professionals from the team walked in. The priest said, Elder, the man was taken away by people from the city lord's mansion. We didn't get anything out of him. Was everything he said true? Tapani frowned. With his level, he couldn't lie in front of me. The group privately divided some things among themselves. We came here this time, and the city lord's mansion didn't want to get into a conflict with us, so they sent the items back, the priest replied. Did the investigator record everything? Recorded. During their conversation, there was another knock at the door. Wu Hang, Jian Vito, and others all walked in. Tapani's eyes brightened. What have you discovered? We checked the steward's residence and went out to the cemetery to interrogate the bodies, but so far, we haven't found anything. Wu Hang asked in return, what about that captain? The priest said. He told the truth, and they divided the things privately. At this, everyone fell into silence. The fact that the association's people entered the city could not be concealed. Therefore, Wu Heng and the others immediately began their investigation. But after going around once, they hadn't found a single clue. Seems we're off to a bad start, the elder muttered, then said, Wu Heng, what's your next step? First is to collect information from other secret speakers, and if necessary, we can publicly offer a reward for information, Wu Heng stated directly. An association was unlikely to have only one secret speaker. Perhaps other secret speakers could bring some valid news. Publicly offering a reward for information was a last resort, and of course, it could damage the association's image. Could it be that an accident occurred, rather than a deliberate crime? Someone suggested. Wu Heng didn't respond immediately but instead found a place to sit. After pondering for a while, he said, I'm thinking about a problem. What problem? There are no bodies, no place of death to be found, the houses were looted, and the secret speaker who went out to send a message died on the road, as if disappearing without a trace, leaving no sign behind. Chapter 689, Satellite. Everyone's eyes narrowed once again. Wu Heng meant that someone had destroyed evidence. Capture the city lord and ask? The short people said. We need at least some evidence pointing to him, otherwise, you can't just capture the lord of a city, the priest countered. Thud, thud, thud. The door was knocked again, followed by the voice of a squad member, Elder, dinner is ready. Let's eat first, we can talk about the rest later. The group all stepped out of the room. The priest conducted toxicity tests and purification on the dinner before they started eating together. Over at the fleet, the cargo ship and escort ship had their own kitchens and a skeleton chef, so there was no need to specially deliver food. This also reduced the risk of others approaching the fleet and causing danger. After everyone had dinner, dorms were arranged, and Wu Heng returned to his room early. Inside the dormitory, Wu Heng set up a radio. After adjusting the frequency, he said, Minnie, this is Wu Heng. Are there any problems at Gold and Silver Island? After speaking, Wu Heng activated mansion skill and summoned a skeleton investigator from inside, positioning it in front of the radio to oversee the reception of intelligence. As soon as the skeleton sat down, a voice came through the radio, Master, have you arrived there? Wu Heng raised an eyebrow. Minnie was quite prompt. The radio station at Gold and Silver Island was also manned by skeletons. Typically, the maids would check it morning and evening, not watching it constantly. We've arrived at Natalie City, don't worry. That's great. How is Gold and Silver Island? Wu Heng asked. Minnie replied, all is normal on Gold and Silver Island. There have been some problems since you left, but Zai Ligui, the steward, resolved them. Zai Ligui was quite capable. How about Shainala? More and more people are buying goods on the island. Sister Shainala sends several boxes of gold coins every day, Minnie said and then added, by the way, Sister Shainala said that when you return, she'll hold the second auction. The venue is also being re-established. Let her handle the arrangements. Wu Heng nodded. Master, has the case been solved? Minnie asked. Not yet, it's a bit difficult to investigate, Wu Heng responded. Then came Roby's voice, does Master miss us? I do, I even dreamt of you. Next was Annette's voice, Master, be careful. Philippa is quite careless, take good care of yourself. Alright, I will. You all be safe too, wait for me to come back. Understood, Master. The three maids answered in unison. I've stationed a skeleton to watch over the radio here, communicate with him if anything arises. Okay. Can't talk now, there are things to deal with here. After the maids responded, Wu Heng hung up the communication. He sat in the room waiting for a while. Glenda also flew back from outside. How did it go? Wu Heng asked. Glenda said, the city lord is over 40 years old, a level 16 professional. He summoned the city's guard team commander and officials, instructing them not to conflict with the association members. The barracks have stationed quite a few people, one of them has reached a level 18 profession, preliminarily identified as a Great Fist Masters. As for your entrance into the city, the military has made no moves. A level 18 professional, Wu Heng's eyes narrowed. Such a high level had been assigned to the army camp. He remembered, while interviewing zombies in the graveyard, a corpse mentioned that originally, Natalie City couldn't defeat the foreign army. Later, a batch of reinforcements appeared and helped defend this place. It seemed it was this level 18 professional then. If this level 18 had already been in the city, the narrative that they were outnumbered wouldn't exist. Did you find anything unusual? Wu Heng asked. Glenda replied, I didn't find any significant problems. Neither the city lord nor the level 18 commander talked much about the association's matters. The only slight issue is the large gap in levels, The highest in the army is level 18, followed by level 12 professionals, or even lower. Wu Hang nodded. Let's pay more attention to it later. Okay. You come back first, let's go check out Zombie World, Wu Hang said. Glenda nodded and directly dove back into his body. Wu Hang locked the door, opened the boundary door, and walked through. Zombie World. Stepping out of the boundary door, Wu Hang approached the window and opened it, letting some fresh air into the room. Outside the window, he could see patrolling skeleton squads and some busy survivors, and even children kicking a ball on a distant platform. It seemed new survivors had been added. He picked up the walkie-talkie and called Chi Hankai. Soon, footsteps resounded, and Chi Hankai, wearing blue jeans and a white short-sleeved shirt, walked in. Leader. Chi Hankai greeted with a smile. Their relationship had grown closer, but they still used leader as a form of address. Has the Korea rescue team arrived? Wu Hang asked. Before leaving, Chi Hankai had mentioned the Korea rescue team. They have, they brought a modernized army, looked quite impressive, Chi Hankai said. What did they say? Chi Hankai took out a notebook from his pocket, flipped it open, and said, they talked about 3 things. First, they wanted us to withdraw from their country, citing lots of national land, United Nations charters, and such I didn't quite understand, so I just declined directly. The second point was hoping to control the movements of the skeletons to avoid conflicts with them, aiming for a peaceful relationship, and discussing returning the land at a later time. The third was about exchanging food. They must have heard about our domestic issues, directly proposed trading weapons for food, which I also declined since we don't have much food left. And the last point, satellite sharing. They plan to rent the rights to use their satellites to us, which could provide communication, positioning, and some observational imagery. Hearing the last point, Wu Hang's brows instantly furrowed. Satellites. Those things can still operate. It seems that they can still function and be of some use, Chi Hankai said. That was quite unexpected. Satellites were still operational and seemed to be available for others to use. Wu Hang continued to ask, what are the terms for the lease? They are going back to discuss it, and they will contact us via radio. Chi Hankai closed his notebook. First ask how the lease works and then see if this thing can be helpful to us. Okay. Chi Hankai nodded, then added, we also have made some progress on our side. Wu Hang poured 2 glasses of water, placing one in front of Chi Hankai. What progress? Jiaorong has started the trial production of the ammunition production chain. It won't be long before the final product is ready. That's good news, Wu Hang nodded. The efficiency on Jiaorong's side was high. First the rifle production chain, and now the ammunition. The speed was surprisingly fast. Chi Hankai smiled and continued, also, Yaong's sister mentioned taking over the pharmaceutical plant. She wants to send a few alchemy skeletons there to see if the elixirs can be produced in the form of pills or capsules. Chapter 690, all used on me. He turned the otherworldly elixirs into pills. That was actually quite a clever idea. Whether it was a healing potion or a spirit potion, they both had effects that modern drugs didn't possess. Especially the healing potions, as long as the user wasn't dead, most injuries could be treated immediately upon taking it. But these potions also had some drawbacks. For example, the liquid form and glass bottles. With a space ring, it was fine, one could carry them. But for most people who didn't have a space ring, carrying potions was problematic. If they were made into pills, it would be much more convenient and practical. They might even become the next product of Gold and Silver Island. Not a bad idea, Wu Hang praised, then thought for a moment, give me a few days. I'll arrange for the alchemy skeleton to go there to see if it can figure it out. Alright, I'll go to Coastal Port then and tell Yaong through the phone, Hankai said. Wu Hang added, at that time, also mention it to the bases. Make a list of whatever factories and industries are there to try to resume production. Understood. Having finished discussing the important matters, the two chatted about some minor issues within the base. Hankai looked into his eyes carefully. Will you stay over tonight? He had just arrived in Netali City today. Something might come up tonight. It really wasn't a good idea to stay. Seeing Hankai's somewhat hopeful expression, he coughed lightly and said, we don't have to wait for night, we have plenty of time. Hankai's face flushed, then I'll go take a bath. Let's go together. They both walked into the bathroom. The mist was hazy, and soon light moans could be heard. He returned to Netali City. The sky here had already darkened. The skeleton investigator at the desk sat rigidly in the chair, not moving at all. The doors and windows were tightly closed, and the marker wedged in the door gap was undisturbed. No one had been here. With a thought, he released all three ghosts. He looked around to confirm the location. Uncle, is there any progress on the case? Zhao asked. Not yet. What have you found? I can help you analyze it, Piao asked as she floated over. Wu Hang looked at her, hesitating. Is that necessary? Yeah, I'll help you catch the bad guys, Zhao said excitedly. Glenda also spoke up. Got any intelligence? Let's hear it, so we can be prepared. Wu Hang nodded and organized his thoughts. He recounted everything he had investigated since entering the city. All three ghosts fell into contemplation. So, in other words, there's not a single clue, Glenda concluded. Piao floated over, sounding a bit worried. Uncle, you didn't blow your cover, did you? Huh? Blow what cover? I didn't kill the person. No, I mean, eventually, everyone will know you're a fake detective, Piao said. Wu Hang glared at her irritably. I just got here, how do you know I can't solve the case, and besides, you agreed to the name change too. I did not. Don't talk nonsense, Piao said as she crossed her arms and kept her distance. Glenda continued, whoever did this so cleanly must be connected to the higher-ups of this city. That's what I'm thinking too, that's why I want you two to help me keep a close watch on two people, Wu Hang stated directly. The city lord? Bella asked. Yeah, Bella, keep an eye on the city lord. Note down whoever he meets or any orders he gives. Glenda, head to the barracks and watch that level 18 commander, see what he's up to too, Wu Hang said, sitting on the bed and addressing the two ghosts. What about me? Zhao raised her hand. You stay and protect me. Oh, okay then. Zhao nodded, while the other two ghosts phased through the wall to surveil their targets. Wu Hang tidied up a bit and lay down on the bed to review the day's investigation. He thought through everything. One could say that since entering the city, there had been no progress at all. His reputation as a great detective might really be at stake. He was counting on the serialization of this book to increase his fame. Looking up at the ceiling, suddenly Zhao's little head popped down from the ceiling top, as if she was hanging upside down. The person and ghost locked eyes. Did I scare you? Zhao chuckled. No scare at all, it's not easy to frighten me, Wu Hang said, with his arms behind his head as a pillow. Piao drifted to one side again. I talked to my mom about you becoming my dad. What did she say? Wu Hang shifted to a more comfortable reclining position. What else could she say? She scolded me for a long time, Piao sighed and said, I should have never let her become a bard, she can talk for so long without stopping, and she used all that on me. I told you your mom wouldn't agree. Actually, what we call each other doesn't matter, we'll always be family, Wu Hang said with a smile. By now, Wu Hang felt that Piao's unfinished wish might be the need for a dad. But that also involved Zhao Yanqiu. And it seemed important to have a good talk with Piao. Being called dad or uncle was just a title after all. It's not that, she mainly wanted to lecture me. It doesn't seem like she's totally against the idea, Piao pondered. I'll try talking to her again, maybe it will work out. Wu Hang looked at her and didn't say much more. As the sky gradually darkened, Wu Hang announced, Piao, I'm going to sleep. Okay, I want to watch a cartoon. Wu Hang took out the tablet. Watch your cartoon, but don't forget about standing guard. My life is in your hands now. Don't worry, Piao flew to the other side of the room and started watching her cartoon. The next day, above the association building hung 5 long, narrow flags. They bore different symbols, representing the factions of 5 different leaders. This indicated that the association headquarters people had arrived. The various flags represented the personnel arranged by different factions. Below these were some smaller flags, led by the flag of Gold and Silver Island. After breakfast, Elder Tapani sat upright and asked, Wu Hang, what do you plan to investigate today? Wu Hang had planned today's activities the night before. He said, so far, the city doesn't seem as chaotic as we thought, at least no one will attack us openly. It's too inefficient to stick together, I think we should divide the team for the investigation. How should we split up? Wu Hang continued. Some should go to City Hall or the guard team to get some records from this period and see if there are any cases related to this matter. We also need to contact other secret speakers in the city and visit some residents to gather information. Which one will you choose? The rest can be divided among the others. I need to go to the fleet's location, and dealing with City Hall and the guard team should be left to Dean Jian Vito. It will make things go smoother, Wu Hang replied. Elder Tapani nodded and quickly distributed the tasks. Then everyone dispersed to their respective investigation locations. Wu Hang left the association with his skeleton attendant and headed towards the port, where the fleet was docked. On the escort ship, Philippa stood at the door of the kitchen, urging the skeleton chefs to speed up breakfast. The ship needed more food due to holding prisoners, as well as rescued women and children. The women and children, who wanted to go on deck for some air, wore sailor suits. They did some deck cleaning as a disguise. As for the human trafficking case, the association hadn't planned to handle it directly. Once they captured the White Wings gang leader, they'd be able to unveil the officials behind the scenes. It was considered a solved case. But now that the White Wings gang had been recruited into the military, attempting to arrest them could lead to disputes with the military forces. It could easily delay the association's investigations. Wu Hang boarded the battleship, where Philippa, the fifth princess, and a maid were eating in the pilot house. Seeing him enter, Philippa asked, "Have you eaten? Your skeletons have good cooking skills." "They're all level 10 chefs, of course they're good," Wu Hang responded. "Give me 2 when you open a restaurant back home." "You want everything, the island lord's mansion will be emptied out by you," Wu Hang teased. Hee, Philippa chuckled. The fifth princess put down her utensils and asked, "How is the investigation going in the city?" "So far, we haven't found any significant clues. We checked his residence and asked other local association members, no clear leads. It's as if he just vanished out of thin air," Wu Hang said. "Could he have left the city?" the fifth princess suggested. "No, I've used a special item to track him. I'm sure he's dead, and a secret speaker wouldn't risk sending a false message." The fifth princess, unconvinced, persisted, "But that doesn't mean he died in the city. Who would be foolish enough to kill a local steward?" Philippa picked up her cup and took a sip. "That's why someone must have made it look like he left." Wu Hang was a bit surprised by Philippa's quick reaction this time. "You've lived in the city, what can you tell me about a city lord?" Wu Hang turned to the blonde-haired, blue-eyed fifth princess. The fifth princess frowned. "You suspect him?" "Start with that. Daxier, probably in his 40s, is a genteel man, and very capable too. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been entrusted with such an important place as the port." The fifth princess took a deep breath. "Lord Island Master, if you're suspecting him, I can assure you he's not involved, and he wouldn't do something so foolish." Wu Hang nodded, but didn't really care for her assurance. While she was here, her identity was that of the fifth princess. Which official in the city wouldn't be genteel towards her? "What about the city's defense commander?" "Just call him the commander," Wu Hang continued. "The commander's name is Helson, a level 15 warrior, a seasoned general of the kingdom with strong defensive and combat experience," the fifth princess thoughtfully replied. Chapter 691, The Woman is Still Alive. Level 15? This doesn't match the information Glinda gathered. According to Glinda's intelligence, the city lord is level 16, the same person the fifth princess mentioned, but this commander is definitely not the same person. Now, the commander in the city is an 18-level fist master. Can you guess who he is? Wu Hang asked. Fist master? The fifth princess frowned in thought, then shook her head. "I have no impression. I wasn't very interested in this kind of thing before. I don't recognize many people, nor do I know their levels. If there were a portrait, I might know who it is. Tall and burly, with a beard around the jaw," Wu Hang described briefly. "No impression." The fifth princess shook her head again. "All right, it doesn't matter if you don't know. It's not a big problem," Wu Hang nodded. The fifth princess continued, "I'll accompany you into the city, then. When the time comes, I'll ask Daxier directly since he's still quite polite to me. It's not time for you to show up yet. Coming out now will only draw the attention of those hidden in the shadows." The fifth princess stopped herself from speaking further. "All right, then. Don't worry. If there's a need for you, I'll have you step in." The fifth princess nodded, without saying anything further. Wu Hang continued to look at Philippa. "Everything all right on the boat?" "Don't worry, I've arranged the fleet clearly." Philippa patted her chest confidently. After all, having been a captain, such matters weren't a big issue. "Then I'm heading back. I've set up a radio in the room. Notify me immediately if there's anything." "Okay." After confirming that there was nothing else, Wu Hang disembarked. He made his way back. The once bustling streets remained deserted as ever. When he first went to Gold and Silver Island, he had purchased quite a number of weapons and armors here, then considered a major customer. Now, shops on both sides were tightly shut. Only some food stores and daily necessities shops were open, albeit only a half door, conducting business. Wu Hang's gaze caught a closed armor shop in the distance. He had bought armor there before and had chatted with the shop's proprietress about things in the city. Wu Hang casually turned into a side alley, letting Zhao confirm that no one was tailing him. He pulled out a human skin mask and wore it on his face, and the 2 skeleton attendants were stowed into the mansion's guild. Exiting the alley, he approached the front of the armor shop. He knocked loudly on the door. After a short moment, a woman in her 50s opened a crack in the door, eyeing him up and down. "What do you want?" "I'm looking for the proprietress of this shop. I've placed orders here before," Wu Hang said. The woman's eyes flickered, and she responded coldly, "She's not here, and the shop is closed." She then tried to close the door. Wu Hang braced against it, pushed gently but firmly, and opened the door. He walked straight in. You can't ignore me just because you've sold your goods. Have your proprietress came to see me. The elderly woman attempted to argue and prevent him from entering. A woman's voice came from within the room. Please, sir, go to the living room. The elderly woman glared at Wu Hang and said directly, follow me. People think they can bully us just because we're short on men in the house. Wu Hang ignored her curses and followed her into the shop's hall. Inside, there were hardly any goods left, just some tools left on the counter. Before long, footsteps sounded. A woman, deliberately made up to look ugly, came out looking sloppy and with a blackened face. What did the customer purchase? I'd prefer to speak with you privately, Wu Hang said. The matron's eyes narrowed slightly, and she said to those beside her, wait for me at the door. The elderly woman and a few other women who had followed exited, closing the door behind them. Listening for their footsteps to not be too far away, they remained guarding the door. What is it, sir? We have a lot to do, urged the proprietress. Wu Hang removed the mask, revealing his true face. Do you remember me, madam? His gaze sharpened, gold and silver. Halfway through his words, he immediately stopped. Approaching the entrance, he said, this guest is a friend's referral, you all go about your business. The elder madam, call us if you need anything. After speaking, she returned and sat opposite Wu Hang. Sir, what brings you here? Wu Hang responded, I came with the association. The association's entrance to the city should not cause as much chaos as before. That's a relief, otherwise life here would truly be unbearable. Wu Hang continued to inquire, tell me about the situation in the city, we have also been investigating the events here recently. The proprietor pondered for a moment before beginning to recount the details. It all started with the battle between two military factions in the city. The local men were forcibly conscripted into the army. Later, when Natali City was nearly breached, reinforcements arrived, driving the enemy back. I heard those people were fierce, no less capable in combat than the army. Wu Hang's eyebrows raised. Were the reinforcements not Hueco Kingdom's army? They weren't wearing military uniforms when they entered the city. The proprietor mulled it over. They looked like mercenaries, clothing varied. Do you know anything else? Wu Hang pressed on. That's all, we only saw these things when we were conscripted to repair their armor, nothing else is clear. Have you seen the leader of the reinforcements? I have, a very burly man, with a square face and sideburns, more hair on his head than his beard, the proprietor recalled. This matched Glenda's observations of the military camp's commander. Which meant the city defense commander from the 5th Princess's memory had been replaced, now led by this new commander of the reinforcements. In fact, it made sense. In this world, level was the most straightforward method of dividing rank. An 18th level replacing a 15th level was not problematic. Thank you, I understand now, Wu Hang nodded. The proprietor hesitated, then said, Island Master, when you leave, could you take us with you? We have skills and can help you on Gold and Silver Island. You want to leave here? You never know how long the fighting will last, those who can have already left. Staying here inevitably leads to death, she said with urgency. Alright, I promise you this, but don't talk about it everywhere. I'll notify you before we leave, Wu Hang assured. The proprietor's face lit up with joy. Thank you, sir. If you have any information, deliver it directly to the association. Understood, sir. Wu Hang put his mask back on. I'll take my leave now, take care on your end. The proprietor nodded, accompanying him to the door. They exchanged a few more words about coming back when the armor needed repair and waved goodbye. Wu Hang left straight away. Returning to the association. As soon as Wu Hang entered the hall, someone rushed over. Island Lord Wu Hang, Dean Jian Vito has found a clue. He asked me to wait here for your return. A clue already? Their efficiency seemed higher than his. What's the clue? Wu Hang asked. We've checked the City Hall's archives and, by comparing the portrait, located the secret speaker's residence. Let's go take a look together. Leading the way, they hurried to the secret speaker's place. Upon arrival, several from the association had already searched the room. No helpful clues, but we can confirm that 2 people lived here, likely another woman, Jian Vito explained. Wu Hang glanced inside. Bring me an article of the woman's clothing. An intimate garment was brought to him. Wu Hang took out the tracing locket. After dripping blood on it, the skeleton began biting the fabric. Then a flickering blue soul wailed, struggling in a certain direction. Both Wu Hang and Jian Vito, along with others, were encouraged. This person was still alive. Chapter 692, Woman is the person alive? Dean Jian Vito pressed. The special item only works if the person is alive, Wu Hang explained. The others who had crowded around also showed joy upon hearing this explanation. Since they had entered the city, the entire case had been obscure and difficult. It seemed like the association members were unimpeded in their investigation, with no local interference, yet they were constantly circling back without any progress. Today it looked like there was a breakthrough, as they had found the family of the murdered secret speaker. There might be some important clues. Don't delay, lest there be any problems with this clue, Giant Vito said. He feared that others might find it first and silence them prematurely. Wu Hang glanced at the pendant and instructed those behind him, "Some of you stay and guard this place, Giant Vito, the rest follow me." "Are there any horses?" "Bring the horses over." "Yes." Everyone responded, their morale boosted. At that moment, 2 horses were led over. Wu Hang and the veteran mage mounted the horses, flicked the reins lightly, and raced off in the direction indicated by the pendant. The skeleton attendants also began running swiftly, stretching a distance behind. Further back were the association members following at a brisk jog. A group split into 3 sets, sprinting through the streets, attracting the gaze of the passers-by. Residential area. The association squad entered with a menacing air. The residents on both sides of the road quickly dispersed, and the grain store doing business also closed half of their door. Peeking through the crack, they watched this suddenly intruding squad. Whoosh! Wu Hang pulled on the reins, and the horse came to a rapid halt. The veteran mage also stopped, stroking his grizzled beard to maintain his image. Wu Hang pointed at a civilian dwelling in front and stated, "This is the place." The house was a 2-story building made of bricks, stones, and wood. After all, being a port city, the living conditions were comparatively better. "It looks like we aren't too welcome, are we?" Giant Vito glanced around and said, "Where's your little ghost? Check nearby for any dangers." Perception opened up. They could sense the voices behind some house doors and the eyes peeking through the gaps. The slight clinking of utensils suggested wariness towards them. "No danger. The city has rounded up strong men before, it's normal for them to be wary of us, don't mind them," Wu Hang said outright. While the two talked, the skeleton attendants and the rest of the association members had also successively arrived. "Don't delay any further," Giant Vito urged. Wu Hang also signaled towards the residents ahead, "Knock on the door." An association member stepped forward and knocked on the door. Soft footsteps could be heard from inside, but no response followed. "We are with the association, here to inquire about something." Still, silence reigned inside. "Break down the door," Giant Vito instructed straightforwardly. Bang! The member who had knocked kicked hard against the door. The door shook violently. Bang! The second kick followed, and the door swung open inwardly. Inside the dim house, 3 women and a child were huddled together, one with her hand behind her back as though holding a weapon. "What are you doing? We stand united here. If you dare cause trouble, you won't get away with it either," a woman said defiantly. "We're association members who have come into town looking for someone," someone explained. "Looking for someone? There's no one you're looking for here. Whose family has association members?" The association member continued to ask. No one inside spoke. Wu Hang glanced at the pendant in his hand and pointed towards a woman hiding in the back, not yet 30, her face smeared with soot, yet her facial features appeared reasonably good. "Come with us to the association." No, I don't know anything," the woman dodged in protest. "We are from the main branch of the association. Not long ago, one of our informants died on the way to deliver a message. We received the news and came to investigate, which led us directly to you," Wu Hang said to her in an even tone. The woman's gaze flitted about uncertainly before she finally spoke. "On what basis should I trust you all? Go to the association, and when you get there, you'll know who we are," Wu Hang continued. The woman glanced at the assembled people outside, realizing she had no choice but to leave. She nodded and said, "I'll go with you." "Please do." The woman nodded, picked up the parcel behind her, and walked out with them. The rest of the people retreated from the room. Wu Hang took out several silver coins from his space ring and handed them to the remaining people in the room. "Sorry for the disturbance, use these to fix the door." He placed the silver coins on the side cabinet at the doorway and left with the others. On the way back, there was no rush. A group of people escorted the woman directly back to the association. Inside the association's building, Elder Tapani sat in his chair with an unusually stern expression on his face. There had been some progress today, but it was uncertain whether the final result would be helpful for the entire case. "Elder, do we need to arrange for someone to go out and meet them?" Tapani glanced at the few people in the room and said, "No need, let's just wait for them here." "What if there's still no accurate intelligence?" Tapani gave the questioner a glare but still spoke up. "If there are still no clues, it's not us who should be worried, but the Hueco Kingdom and Netali City. If there are no results, the City Lord will have to change." "That's right, the one who is most worried right now should be the City Lord here. With the obstructions to our entry and the doubts in this case, he can forget about being the City Lord. It all depends on whether Wu Hang and his team get any results this time." The crowd discussed in hushed tones as footsteps approached from outside. The conference room door opened, and Wu Heng led a woman in, striding in with his group. Dean Jian Vito and Elder Tapani quickly exchanged glances. The serious look on Tapani's face relaxed slightly. Wu Heng, how did it go? Tapani asked directly. Wu Heng spoke, on the way, I briefly learned that this woman claims to be the wife of a secret speaker. When a catastrophe struck the city, she didn't manage to leave in time and ended up hiding in an ordinary resident's home. The elder nodded and, looking at the woman in coarse hemp clothing, asked, what is your name? The woman's eyes darted away, and she stepped back slightly. Wu Heng said, this is an elder from the association's headquarters, whose strength is the greatest in the city. Answer whatever he asks, and you will not be in danger. The woman curtsied slightly and said, my name is Flora. Did your husband leave any message for you before he left? Yes. The woman nodded. Everyone in the room showed a flicker of interest. What did he leave behind? Tapani pressed. The woman took off her outer coat, unpicked a seam in another garment she was wearing, and pulled out a bill from the Snake Badge Consortium from the lining. Such bills were common in the Snake Badge Consortium, a case of recognizing the bill, not the person. Wu Heng took it and looked it over. The imprint and security features seemed to have no issues. He turned and handed it to an 18th level investigator standing nearby to re-examine it. They also confirmed there were no issues. Wu Heng continued to inquire, apart from this bill, what else did he tell you? What else did he ask you to do? This. The woman fell into silence, then said, I can't remember anymore. The last thing I remember, he told me to hide if I were in danger and wait for people from the association's headquarters to come here. What was he usually like? Wu Heng pressed on. The woman paused, and the others also looked at him peculiarly. Then, the woman began to sob softly, explaining how the two had met and how responsible a person he was. After she had spoken for quite a while, seeing no further answers forthcoming, Wu Heng asked, does anyone else have any questions? No more, arrange a dormitory for her to rest, Tapani said. The woman was led out of the room. Once the door closed, Wu Heng looked at the priest, is she telling the truth? Hard to judge, only those 2 sentences plus the sobbing and crying, the priest said. Tapani looked at her, do you suspect something's wrong with her? I can't say either, Wu Heng continued, I'll go check with the local Snake Badge Consortium. They had closed up earlier, I don't know if we can still find anyone. I'll go with you, and Dean Jian Vito will stay here in case the intelligence is useful, and we need to make an arrest immediately, Tapani said as he stood up. Chapter 693, Capture People. The veteran mage stroked his beard. What do you mean by that? That I can't catch anyone if I go with you? It's not that, really. When it involves the local city lord or the army, the identity of the council elders carries more deterrence. Jian Vito didn't say much more. Go on then, and don't forget to arrange for someone to come back and report. Alright, let's go. The team made adjustments, and Wu Heng, Tapani, and others set out for the Snake Badge Consortium. On the battleship, the 5th princess stood on the deck, arms resting on the railing, gazing toward Netali City, her golden hair cascading and fluttering in the wind. It had been a few months since she had left the Hueco kingdom. Coming back now, she hadn't expected to see Netali City, once the most bustling and significant maritime trade hub of the kingdom, turned into what it was now. It was like a city, a dead city filled with a heavy aura of death. She didn't know what Gold and Silver Island used to be like, but the present Netali City definitely couldn't compare. One was becoming more and more bustling, while the other was increasingly decaying. Complete opposite directions. Could it really have something to do with Netali City? The 5th princess muttered. She had absolute admiration and trust for Island Lord Wu Heng. But she worried about what would be uncovered concerning the city's authorities. If it was indeed the case, then it was likely rotten to the core, beyond remedy. Brittany, what are you doing? Philippa approached from behind, holding some fruit, and also looked into the distance. Just looking at the scenery. Philippa handed her a piece of fruit. Why do you believe that the murder of the steward was done by this Island Lord? The 5th princess looked over and said, it's not that I believe him, but I know his way of doing things. The advancement of the kingdom system, the development of the entire Netali City, all had his suggestions. He wouldn't just kill a steward. Philippa chewed the fruit, muttering, people can change, how can you be so sure he hasn't changed or been forced by circumstances to act? You're missing my point. What point? He might change, but he isn't a fool. The death of a steward would bring severe consequences. A local administrator would never allow such an event to occur, let alone perpetrate it himself, the 5th princess explained. Philippa pondered for a moment, bit into the fruit, and fed it to the parrot on her shoulder. What if it was him? Why are you so fixated on him? Intuition. Someone died on the ship, no traces left, so the one most convenient to clean up the scene is either the murderer or an accomplice. The fifth princess turned to stare at her. "Wanna bet on it?" "Bet what?" "Bet your island's tavern," the fifth princess said straightforwardly. Philippa raised an eyebrow. "Alright, and if you lose?" "Deal with me as you please. Be my subordinate for a month, and your little maid, she has to listen to me too." "Fine, but be ready to cry. I'm not some sheltered, hapless princess." At the original site of the Snake Badge Consortium, the front gate was tightly shut, and the tavern sign above the door had also vanished. The association members stood at the entrance. Wu Heng said, "This place, the Snake Badge Consortium, was originally located underground this tavern, and now it's all shut down." Elder Tapani scanned the area and said, "Knock on the door." Thud, thud, thud. An associate member stepped forward to knock, the sound resonating. It continued for several times. Still no response. "Stop knocking, pick the lock," Wu Heng said directly. A thief from the squad stepped forward, pulling out tools and began prying the lock. In no time, the doors swung open, revealing a relatively clean hall. Wu Heng and others walked in, eyebrows slightly raised. This environment looked as though someone had been cleaning it, rather than it being uninhabited. Downstairs, Wu Heng led a few people downstairs, following the stone staircase toward the basement. Halfway down, they saw a lone figure standing at the end of the corridor, who looked somewhat sinister under the illumination of the illuminating stone. Looking closely, they saw a man in a crisp suit standing there. "Gentlemen, it's inconvenient to receive guests right now." Wu Heng glanced at him and handed over a note. "Apologies, we're here to pick something up and we'll leave as soon as we get it." The man took the note, glanced down at it. "Please wait here for a moment." The suited man left and returned with a gift box in his hand. "Gentlemen, please leave." He issued an eviction order, and everyone left without staying any longer, turning around and walking out. Exiting the tavern. And the busted door of the tavern had been closed again. They heard the sound of clattering, as if a couple more locks had been added. Outside the tavern. "Let's open it up and see," Tapani said. Wu Heng opened it directly, revealing a letter in the wooden box. Everyone's heart stirred. A letter, not any kind of treasure or valuable item, meant that there was information left behind. They opened the letter and looked at the contents simultaneously. Everyone's eyebrows furrowed in unison. The content of the letter indeed related to this matter, recounting the complete course of events and the murderer. It mentioned, the leader of the Double Dragon Gang was the pirate group that attacked the merchants half a year ago. Both had been investigating this case. Having just made progress, they were then ambushed by the opposition, resulting in the steward's instant death. Following this, chaos erupted throughout the city, local associations were locked down, and all factions were summoned to join the military, initiating investigations and manhunts. After leaving behind this letter, he also left the locality to seek support. After reading the content of the letter, everyone's brows were tightly knitted. It turned out he died at the hands of local factions. They had been investigating for so long. They were prepared to confront the local military forces head-on. What was all this for? An investigator at the side began to transcribe it, recording it precisely and accurately. "Elder!" Wu Heng called out. Tapani snapped out of his trance, saying, "Let's go to the city lord's mansion for reinforcements." Clattering sounds. The noise of bones rubbing echoed throughout the street. Members of the association, along with over 100 skeleton soldiers, marched imposingly toward the city lord's mansion. From afar, they saw the large army approaching. Confusion followed at the city lord's mansion, as numerous soldiers climbed onto the surrounding walls, with swords, blades, and crossbows ready. "Who goes there? Approaching the city lord's mansion is forbidden," a guard shouted. On the association side, someone also shouted, "The association is apprehending a fugitive, obstructors will be killed, escapees will be posted as wanted." Both sides instantly confronted each other, the atmosphere thick with tension. At that moment, a shout came from inside the city lord's mansion, "Lower the crossbow arrows, don't be rash." Commander Daxier appeared on the city wall, surprisingly looking downwards and shouting, "What has happened, esteemed members of the association?" Tapani, standing straight with his hand on the hilt of his sword, spoke in a deep voice, "Commander Daxier, we have identified the murderer and hope for your cooperation." "Identified the murderer? I will naturally cooperate," Daxier immediately replied. "Open the city gates, and I'll explain in detail." Daxier, showing hesitation, gazed at Tapani and said, "All right, I'll come down. Please control your subordinates." The gate of the city lord's mansion opened and Daxier came directly inside. "Who might it be?" "The leader of the Double Dragon Gang. You must have heard of him, currently serving as a captain in your military," Tapani stated. Daxier instantly widened his eyes. "Impossible." Tapani scoffed, "Possible or not, Why not call him out and confront him directly? Daxier said, I need to check first. Call him out, we'll question him together. Clattering footsteps. While they were speaking, a military troop quickly rushed from a distance. Surrounding the association's team altogether, the number and morale instantly reversed, placing the association members at a disadvantage. Commander Daxier, are you waiting for reinforcements? Tapani reached for his sword hilt, his eyes cold. How could that be? Daxier immediately called to the leading commander from afar, asking, is there anyone from the Double Dragon Gang in the military? The Double Dragon Gang? The leading commander pondered for a moment, then answered, yes. Where are they? Bring their leader. Commander, the leader already died in the last battle with the rebels, about a week and a half ago, the commander answered. The association members' faces changed again. The man is gone again? The commander looked at them and continued asking, with the leader dead, are there any of his subordinates still alive? There should be. Check and bring anyone who is alive here. Chapter 694, the case can be closed. The city lord issued his command, and the commander responded with a word before returning to the military investigation. Meanwhile, at the association, the expressions of the people were no longer as relaxed as before. They had finally found a clue, and when they traced it here, the target was unexpectedly dead. Moreover, he had been dead for half a month. Wu Heng approached and asked, Lord Daxier, does the city recruitment include members from all gangs? Daxier scrutinized Wu Heng carefully, believing his appearance alone might reveal his identity. He replied, we recruit from all gangs, but we also conduct some investigations. Gangs with a good reputation in the city and no criminal record get appointed as commanders or captains, while the others are dispersed throughout the military. That is to say, gang members all join the military, it's just a matter of how they are arranged. The leader of the Double Dragon Gang was appointed as captain, he must have a good reputation in the city then? Wu Heng asked in return. Given his level and the records in his file, he indeed fits the position of a captain, Daxier replied neutrally. That is to say, in the view of Netali City, the leader of the Double Dragon Gang qualifies for the position of captain. Wu Heng stepped forward 2 paces and continued to inquire, when did the battle with the enemy occur? A month ago, the enemy retreated. The standoff and battle lasted even longer. How many died? It's confidential information for the city, I cannot disclose. Were there any bodies left? To prevent plague, after confirming the identities, the bodies were cremated, the city lord responded still. Back and forth, between their talks. The departed commander returned. Behind him followed 3 soldiers clad in armor, yet unarmed. The city lord, these 3 men are from the Double Dragon Gang. Investigating the others will take some more time. The 3 men brought over seemed somewhat baffled. Looking around, they spontaneously greeted, Lord City Lord. City Lord Daxier glanced at the 3 and said, these are from the main branch of the association's investigation team. Cooperate with whatever they ask, and don't stress over matters unrelated to you. Yes, yes, they replied, their eyes shifting nervously toward the association. Elder Tapani spoke, then I will take these 3 away. If they are unrelated, they will naturally be returned. Daxier nodded, that's acceptable, I too hope you can solve the case soon. It's not safe in the city right now. Let's take them and head back, Tapani said. The association's team, together with the 3 gang members. Following the large group, they began to return to the association. On the way, Tapani whispered, is there an issue with this city lord? It's not certain yet, Wu Heng shook his head. The rest depends on what these 3 say, Tapani noted. Wu Heng also nodded and turned to hasten the troops' speed. Back at the association. A brief explanation to the personnel left behind, then directly prepared for interrogation. Separated the 3 members of the Double Dragon Gang for interrogation. Wu Heng, together with a level 15 priest and an investigator, interrogated 1 person. The other 2 were interrogated by Elder Tapani and Dean Jian Vito respectively. It was thought that, since Wu Heng was the lowest level, it was best to have a priest accompany him for the interrogation. Inside the interrogation room, Wu Heng looked at the gang member whose face was tense and somewhat at a loss, and asked, what's your name? Villet. From Netali City? From a small village on the east side. Wu Heng nodded and then asked, how long have you been with the Double Dragon Gang? For 3 years. The man carefully replied. After finishing several questions, Wu Heng abruptly said, Villet, did you have a hand in the assassination of the steward by the leader of the Double Dragon Gang? The sudden stern voice made the other person's body shiver. Then, the gang member's expression drastically changed, and his eyes filled with terror. I didn't know. You didn't know? Wu Heng looked straight at him, you'd better come clean, or I won't hesitate to execute all of you for the same crime. The gang member became even more panicked. Sir, I will definitely cooperate, but I really know nothing about this matter. Were the Double Dragon Gang previously pirates? The other hesitated for a moment, then nodded. 2 years ago, they were called the Sea Dragon Pirates, but later sold their ships and used the money to form the gang in the city. Though I'm a member of the Double Dragon Gang, my status is low. I've never been considered important. Wu Hang glanced at the priest, who subtly nodded without leaving a trace. The investigator sitting next to him recorded everything. That is to say, the Double Dragon Gang were indeed once pirates, and it seemed they were a sizable group that later shifted ashore to form a gang for some reasons. Compared to the information provided in the letter, it seemed mild. I know the city is in chaos recently, but the murder of the steward has nothing to do with me, sirs. I'm only a lowly member of the gang. I hardly understand our own gang's workings. How could I dare target a steward? He explained anxiously. Though the statement was pitiful, it also had persuasive power. For a mere gang member like him, it was unlikely to have the status or courage to kill a local steward. Wu Hang looked at him again and guided the conversation. I believe you, but the people outside are the elder and the dean of the association, and clearing your name with them won't be easy. The gang member said, Sir, could it be someone else, but it definitely wasn't me. There are many experts in the gang. Then tell me, who in the gang might have killed the steward? The gang member was silent for a while before speaking. Our leader, he's level 14 and has a lot of combat experience. He dares to do anything, it could have been him. Pirates always had the audacity. Not to mention tracing the murder of the steward back to them. When they were in the Emerald Sea, the pirates even lured association members out to ambush them. The roles of hunter and prey were not fixed. Wu Hang looked again at the priest, who nodded once more. Are there others in the gang? I'm not sure, the members have been scattered, and some probably fled. We are the ones who didn't manage to escape. Seeing no further answers to be drawn, Wu Hang continued, before anything else comes up, you'll stay with the association and keep cooperating. Can. The person was led away. Wu Hang and others proceeded to the meeting room. Upon entering the room, Tapani and Giant Vito, among others, were already discussing the case. Seeing him enter, Tapani asked, how did it go? We can confirm that the Double Dragon Gang were once pirates, and the leader is a level 14 professional, Wu Hang responded directly. It's virtually the same as what we found out, Tapani said, lifting his teacup for a sip, his face showing a smile. Giant Vito also spoke, we'll inform the city lord's mansion later, we need to take these people to headquarters. That won't be difficult. Pirates and gang members, they wouldn't dare offend us and risk protecting these fellows, Tapani said with a laugh. I think they are eager for us to finish quickly and leave this place. Giant Vito stroked his beard. The others chimed in, following the elder and the dean to solve this case is also a merit unto itself. And let's not forget Highland Lord Wu Hang, when the new story is written, make sure to include us too. Yes, let us also gain some fame. Wu Hang, smiling, said, if it really becomes a story, and everyone is willing, naturally you will appear in the story, as this is a result of our collective effort. Of course, we're willing. Better make it a bit exaggerated to attract readers. The group gathered, discussing, appearing to have accepted the conclusion of the case. In this world, investigating cases was formerly more straightforward and crude motives for murder, witness testimonies, some on-site clues, or guidance from auxiliary tools. Now, it was basically possible to clarify the case. The murderer was a pirate that the association had been investigating, not low in rank and vicious in actions, who later joined the city's military, being able to utilize some conveniences to erase traces. At least for now, there was a reasonable explanation ready for the headquarters. For all the participants in this investigation, merit was already within reach. Alright, let's eat first, then we'll summarize all the clues in the afternoon, Tapani said. Chapter 695, There is a problem after lunch. The rest began to work on the case, and Wu Hang left the association to head for the fleet's location. Along the way, Zhao, Invincible, lay on his shoulder and asked, Uncle, is the case closed? We've started to organize the clues, so we're acknowledging this conclusion. Aren't you afraid of catching the wrong person? Zhao asked curiously. There are no other clues in the city, and this is the only one. Even if there are loopholes, as long as it can clarify the case, we must close it, Wu Hang explained softly. They're not here to investigate, they're here to earn merits. Yes, most are here to earn merits. Upon reaching the port, Wu Hang boarded the ship directly. How was it? Any progress today? Philippa approached from one side. The fifth princess and her maid also followed behind. Wu Hang said, we found out, a gang leader, formerly a pirate, was discovered by the association's steward. He killed someone directly, and then there was a battle with the city's army, and the matter was covered up. Hearing this news, the three were startled. You see, I told you it had nothing to do with Netali City, Philippa, you lose, the fifth princess said somewhat excitedly. Philippa frowned. Did you catch that leader? Did he confess? The man died in battle half a month ago, and a clue, a letter left by the secret speaker, Wu Heng explained. Philippa's expression changed, seeking confirmation. Was it he who killed? No new clues, the elder has determined that it was him, Wu Heng answered. I know Dakeseer, he's not a pirate and wouldn't do such a foolish thing, the fifth princess said, her hands behind her back, chest puffed out a bit. What do you mean? At least pirates don't sell out their own people, Philippa retorted. Humphrey, you lost this time, no being a sore loser, the maid chimed in. It's not certain who lost yet, Philippa looked at Wu Heng. Why not capture this city lord and directly question him? I remember the association directly questioned you last time, even used a special item. Why is it so troublesome this time? That was last time, when the inspector came to the island to investigate Wu Heng. At that time, with no evidence and just based on his identity as a necromancer, he was directly investigated and even a special item was used. Wu Heng said, is this the same? What's different? Isn't there 2 level 18s in the team? Are you afraid he won't cooperate? Philippa asked. Wu Heng thought for a moment, organizing his language to explain, it's different. The inspector's investigation of me was internal, all within the framework of the association. This city lord is from the Hueco kingdom, you need evidence to act. Philippa thought for a moment, seems I understand. The association has already been quite forceful. Alright then. What's next? Philippa continued to ask. The fleet is preparing, we'll rest another day tomorrow, then return to Gold and Silver Island, Wu Heng instructed. Philippa nodded, okay, I'll get ready. Wu Heng then said, I'm heading back now. Okay, Philippa nodded. Wu Heng disembarked from the ship, and behind him, the maid's voice sounded strange, Princess, what name should the conch be changed to later? On the way, he stopped by a leather goods store, having promised the lady boss to take her away. Still have to say it in advance. Return to the association. Everyone seemed much more relaxed, no longer as busy as when investigating the case. Wu Heng sat down on a resting spot to the side, flipping through the letters that had remained at the association. They hadn't been sent out for a long time, all confiscated here. Footsteps sounded, and Kavina came over. The city lord came by when you were not here. What for? Wu Heng asked curiously. He came to inquire about the several people who were captured, learned that it was confirmed to be related to the killing of the steward, didn't say much more, Kavina narrated, then added, oh, he also said he wanted to host a banquet for everyone, but the elder refused. He must have come to fish for information. Yes, we stay in the city, and he seems more nervous than the murderer. Indeed. As they talked, members of Kavina's squad came from behind. I'll be busy now, Kavina also got up. Go ahead, Wu Heng nodded. Kavina left, and Wu Heng returned to his own dormitory. Night fell, in the bedroom. Zhao peeked out from the wall. Uncle, I called them back. As they spoke, Glenda and Bella flew in, one after the other. What's wrong? Glenda asked. Wu Heng closed the map in his hand. Is there any problem with those two? Glenda was keeping an eye on the commander of the level 18 army, while Bella was responsible for watching the city lord's mansion. Both had a clear division of labor. Glenda said, after I went there, I kept an eye on his movements. They definitely arranged for someone to watch our side continuously, updates about our actions kept coming, but there were no messages about assassinating the steward or any other out-of-line actions. Bella, what about your side? Bella also spoke. Nothing was discovered on the city lord's mansion side, although some letters were written to the outside, but they must have used some item. I couldn't see the contents. The letters were sent out of the city. Wu Heng nodded and also said, this morning, we found the wife of the secret speaker and based on her clues, located the left-behind letter, leading us to the Double Dragon gang. Is the case closed? With no new intelligence appearing, tomorrow we will handle the White Wings gang's issue, then return to Gold and Silver Island, and the rest will return to the association headquarters, Wu Heng said. The two ghosts were somewhat surprised. How did you tie the knot? Glenda asked. Andy, I know, I'll tell you, Zhao raised her hand on the side. Glenda nodded. Okay, Zhao, tell us. Zhao flew to one side and narrated everything that had happened today. Unlike the participants, Zhao had a completely bystander's perspective on the entire case, and spoke with great detail. After listening, two ghosts also nodded. Zhao then said, Andy, can you add me to your new story? I want to be a big star too. Glenda replied, the whole case just happened in 2 days, and it's not very story-like, so it might not be suitable to be turned into a story. Oh? Is it because it happened too quickly? It lacks narrative appeal. Wu Heng quickly tidied up, I'm going to rest, don't go too far. The three ghosts nodded. Wu Heng then went to bed to rest. The next day, early morning. The association's underground autopsy room. Wu Heng stood on one side, with the rest of the association's members behind him. Wu Heng, take out the bodies quickly, let's process them so we can go back and report, Tapani said. Wu Heng took out 2 bodies wrapped in straw mats from the space ring. These 2 bodies, both members of the White Wings gang killed at sea, were thought to be useful at the time, so they were not turned into skeletons but preserved. Communicate with the dead was released, and the bodies instantly sat up. Wu Heng asked, what level is your leader? Level 13. Do you hold any important positions in the army? The body answered, mainly responsible for some transportation scheduling in the city. Wu Heng continued to ask, what does he look like? Any distinguishing features? Very burly, no earlobe on the left ear. Wu Heng continued, where can we find him? The body directly answered, there is a dispatch hall in the north of the city, he is always staying there. 4 questions were asked in total. An elder spoke directly, no need to ask further, Wu Heng, let your ghosts go check out that dispatch hall, the rest wait for news. Once the target is found, capture him first, we'll talk about the rest later. Okay. Wu Heng nodded. The magic dissipated, and the questioned body laid back down. Everyone left the basement and gathered in the main hall on the first floor. Wu Heng then walked aside and whispered a few instructions. He sent the ghosts out to scout. The ghosts went out to investigate. The rest waited inside the association's building. The city also monitored every move of the association, ready to capture the target as quickly as possible. Otherwise, it might give the other side time to react. With regard to the White Wings gang leader, Elder Tapani was even more adamant. Capture him first, discuss everything else after securing him. That secret speaker's wife left this morning, Jian Vito came over and said. She left? Wu Heng turned around, curious, where could she go at this time? Last night, she requested to leave with Tapani, said her family came to pick her up, and taking advantage of the association's presence here, she planned to leave the city first, Jian Vito whispered. Don't we need to bring her back to headquarters? After all, she's not a criminal, and she played a role in providing clues in the case, we just recorded it, and since she was all tears, we let her leave, Jian Vito said. Did we give her the condolence money? Could we shortchange her? Tapani gave it, as an elder he definitely wouldn't give less. As if overhearing their conversation, Elder Tapani nearby turned his head and looked over. He walked over with a straight posture. What are you talking about? The elf race, from appearances and forms, truly are a favored race. Still young, and also very tall and slender. Just talking about that woman leaving this morning. Jian Vito said. Tapani nodded. It's good she left on her own, her mood didn't seem very stable. The 3 chatted together for a while. The ghosts sent out to scout flew back. I'll go over there, Wu Heng said, moving to a more secluded spot. What's up? Did you find the target? Zhao lowered his voice. Found him, and there's another person, he looks so familiar. Who? Take a look, he's the one who was talking to that idiotic leader, Zhao said and then directly entered his body. Following that, a vision was shared into Wu Heng's mind. In the dim room, 2 figures sat. One person was burly, wearing commander attire, with a crew cut and a damaged left ear with no earlobe. Opposite him sat an old man, very upright, continuously drinking tea. Wu Heng's mind stirred. Snake Badge Consortium, the receptionist elder he had exchanged promissory notes for a brocade box with. Chapter 696, They've Gone Mad Damn. It really was that old man from the Snake Badge Consortium. Wu Heng's memory of him was quite clear, apart from the difference in clothing, his appearance was exactly the same. Next was the conversation between the old man and the White Wings gang leader. Isn't it ready yet? The White Wings gang leader shook his head. It will be soon. Make sure there are no mistakes. Don't worry. After that, the 2 stopped talking and just sat there drinking tea. Zhao also turned around and flew straight back. Wu Heng's brow furrowed tightly. People from the Snake Badge Consortium had appeared in the city's guard team dispatch hall, having tea with a gang leader. Various speculations rose in his mind, and at this moment, the entire case became even more suspicious. It could even be said that the whole case was a mistake. What's wrong? Jian Vito came over and asked. Wu Heng's brows were still furrowed as he said, Elder, let's talk inside the office. The smiles on the other 2 men's faces also turned solemn, and they followed him into a separate room. Did the gang leader die too? Tapani guessed instinctively. He's not dead, but we discovered another person. There might be some issues with our investigation results, Wu Heng said gravely. The other 2 men's eyes narrowed instantly. Tapani said gravely, say directly what you found. Ghost found the leader of the White Wings gang. His appearance matched the results from Wenshai, but we also saw a familiar face there, the old man from the Snake Badge Consortium who gave us stuff yesterday. The two seem to have some plan, waiting for the White Wings gang leader's arrangement. Wu Heng relayed the probing details to the two men. After listening, their brows knitted tightly, their expressions revealing confusion and suspicion. Seeing that the person from the consortium yesterday was now together with their target to be captured, they still had something to do. No matter how you looked at it, there were issues, but for a moment, it was somewhat incomprehensible. Tapani, looking serious, asked, "What are your thoughts?" Wu Heng pondered for a moment and said, "There are two possibilities. One is that the White Wings gang has some connection with the Snake Badge Consortium, discussing matters over there, which could affect our capture. The second possibility is that there might be an issue with the old man's identity. Which do you lean towards?" "The second one," Wu Heng said. Their gazes sharpened. If it were the second, it meant there was an issue with the identity of someone from the Snake Badge Consortium, and it also signified that yesterday's solved case would be entirely overturned. "Why?" Wu Heng said, "Elder and the headmaster might not understand this area. Inside Hueco Kingdom, the existence of the Snake Badge Consortium is illegal, and after a conflict had occurred, it was forcibly shut down. Even if the Snake Badge Consortium left someone to watch over the shop, they wouldn't be openly sitting in an official department drinking tea." It was a rather straightforward inference. Jian Vito stroked his beard, puzzled in tone. Gang members were recruited. It might be possible for people from the Snake Badge Consortium to show up. Before Wu Heng could speak, Tapani said, "That's not possible. The biggest promise of the Snake Badge Consortium is only to offer protection to major clients. They wouldn't get involved here." "So, you also think there's an issue with their identity?" Jian Vito asked. Tapani didn't respond. Wu Heng then spoke, "Didn't you feel that yesterday's investigation progressed too quickly? In the morning, we received intelligence about the family of the secret speaker, and from his wife's ticket, we obtained his letters at the Snake Badge Consortium, leading us directly to the murderer and several members of the Double Dragon Gang." Jian Vito said, "That is to say, someone is afraid of escalating the matter, made up some evidence, and handed it to us. It seemed like the association was strong, forcing their way into the city, brazenly catching people to investigate. But this place was still their home ground. The Snake Badge Consortium had already closed down. Someone arranged a fake person there waiting to hand us the leads," Tapani summarized. "Is it possible that the person who appeared yesterday was just playing along with us?" Wu Heng pinched the bridge of his nose. "They want us to wrap things up quickly and leave." Tapani also nodded. This reasoning could make sense. If the case can't proceed, the headquarters will pay even more attention to this matter, as many places are watching the association's actions, and in any case, they will want a result. "So, what do we do next?" Jian Vito asked. While speaking, both of them looked at Wu Heng. The headquarters plan was for Wu Heng to lead the investigation, and with this key clue discovered by his ghost, they were especially interested in hearing his thoughts. "Speculating now is useless. I think we should start by arresting people. Just bring in those two for questioning, and that woman who left this morning, arrange for someone to follow her and see if they can bring her back." Wu Heng voiced his idea. "That works, let's do that." Tapani agreed with Wu Heng's approach and continued, "If the two really have just ordinary relations, we will stick with the previous conjecture that the murderer is the leader of the Double Dragon Gang." "I have no objections." Jian Vito nodded as well. "Okay, let's not delay further," Tapani said. "Wu Heng, Jian Vito, go capture them immediately. Before the city army takes action, bring them back for interrogation." The task of capturing the suspects was again assigned to Wu Heng and the veteran mage. Both nodded in agreement. They left the room and enlisted 2 level 15 professionals, 2 association squads, and over 100 skeleton warriors at the door. They grandly exited the association's main gate, heading toward the dispatch hall. Meanwhile, several tamed beasts flew around the corners, swiftly following the team. The dispatch hall was a 4-story building. Bang! The door was violently broken open. The association members, along with skeletons, charged into the building, subduing any soldiers who tried to resist or report. This was not a military camp, just a functional department. There weren't many soldiers inside. It wasn't too difficult. Wu Heng led his team straight into the building's hall. The White Wings gang leader, missing an earlobe, stood there in shock, watching the intruders. He swallowed several times before saying, "Gentlemen, this is a critical dispatch area. I'm afraid this is not in compliance with the rules." No one paid him any mind, and the search began everywhere. Soon, an elder from the Snake Badge Consortium, captured in the shared video feed, was brought back. "What are you doing here?" Jian Vito asked him directly. The elder, looking somewhat panicked, said, "I came to sort out some issues. These have nothing to do with the association." Wu Heng glanced at him, then looked around, and declared, In the case of human trafficking in the Emerald Sea, the suspect, the White Wings gang leader, along with his associate, are confirmed. Bring them back for investigation. The association members quickly moved forward and forcibly captured the two men, hurrying back toward the association. At the same time, several figures departed quickly. They headed to the city lord's mansion and the military barracks to report the situation. Back at the association, Wu Heng and Jian Vito walked at the forefront, followed by association members, escorting the White Wings gang leader and the elder dressed in dark clothes. Elder Tapani stood in the hall and, with a serious tone, asked, "Are their identities confirmed?" Wu Heng nodded. "Their identities are confirmed." "Interrogate separately, Wu Heng, you take the White Wings gang member, and quick," Tapani instructed. "Understood." Wu Heng nodded and pointed to the gang leader. "Take him to the interrogation room." Inside the interrogation room, after the investigator prepared everything, Wu Heng straightforwardly said, "Tell the truth, and you can live. Beat around the bush, and you meet your end." The gang leader, his voice low, replied, "What do you want to ask?" "I've done nothing against the association." "You don't even have the level to oppose the association," Wu Heng continued. "Who made you transport people to Bijaya City?" The gang leader was taken aback. "I don't know what you're talking about. Surely someone is framing me. I'm willing to confront them." His tone was vehement, portraying himself as the wronged party. Wu Heng found the performance somewhat amusing. These pieces of information were obtained through Wenshai. Compared to the living, the dead do not lie. Before Wu Heng could speak, a priest by his side said, "He's lying." "Here, cut off one of his fingers," Wu Heng ordered. No need for the association's men to act. The accompanying skeleton drew a short sword, and amidst the victim's terror and struggle, flicked off a finger. A pained wail echoed from the room. "Stop the bleeding." The priest cast a skill, and the wound swiftly healed. "Don't lose that finger," Wu Heng remarked and then continued, "Who's behind this?" The man jerked his head up, glaring ferociously. "Quite the tough guy." Cut 2. Wu Heng was about to speak when his tone abruptly paused. He felt his ghost flying back from outside, penetrating into his body. Wu Heng sat upright in his seat. Visions shared from his mind. Above, dense level white columns converged into a light band, approaching from afar. Wu Heng's eyes instantly narrowed. "Damn, they've gone mad." Chapter 697, "It's him, what's going on?" The priest asked curiously, turning around. "The military camp's troops are gathering here." The beams of light that the ghost could see represented the target's level, and such dense and unified movement could only belong to the city's military forces. This also proved that among these two men, there was definitely an important secret. They were involved in this city's affairs to the extent that they had no choice but to confront the consortium head-on. Hearing this, everyone in the room was momentarily stunned. Where did Island Lord Wu Heng get his information? They're risking their lives by converging on the consortium. The priest still couldn't believe it. Not to mention whether the other side dared to do this. Even if they succeeded, the head office wouldn't let this city go. Unless they were prepared to give up the city and live a life on the run. Wu Heng said directly, "Go inform the elders, and repeat exactly what I said." "Yes." A team member immediately left the room. Wu Heng's gaze then fell on the White Wings gang leader, whose face revealed a barely concealable joy, a delight that he was about to be rescued. "Kill him, then question the dead," Wu Heng said. The gang leader's face changed dramatically, his eyes widening as he stared at him. "You're insane. Stop, stop, just ask me whatever you want, I'll tell you, don't be rash." The skeleton attendant stepped forward, and a short blade plunged directly into the chest. Blood gushed out profusely. Another 2 thrusts were delivered swiftly, hastening death. Soon, the smell of blood filled the air. The priest frowned deeply, while the investigator kept precise records. Wu Heng stood up, and communicate with the dead was released. The body rose and sat on its knees, gazing over. "Who is the official behind sending people to Bijaya City?" "The Minister of Internal Affairs, Morris." "What is the purpose of transporting people?" "I'm not sure, but I guess it might be related to religion." Wu Heng turned and looked at the priest, who was taken aback and gave a wide-eyed look. As if to say, "Why are you looking at me? It wasn't our church that did it." Thinking quickly, the direction of the questioning started to change. "When you were captured, that elder in the dark clothes, who was he?" The body responded, "A person arranged by Morris, needed us to make arrangements to leave the city." "Was he from the Snake Badge Consortium?" "I'm not sure. I don't think so. The Snake Badge Consortium left here a long time ago." After 5 questions, the body collapsed with a thud. Wu Heng looked towards the investigator. "Did you get all that down?" "It's all recorded." "Let's go to the elder's room." Exiting the room, Elder Tapani was issuing commands, and all the rangers in the team had been dispatched. The other members were also ready for battle. Seeing Wu Heng emerge and glancing at the body dragged out behind him, he asked, "What did you find out?" "The mastermind behind the transport of women and children is the Minister of Internal Affairs, Morris. The other person, he said, is most likely not from the Snake Badge Consortium," Wu Heng said. Tapani nodded. "Kill and question the dead, then rush out to the harbor." It seemed like they had also made up their mind. There was no more messing around with consortium processes. The two entered the room, carrying a strong smell of blood. In the room, Giant Vito was still interrogating, which didn't seem to be going smoothly. Glancing over, Tapani said directly, "Wu Heng questions, investigator records." Wu Heng glanced at the room, picked up the investigator's notes and looked at them, then said directly, "Kill him, question the dead." The elderly man opposite turned pale and immediately shouted, "You need to follow the procedure." Karim plunged the blade twice into the chest, and the body slowly slumped down, dead on the spot. Wu Heng didn't risk any delay and directly released communicate with the dead. The body sat up again, gazing at the group. Wu Heng asked, "Are you from the Snake Badge Consortium?" "No, who told you to disguise yourself?" The corpse replied, "The commander, Lukina." The room fell silent instantly. Everyone frowned. Wu Heng felt somewhat surprised, yet it seemed reasonable. According to the rules, the entire city was under the city lord's management, but being rarely seen and the only level 18 professional in town, it wasn't strange to do these things. "Does the city lord's mansion know about the whole event with the consortium?" "Yes." Now, it appeared the entire plan was something prearranged. To give the consortium a false clue and resolve this matter quickly. Wu Heng then asked, "Was the death of the local steward related to these two?" It was. Their gazes sharpened once again. Anger flitted across Tapani's eyes. They were basically playing him. And the culprits turned out to be these two. One last question remained. Wu Heng asked, "Repeat what you know about the steward's murder." The corpse replied, "All I know is that the commander had arranged an ambush. They killed the local steward and several members, and their bodies were burned along with those who died in battle." The 5 questions concluded, and the corpse went limp again. Tapani looked towards the investigator. "Did you get all that?" "I did," the investigator nodded. "Wrap up the body." Someone brought out a straw mat, enveloped the body in it, and Tapani directly stored it into the space ring. After the interrogation, the ranger hurriedly entered. "Elder, I have found that the enemy army is fully armed with crossbows and heading this way." "How many?" "A large number, I fear it's over 5,000. Their faces turned grim. "Let's go to the harbor, board the ship, and just leave." "Yes." Everyone promptly left. Wu Heng quickly returned to the dormitory, picked up the radio to call Philippa, but there was no response. He then said, "The city's army is going to strike at us. Be ready to help us board and then leave." After that, he put away the device. He jumped down from the upstairs and swiftly followed the team towards the harbor. At the harbor, a group of city guards stood on the gangway, glancing up at the female captain and the skeleton, smiled, and said, "You must be the captain from our headquarters, right? The elder from the consortium has asked us to notify you to come to the consortium for an important discussion." Philippa's expression immediately sharpened. She scanned the soldiers below and asked, "The elder sent for me?" The soldier delivering the message also slightly stiffened. He quickly realized there was a mistake in his words. A short sword slipped from his sleeve, violently thrusting towards Philippa's chest. Philippa was already prepared, swiftly retreating, while her skeleton attendant stepped forward, its long sword chopping towards the opponent's head. Clang! A harsh metallic clang rang out, and the soldier below staggered backward several steps. The soldiers behind him drew their weapons and shouted, "Board the ship! Go to the commander for the reward." Saying this, they continued to charge forward. Simultaneously, from below the harbor, a large group of men burst from alleys on both sides, and several warships also rapidly surrounded them. Philippa's eyes narrowed, looking at the arriving soldiers. Trouble had occurred. They were going to fight the army. Prepare for battle. And lock up the 5th princess and that maid. Chapter 698, Why is it the attempt to assassinate Philippa had failed? Then came the noisy sound of footsteps. A large number of patrol guards and city defense army had assembled at the front of the road, with swords and blades drawn and crossbows readied, their gazes uniformly fixed on the side of the fleet. And behind them at sea, 12 Hueco Kingdom naval ships appeared one after another, quickly forming a fleet, and tossing wooden barrels overboard into the sea. Floating on the surface, they sealed off the escape route from the port. Philippa watched the gathering crowd with a fierce expression, scanning everyone's movements. Having been a pirate or having followed Wu Heng to kill enemies, she had seen blood and grander scenes, showing not the slightest panic. "Philippa, why are you capturing me?" the 5th princess shouted, struggling to free herself from the skeleton holding her back. Philippa turned to look. "Just stay put." The fifth princess glanced at the fleet blocking the sea behind her and the troops gathering at the port, her face turning a shade paler once again. From the scene that had unfolded before her eyes, she could guess what had happened. If the killer was only the gang leader identified yesterday, then the whole case was nearing its end. The sudden abnormal assembly of the army here meant that the association investigation team had found a new clue. And it was a clue related to the leaders of the entire city. These people wanted not only to harm the city but also to kill the entire Hueco kingdom. After looking around at everyone, the fifth princess turned her gaze back to Philippa and said, "I've lost this time. My life is yours. Take me with you to save Wu Heng and the others. After all, I am a member of the royal family." Seeing the seriousness of the other party, Philippa said, "There's an elder in the association, and not to mention you're an escaped fifth princess. Not even your father alive would necessarily do any good. Why do you have to speak so unpleasantly?" "TCH," Philippa grinned with a scoff. Behind her, a large group of skeletons began to gather on the edges of the deck. The navy wore armor, wielding firearms. Using the fence as a cover, they readied themselves for battle. Below, the army quickly completed its assembly, with infantry in the front row and soldiers holding crossbows following up, along with the crossbow carts being pushed out. An austere and deadly atmosphere instantly spread throughout. This was a feeling that bandits and pirates could not reach. At this moment, two soldiers carrying a chair walked out and placed it in the center of the army. A slender, tall man dressed in the attire of a city defense commander came out and nonchalantly sat down in the chair, legs crossed, looking forward. Then, he murmured a few words. A soldier hurriedly ran close to the ships and shouted loudly, "All crew aboard, listen up. All ships must unconditionally submit to our control. Now everyone, disembark." "So much nonsense, just shoot him," Philippa said. Bang. One of the skeletons beside her raised an arm and fired a shot. The loud report of the gun was ear-piercing, and the shouting soldier instantly fell into a pool of blood. The distant army, too, was startled by the sudden gunfire. Then, trumpets suddenly blew in the midst of the Hueco Kingdom army. The muffled, thunderous sound of the horns immediately resonated far and wide. "Kill!" The shout of kill echoed all around. The troops below immediately began their charge, throngs surging towards the port. Infantry pressed in, with the ranks of crossbowmen in tow, preparing to attack within shooting range. As the army got closer, they began preparing to board the gangways. Philippa leaned forward and ordered, "Shoot those bastards for me." As her words fell, skeletons rose from the edge of the deck, dark muzzles of their guns aimed at the crowd below. Bang! Bang bang bang! Rifles began to fire in bursts, followed by the high-positioned machine guns spitting flames at the crowd below. In an instant, bullets streamed out from the several docked ships, and the front row soldiers rushing towards them fell in heaps. Boom boom! The crossbow carts, not yet pushed into position, were hit by machine cannon shells. In an instant, the cart exploded, scattering the operating soldiers to pieces. "Blow up that group of magicians over there," Philippa pointed. The machine cannon swiveled its barrel. The group of magicians below immediately showed terror and panic. Soon after, the group exploded, the magicians who acted slightly slow were blown sky high. The fifth princess and the little maid hid behind the fence, covering their ears and curling up together. What was happening? The seemingly fierce kingdom army was collapsing so easily. They charged headlong and then fell, one by one. Such weapons! "Princess, what are these?" the little maid shouted. "The mysterious weapons of Gold and Silver Island, the ones used to repel the pirates," the fifth princess replied subconsciously. Watching the army deaths mount, she felt an indescribable heaviness in her heart, even knowing that it was Natalie City that had done wrong, but after all, it was the people of the kingdom dying. But without doing so, if the people of the association really died here, the consequences would only be more severe. "Blow up that commander," Philippa said again. The machine cannon barrel turned once more, its barrel elevated upward. The commander, already petrified in place, saw the cannon aimed in his direction, and his heart tightened instantly as he broke into a run to the side. Boom boom. The next second, an explosion burst out behind him. Accompanied by a sky of limbs and rubble, his body was hurled into the air and crashed down in the distance. "Darn, just missed," Philippa slapped the fence forcefully. If he wasn't blown to death, he might very well resort to using an elixir to recover. It was just by that little bit. Philippa turned to look over her shoulder, towards the direction of Emerald Sea, where the massive Hueco Kingdom naval fleet was still lingering, not approaching any closer. "They've dispersed," the little maid shouted. Looking again towards the port. The charging troops retreated in a disheveled mess, leaving behind nothing but bodies strewn across the ground. Chapter 698, Why is it you some who were seriously injured but not dead lay on the ground, wailing loudly? "What do we do next?" the fifth princess asked. Philippa glanced around and then spoke to the big skull and leather armor beside her, split the skeleton flying dragons into two groups. One to attack the enemy's ships at sea, the other to assault those hiding. The rest prepare to advance and clear the path for Wu Heng. There were still many enemies below. Although they had retreated, they just hid behind the outer buildings and didn't really leave. Moreover, Wu Heng hadn't returned yet. They had ships on their side, defending against the sea. Wu Heng was originally in the city, which could be more dangerous. Whether the people from the association's headquarters lived or died didn't matter, but nothing could happen to Wu Heng. As the orders were given, a howling sound came from the giant cargo ship. Skeleton flying dragons jumped off from both sides, circling the sky before flying off in different directions, one group towards the sea and the other towards the harbor. Reaching a certain height, the chamber in their chest cavities opened, and a dense rain of iron fell from the sky. Dust and smoke rose everywhere, blotting out the sun. On the main road leading to the harbor, the association's members quickened their pace again. It wasn't just Wu Heng and those from headquarters, but also local association members and some of their families. Both sides had revealed their stances. Any person left behind faced only the prospect of being killed. "Uncle, there's poisonous smoke," a voice reached Wu Heng's ears. At the same time, billowing smoke suddenly rose on both sides, dark as ink and with an acrid smell, spreading toward them. "Poison gas, take precautions," Wu Heng shouted, putting on his gas mask. The rest of the people also began to react, donning protective gear or using hoods to cover their mouths and noses. The priests in the group quickly moved beside the elders and veteran mages, one hand on their bodies, casting a protective shield enveloping them and driving away the poison. The two unanimously recognized as the highest combat power in the group had to be secured unharmed, only then would the others survive. Mage Giant Vito swung his magic wand with force, whipping up strong gusts of wind. The poison smoke was blown away, only to spread again. "You were already given a murderer. Why didn't you leave peacefully instead of looking for your own deaths?" A cold voice came from another direction through the smoke. Faint shapes could be seen behind the haze. "It's the commander of level 18, Glenda's voice came again to his ears. Wu Heng stepped forward and whispered, "It's the city's commander, a level 18 professional. I've investigated him before." Elder Tapani narrowed his eyes. No wonder, there was a level 18 professional in the city. He nodded slightly and addressed those in front. "Do you understand the consequences of killing members of the association's headquarters? Not only will you not survive, but the entire Hueco kingdom, including your families, will be implicated." While speaking, people behind him fell one after another, poisoned. The detoxifying potion was unable to counteract the ongoing toxicity, and the priests in the team could only continually supply a protective shield against the poison to a few high-level professionals. After speaking, he whispered again to the side, "Danger, take Wu Heng and Sim and leave, teleport out." Giant Vito asked, "And the others?" "It's up to fate." "Understood." They spoke quietly. From the other side came sneering laughter. "Hey! Send more men, and kill them just like you did, presumptuous." With a thunderous shout, Tapani dashed forward with a light tap of his foot, plunging into the smoke. Accompanying the movement, storms thundered. Then, they could see Elder Tapani's figure clashing fiercely with others in the smoke, sword radiance and fist gangs splashing everywhere, exploding around. "Kill!" At the same time, shouts of killing rose all around. A large group of kingdom's soldiers emerged from both sides, their mouths and noses covered, obviously unafraid of the poison smoke. They must have had specially made detoxification potion. "Engage the enemy!" Giant Vito shouted loudly, pointing his magic wand forward. Boom boom. Lines of lightning struck down from the sky. Enemy soldiers caught in the path lay charred and limp on the ground. Association members charged out with their weapons, confronting the enemy head-on. Bang bang bang. On Wu Heng's side, a few skeletons holding machine guns fired at the enemy ahead. A row of enemies fell dead. Using Battleground of Remains to cast corpse manipulation skill. The dead bodies on the ground transformed into carrion, clawing and biting at the enemy. As each carrion was killed, it continued to turn into spiders the size of a bowl. The spider died, the evil explosion skill triggered. Necromantic poison gas permeated the surroundings. It created an isolation zone in the direction of Wu Heng's defense. "Stop killing and find out who's commanding," Wu Heng said to the half-empty air. The three ghosts stopped their killing. They quickly dispersed and flew in different directions. Wu Heng glanced at his own side. The carrion could withstand for a while. He immediately went to support the others behind. With the rifle in hand, he mowed down the enemies, then transformed the corpses for attack. As a necromancer, he was suited for these kinds of battlefield situations. With enough corpses and the ability to continuously transform them from the rear, Wu Heng, That island master is in that building. He's commanding the battle here. Bella flew back from outside and whispered in his ear. They had found the commander. Get Glenda to kill him. She can't. He must be carrying some kind of item, Glenda said. This fellow was really well prepared. I'll go kill him, Wu Hang said. There are ambushes in the building. It seems they are waiting for Giant Vito to teleport in. Tricky. Wu Hang muttered under his breath and quickly walked toward Giant Vito's position. That island master is commanding the battle. Where? Giant Vito asked curiously. In that building over there, giving out orders through messenger soldiers, Wu Hang pointed into the distance. Giant Vito glanced at the distant building and said, I'll go and kill him. Let me do it. The skeletons and I are better suited for fighting inside the building, Wu Hang said. You're going to kill your way through? Wait for me to bring back his head, tell everyone to hold on, Wu Hang said before calling Kaizayu and Karim to stand beside him. The array pattern beneath his feet lit up, covering Wu Hang and the skeleton in its glow. Giant Vito's eyes widened. You learned it? The next second, they vanished. Giant Vito was somewhat startled in place. How did he just join the necromancy school? Murmuring to himself, his magic wand swung again. A barrage of energy arrows fell from above, crackling into the crowd, causing another large number of enemies to die. Squeak, squeak. A grating noise sounded. Bang. A crossbow bolt as thick as an arm shot in from a distance, shattering the carrion along its path, and a guild member was sent flying backward. Giant Vito's gaze turned to the source as bolts of lightning struck down the ballistae. The array flickered. Accompanied by the skeleton, Wu Hang appeared at the entrance of the building. The ghost had detected ambushes and traps inside, so they hadn't dared to jump in recklessly. Ready to go on a killing spree? Wu Hang shook his head. Ready, Zhao raised her hand. The other two ghosts nodded their heads as well. Squeak. Just as he was about to suggest rushing in, the door in front opened by itself, and two messenger soldiers hurriedly ran out. Seeing Wu Hang and the skeleton attendant, they paused in their steps. Turning to run back, they were killed by Kaizayu, who advanced forward. Wu Hang entered the building with the skeleton. I was expecting Giant Vito to come, said Daxier, the city lord inside the building, his tone somewhat surprised. Around him were the hidden assassins and devices, ready to attack if Giant Vito teleported in. What were you thinking? Aren't you afraid the guild will come after you? Wu Hang asked, voicing his doubt. I've been trying to hold on, but unfortunately, you kept investigating, Daxier sighed, tied to the carriage. I had no choice but to move forward. Brittany was sure you wouldn't do this. It seems she was mistaken. The fifth princess? She's a bit too idealistic in her view of things, Daxier said with a smile. Today only one of us can live, and if you win, you'll get a lot of answers when you question the corpse. You make me quite eager, Wu Hang said with a smile. Daxier said no more, his eyes instantly turning cold as he said in a chilled voice, kill him. Were. Countless figures pounced from every direction. Chapter 699, Looking back, there is only one way. The courtyard was filled with soldiers clad in heavy armor, with shields and long swords placed in front of them, resembling machines forged from steel. The gate was kicked open with a bang. All eyes simultaneously turned towards the three figures who burst in. It's the enemy. Someone shouted. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The soldiers picked up their hand crossbows and fired. Two skeletons shielded Wu Hang, arrows piercing their leather armor and embedding in their bodies. Kill. Wipe them out. Orders were issued almost simultaneously on both sides. The heavy armored infantry picked up their weapons and charged towards the door. Kaizayu and Karim, splitting to the left and right, leveled their machine guns and began firing at the incoming crowd. Bang bang bang. The booming explosions and the sound of bullets tearing through metal armor echoed throughout the area. At such a close distance, the bullets had maximum lethal effect. The seemingly impregnable armor was torn open, creating gaping holes into which the bodies of the soldiers were embedded. Some tried to raise their shields in defense, but under the dense, rain-like barrage, the shields shattered, and the heavy armored infantry fell in batches, filling the entire courtyard. Everyone was dead, and the machine guns ceased firing. The air was filled with the acrid smell of gunpowder and overwhelming blood. Wu Hang raised his magic wand, and a gray-white ring of light spread out. The heavy armored infantry who had just died in the courtyard staggered to their feet and walked towards them. Blood and flesh, melted from the holes in their shattered armor, continuously leaked out, dripping and forming puddles on the ground. Uncle, they are still inside, guarding the entrance, waiting for you to enter, Zhao said. The city lord didn't escape through the back door, did he? No, Aunt Glenda is watching him. He can't escape, Zhao replied. Wu Hang nodded, glancing at the tightly closed building in front of him. Through the cracks, he could sense the eyes watching from the other side. They hadn't immediately fled through the back. Did they think they still had a chance to fight back, relying on the mechanisms and ambushes inside the building? Creak. The door of the building opened a crack. As if provoking, daring them to come inside. You all die utterly, but I still wish to be a hero. Wu Heng pulled a machine cannon directly from his space ring. He set it up on the ground, arranging the ammunition belt, and aimed the barrel forward. The next second, like the roar of a heavenly god, dense flames shot towards the building in front. Doors and windows were as fragile as paper, and bricks, stone, and debris flew everywhere. The sturdy walls, under the rain-like bombardment of shells, crumbled into ruins, dust rising like smoke. Once the ammunition belt was depleted, casings covered the ground. The walls shook precariously and then collapsed with a thunderous crash, stirring up clouds of dust. The scene inside the building was now fully exposed. The ground was littered with bodies blasted apart, limbs and fragments scattered throughout the room. A few severely wounded soldiers, coughing up blood, as the walls collapsed, showed terrified expressions when they saw the machine cannon outside. Coughing blood, they cried out, "Spare us, it's not our fault. Don't kill us. Willing to cooperate with the investigation, spare us, please spare us." As one shouted, the others also began to cry out. They pleaded loudly, now willing to cooperate with the investigation, just to be spared. Wu Heng scanned the inside, not seeing the city lord Daxier among the living. Wu Heng waved his hand, "Kill them all." The heavy armor skeleton standing by rushed forward. They killed the wounded who were wailing inside the room. What time was it? The exterior forces were still besieging the guild members. Keeping prisoners would only bring trouble. "Uncle, that person is inside," Zhao immediately said. Within a room inside. The city lord Daxier, covered in blood, his one arm limply hanging, desperately gulped down an elixir. Listening to the pleas outside and the final cries. Daxier's complexion grew even uglier and panicked. He had managed to hold back 2 level 18 professionals, the rest was to finish off everyone. But the least noticeable, thought only to be coming along for investigative purposes, the island master of the Gold and Silver Island demonstrated such formidable combat power. Replacing the veteran mage, he had reached him. Not right. Even if that level 18 mage came over, he probably couldn't destroy a building into this state within a few seconds. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? Daxier cursed, feeling regret once again. He shouldn't have underestimated him. Or, he shouldn't have agreed to this plan. Struggling to take out a scroll, he tore it open forcefully. A magic array for teleportation gradually lit up beneath his feet. Swoosh. Suddenly, a sharp sword flew out of nowhere. Daxier dodged instinctively, and the magic array disappeared. Then, the door was kicked open. Wu Heng, accompanied by a skeleton attendant, stepped in vigorously. Daxier, with a severed arm and covered in blood, looked disheveled. Seeing Wu Heng walk in, he said with a bitter smile, "I miscalculated your abilities. I'm curious, what were you thinking? You didn't want to be the city lord anymore, so you killed members of the association?" Wu Heng asked him. Ever since the local steward's death, he had suspected the city lord. Like Philippa had analyzed, whoever could clean up the scene easiest was either the culprit or an accomplice. The only thing the headquarters couldn't be sure of was that no one would be foolish enough to take a hard stand against the association using everything they had. "If you saw things from my perspective, you'd realize this was the only path left," Daxier said with a bitter smile. "Maybe so. Brittany was sure you wouldn't do this." "It looks like she was wrong," Wu Heng nodded. "The 5th princess? She's the smartest in the royal family but views things too idealistically, like an overprotected child. Still, I'm glad to hear she's alive," Daxier added and then said, "Can I live if I surrender? I pose no threat to you now, I can cooperate with you." Wu Heng glanced at his severed arm and shook his head. "No, I need your head to quell the chaos outside." "So, it's down to who can survive." Daxier's gaze sharpened suddenly, and with his remaining hand, he drew a short sword. Wu Heng looked sideways and said, "Kill him, but don't ruin his appearance." "Arrogant." Daxier shouted and charged. Kaizayu also transformed into a streak of light and charged forward. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of his opponent, and with a single punch, he smashed his throat. Daxier's body flew backward, slid down the wall, his eyes widened, and his body slowly slumped down. "Wrap it up." The skeleton took down a tapestry nearby, wrapped up the body, and stored it in the space ring. Wu Heng entered the main hall, corpse battlefield, was released again, and several skeletons stood up around. "Follow me." Together, they walked quickly towards the outside. In a part of the city, the wind howled, and the sound of the clash was deafening. Elder Tapani held a sword in one hand, his eyes sharp, his sword as agile as a silver snake, constantly attacking from fast and tricky angles. Opposite him stood a burly, bearded fist master. His steps were steady, his fists flowed continuously, each fist thrown like an erupting volcano, accompanied by thundering booms and spewing flames. The two fought, the surrounding trees snapped at their trunks, the ground and nearby walls left with cobweb-like indentations and slashes from the sword. The elf race is favored, given ample time to refine their swordsmanship, the fist master said, stepping back to briefly distance himself. It's not your place to judge me, Tapani said coldly. Your people are about to be wiped out, aren't you worried? When only you are left, you won't be able to escape either, the fist master, hands behind him, appeared relaxed. Tapani also forced a smile. The 5 leaders personally chose the investigation team. Do you think you can survive? Even if you wanted to hide like a turtle, you couldn't escape the leader's investigation. Ha! I dare to kill you all. You think these threats scare me? The only thing I'm leaving you with is a dead end. He suddenly looked forward. In the building position of the central district, clouds of dust billowed. How did they find that place? In an alley warfare zone. Rows of bowstrings sounded clear. The army, finding it difficult to break through the front, began to encircle, using long-range combat to deplete the association's manpower. Arrows rained down pitifully, and the association's personnel were in disarray. And outside the association, bodies were already piled up into a small hill. Veteran mage Giant Vito, showing the terrifying strength of a level 18 mage, still struggled to hold back such a massive assault. Wind, thunder, and flames were released simultaneously, massively targeting to kill. Similarly, the continuous casting also made his face increasingly pale and his expression wan. Protect the priest, treat the wounded, Giant Vito said, his beard disheveled, looking back. He looked up, drank an elixir, and waved his magic wand. A fierce wind rose, scattering much of the raining arrows. The priest reached into his cloak, pulled out a jade talisman, and crushed it fiercely. The next second, holy light descended from the sky, and the sound of a choir singing rose. The wounded's injuries healed, and the combatant's strength rapidly recovered. Under the holy light, some of the carrion attendants transformed by Wu Heng emitted pain howls and disintegrated into wisps of ash under the light. Damn it, keep those necromancy creatures away from the holy light. Chapter 700, You look down on me. Muttering a curse under his breath, he grabbed Giant Vito, who was about to rush out. Headmaster, take Mr. Sim and teleport away. Giant Vito shook his head. It's not time to leave yet. Don't wait any longer, Wu Heng must have escaped. If we drag this out, we'll all die. Remember to report the situation truthfully to the guild and avenge us, another person said. Whoosh! Amidst their conversation, the sound of tearing through the air came from overhead. Several crossbow arrows, as thick as a small arm, suddenly plummeted from the sky. Thud, thud. The sound of arrows piercing flesh resonated. Crossbow arrows pierced through the guild members who couldn't dodge in time, causing further casualties. At Giant Vito's side, an attendant's iron breastplate was torn apart, his body pierced and pinned to the ground, his blood and innards gushing out. Blood poured from his mouth and nose. Yabo! Giant Vito called out. The attendant, in agony, clenched his teeth, blood-stained gums flashing as he intermittently spoke. My lord, get out of here quickly. Don't talk, take this elixir first. Giant Vito opened the elixir and poured it into his mouth. Blood and elixir trickled down from the corners of his mouth. Kill. At that moment, the army launched another attack, with shields in front and crossbows providing cover. They swiftly closed in like a crushing wave. Sim, more. Giant Vito called out. 2 investigators, taking notes on paper, quickly came over. Take care, everyone, I will ensure that the full account reaches the guild, Giant Vito said. An array gradually lit up under their feet. And Wu Heng, he deserted the battle. We'll give him a good beating for us, a priest shouted. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Giant Vito, who was casting a spell, suddenly stopped his magic and looked up. And there he saw a flying carpet approaching them. Deserting the battle? Will a necromancer run out from a pile of dead on the battlefield? You underestimate me. Wu Heng, covered in bloodstains, appeared haggard and weary. As he spoke, his gaze fell on the somewhat tragic group of guild members below. As Wu Heng made his appearance, everyone's eyes suddenly widened. They never expected that he hadn't run away, nor did they expect him to return. Wu Heng, why have you come back? Did you find the city lord? I just said it in passing, why did you really come back? There was a chorus of noise. His delay made them think he had fled the battle. But now that they saw him return, they had a sinking feeling of having walked into a trap. Wasn't he just asking to die again? The flying carpet rose higher. Wu Heng held a corpse in one hand and a megaphone in the other, shouting loudly, City Lord Dakeseer is dead. Those who leave on their own accord will be spared any blame, while the stubborn will be wanted by the guild. The sound of the horn spread rapidly. The advancing troops, also drawn by the mighty shout, looked up. When they saw the body in his hand, a blood-stained brocade robe like a dead dog, the advancing steps began to slow down. The city lord? Dead? The professional soldiers on the side of the guild were different. The soldiers forcibly conscripted in the city only understood that the city lord was the highest-ranking person, representing the Hueco kingdom and also representing the highest power of the city. Now the city lord was dead. Was there still any point in continuing this battle? Drop your weapons and go home, don't lose your life here. The sound of the horn spread. At the same time, suddenly, large shadows loomed overhead, and turning to look, a group of skeleton flying dragons came flying from the direction of the port, covering the sky and sun. Behind them was a large skeleton army, weapons in hand, rapidly advancing towards them. Soldiers of the Hueco kingdom, upon seeing the city lord's death and already beginning to waver, lost all morale at the sight of the flying dragons and the continued arrival of the guild's reinforcements. Subsequently, some soldiers started to flee, some clashing with the enforcers in their rear. The flag was thrown to the ground. More and more soldiers followed suit, scattering in disarray. In the blink of an eye, the fighting force had vanished. The association, too, breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Heng descended from the sky and gathered up the city lord's corpse. The ground was strewn with injured and a few dead attendants and members. Wu Heng walked over, the revival technique was cast in succession, and several deceased members were turned into those severely injured. The priests began to unleash the holy word technique, as well as consume elixirs. The city lord is dead? Jian Vito asked. Dead, Wu Heng answered, as the corpse battlefield was released. The corpses piled up like mountains around them instantly transformed into skeletons which staggered to their feet. Rotten flesh oozed out from the gaps in their armor. Take the injured to the fleet, don't walk alone, follow the skeletons, Jian Vito commanded and then turned to Wu Heng. Wu Heng, command some skeletons to help us take down that level 18 professional. Yes, Director, the association members replied. Wu Heng nodded, right. A fraction of the skeletons were mobilized, and they set off at a brisk pace toward where Trapani had been pursuing. Since the exact location of the two level 18s clashing was still unknown, teleportation was not an option. They could only run and search as they went. The two, leading a vast array of skeletons, charged forward. Along the way, they could see soldiers who had thrown away their helmets and armor, terror-stricken as they watched the skull troop and hide in nearby alleys. Halfway through the journey, they ran head-on into Elder Trapani heading back. Jian Vito furrowed his brow. Did you get him? Trapani, looking at the two men and the skeleton army behind them, said, I saw him escape the city. I came back to help you. What's happening? Escaped? It seemed the Fist Master knew something had gone wrong with the plan. Unable to claim victory anymore, staying would only mean facing off against two level 18 professionals. So, the choice was made to flee. Wu Heng killed the city lord, and reinforcements from the harbor have arrived, Jian Vito explained briefly before suddenly turning his fierce gaze on Wu Heng. You brought so many skeletons here? The biggest ship's deck is filled with flying dragons, and its hold is packed with skeletons, Wu Heng stated. You actually anticipated that they would attack us? Jian Vito said. Just in case. In truth, that ship was already intended by Wu Heng to serve as a troop transport. Inside the battleship's cabin, Wu Heng, Trapani, Jian Vito, and several level 15 professionals each sat on chairs, eating to replenish their strength while discussing future plans. Thanks to Wu Heng's presence, those who had died were saved and brought back to life. However, those who had lost limbs couldn't have their missing parts regenerated. At least their lives were saved. Has the cause been found out? Trapani asked. We've brought back the city lord's corpse, we can perform a wenshai later, and then we'll know everything, Wu Heng replied. The others nodded in agreement. Although only 5 questions could be asked, it was sufficient to find out the whole story. Jian Vito took a sip of water, pulled out a wooden comb, and combed his beard. What about this city? Without a city lord and with soldiers in chaos everywhere, as soon as we leave, this place will become a den of bandits. The situation of the city now posed a problem. With the association present, there was still some deterrence, at least there wouldn't be any outrageous actions taken. But once the association personnel left, if they really departed this place, it would quickly become something else entirely. Maybe the association could manage it for a while? Suggested a short person. That could work. Let Wu Heng's skeletons patrol first, to stabilize the order within the city. The case hasn't been completely investigated yet. Won't the Hueco Kingdom suspect us of deliberately killing people to occupy the city? They attempted to assassinate association members, we still need to hold them accountable. In history, there's never been a precedent for the association taking over an independent city-state. The group exchanged views back and forth. Tapani turned to Wu Heng. Wu Heng, what do you think? While eating, Wu Heng looked up. The association definitely cannot leave now, otherwise, chaos will ensue again in the city. I think we should first report to the association's headquarters and see how the leaders want to handle it. Yeah, right, let's see what the leaders decide, Tapani agreed. Excuse me for interrupting, Philippa suddenly raised her hand. Everyone's attention promptly shifted to the young girl captained by Wu Heng's side. It was said that she had held the fleet and decisively ordered the skeleton army to enter the city for the rescue. She had essentially saved everyone's lives. Young lady, what are your thoughts? Jian Vito asked. The fifth princess from the kingdom is on board the ship, she could stabilize the officials here. Chapter 701, We were all young once a princess of the kingdom? Philippa's words caused everyone present to furrow their brows, then they all turned to look at Wu Heng. It was originally just an investigation of a city in the Hueco kingdom. And now you're hiding a princess on your ship. Everyone's gaze turned to him, and Wu Heng's eating halted as he explained, the Hueco kingdom is in chaos, and the fifth princess fled to Gold and Silver Island. I and Steward Zai Ligui have written a report to headquarters about this. How did she come along? Tapani continued to ask. She heard the association was investigating Netali City and snuck aboard the fleet. At that point, we were already at sea, and there was no choice but to let her come along. I thought there wouldn't be any serious issues this time, so I didn't mention it to you all, Wu Heng added. Don't worry, her presence has nothing to do with the operations in the city, and she hasn't been involved in the kingdom's conflicts. When she returned, Philippa roughly shared the story of the fifth princess. Facing the attack of the army, using herself as a hostage to save these people from the association. How should I put it? This fifth princess seems to be more like an idealist who rarely encounters darkness, still holding on to her faith and sense of justice. Jian Vito stroked his beard. Ah. Be more careful next time. How could such a thing happen with people sneaking in? Exactly, it's a bit odd for an outsider to mix into the fleet on a mission. Island Lord Wu Heng, you're a great detective and didn't notice anything? It couldn't be because she's pretty, right? After all, Island Lord Wu Heng is still young. It's not strange for him. We've all been young, eh? A pretty girl. The crowd joked and laughed about it, and the atmosphere in the room became much more relaxed. It was as if everyone had been young before and could understand. Ah. Wu Heng found they had misunderstood him and immediately said, no, she snuck over on a headquarters ship. The ships from Gold and Silver Island are all manned by skeletons. How could a living person possibly sneak aboard? The playful banter of the crowd suddenly fell silent. Damn, after all the talk, she came from the headquarters ship. They looked at each other and felt a bit embarrassed. Tapani said, alright, it's no big deal that she came along as long as she doesn't have ulterior motives. What does everyone think about having this princess manage the city? Jian Vito stroked his beard. I have no objections. Having this fifth princess step forward will save us a lot of trouble. The others followed suit. I think it's fine too. It's a good thing for us if she manages it. Others might still be in danger. Tapani nodded and looked back to Wu Heng. What do you think, Wu Heng? Wu Heng replied, we might have to ask for her opinion. Tapani downed his drink and said, good, now I'll assign everyone their tasks. Squadrons start planning patrol times to maintain order in the city. Wu Heng, go explain the situation to the fifth princess and see if she's interested in managing the city. Yes. The members responded. Wu Heng nodded to show he understood as well. Alright, eat less for now, and we can have a proper meal tonight. Tapani clapped his hands and spoke again. Everyone rose to their feet and left the cabin. They began to act according to their assigned tasks. At the doorway, Wu Heng. Tapani called out again. Wu Heng looked over. After you speak with the fifth princess, come communicate with the dead. Our task from headquarters isn't done yet. Understood. Wu Heng replied and walked toward the interior cabin. Philippa went up to the deck to arrange for the skeletons to clean up the floating explosive barrels on the sea. In a cabin. The fifth princess Brittany sat in a chair, staring blankly at the tabletop. Association personnel had returned. Some intelligence had also been brought back. It confirmed that City Lord Daxier had commanded the troops to assault the headquarters investigation team, aiming to trap the entire team within the city. The association headquarters would surely investigate this matter. Netali City was finished, and so was the Hueco kingdom. After her father's death, why had the kingdom become like this? Completely rotten. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Your Highness, I am Wu Heng. Are you in there? Brittany's lifeless eyes regained a trace of spirit. Lord Island Master, please come in. The door opened, and Wu Heng walked straight in, casting a glance at her. Where's your maid? I wanted to be alone for a while, so I asked her to take a walk outside, Brittany replied softly. Wu Heng saw no spark of life in her gaze. Even more listless than when on the island. Feeling down? Wu Heng took a seat in a chair beside her. Brittany did not respond. Wu Heng continued, why things have happened this way will be investigated further, and I'll let you know the outcome when it's available. Thank you, Brittany said, her tone betraying no emotion. Wu Heng looked at her, his brow furrowing slightly. He sensed that something was off about her state. In fact, he could empathize with her feelings. Having returned to the modern world from a different world only to find his home gone and the world overrun with zombies. For a long time, he too was enveloped in an unbearably gloomy atmosphere. That pervasive gloom which could not be shaken off. Disappointed with the kingdom now? Yes. Brittany replied decisively. She had intended to propose taking command of the city directly, but the words did not come out. To say so might lead her to believe that the association intended to use her to control the city. And given her current mood, she might become very resistant to this. After some thought, he asked, last time you spoke of establishing your own power and restoring the nation, are you still up for it? Brittany looked at him, somewhat puzzled. She had expected the comfort of platitudes. But instead, he brought up the conversation from their first meeting. Wu Heng continued, you feel the kingdom is becoming worse and worse? Yes. Wu Heng said, ultimately, the people in control of this nation are not up to the task. Now that I see you, I think you are not bad. Stunned, Brittany said on impulse, but do you support me in taking back the kingdom? That depends if you have the determination. Wu Heng glanced at her, after seeing Netali City, who knows if other cities, or perhaps even the royal city where you lived, have become like this. What should I do? Leaning forward, Wu Heng lowered his voice, currently, Netali City is without a city lord. The elders and others are discussing candidates. I'll have a word on your behalf and see if we can let you manage this city and then develop it step by step. Brittany's gaze fluttered, and she began to hesitate again. I'm afraid I won't do well. Can it get any worse than it is now? Brittany, you are intelligent and kind, which makes you seem a bit too emotional. As long as you aim to do well, you will definitely not be worse than your brothers, Wu Heng said with increased intensity and sincerity. Really? Brittany suddenly looked up. Don't you trust what I say? I do. I'm willing to manage this city and stabilize the situation, Brittany said earnestly, nodding. Rising to his feet, Wu Heng said, get ready, I'll go speak with the elders. If there's no problem, I'll send you to the island lord's mansion. Thank you. Wu Heng nodded, opened the door, and walked out. Brittany remained somewhat dazed, then took out a mirror to look at her haggard face. Stepping out of the room, Wu Heng let out a sigh of relief. The situation in Netali City almost plunged the fifth princess into depression. Using the kingdom's army to attack the association investigation team must have been quite a shock. He walked out of the room to the deck. Elder Tapani and the others stood aside, chatting. Seeing him come out, they asked, how did it go? The recent turn of events has hit her hard, but she accepted our proposal. She will take charge of the city as a princess, Wu Heng reported. The group nodded, that's for the best. Let's proceed to the communicate with the dead. Wu Heng brought out the body of Dakeseer, the city lord, pulled back the tapestry, exposing his original form. The technique communicate with the dead was cast, and the body suddenly sat up. Its eyes turned towards the group. Wu Heng glanced at the others, and seeing that no one else wanted to speak, he asked, who killed the local steward? The body answered, Lucina. The name Lucina had come up before. The interrogation of the old man pretending to be from the Snake Badge Consortium had mentioned the organizer of this matter, the commander Lucina. Wu Heng continued to question the body, why was he killed? The body replied, he discovered Lucina's identity as a sect guardian and feared the news would reach the association. The brows of those from the association furrowed in union. It had to do with a secret cult. Cults tend to act radically, and many propagate their faith without caring about the local steward's death. They would simply continue elsewhere. The fifth princess had hit the mark. There were those within the kingdom colluding with the cults. Tapani turned to an investigator standing beside him. Got all that? Recorded. The investigator nodded. Wu Heng then asked the body, why attack our headquarters investigation team? The body answered, you found critical evidence. Lucina said if you left, the headquarters would come directly to arrest people. Killing you would give headquarters a chance to start a new investigation. The important evidence he mentioned referred to the old man impersonating a consortium member. Indeed, he also said this matter involved the commander and the city lord's mansion. The fourth question Wu Heng asked, how did he become the commander of Netali City? The crown prince's reinforcements arrived in time during the enemy's siege, preventing the city from being taken. The final question. Wu Heng asked, which sect does he belong to? Venerate Saint Sect. Chapter 702, I'm coming over. After 5 questions, the body was laid back on the deck. Wu Heng waved his hand and a skeleton attendant nearby rolled out the corpse and carried it down. Elder, have you heard of the Venerate Saints sect? Wu Heng asked. In this region, he had come into contact with several sect names. Just like the last time when he encountered the Heaven Destiny cult, 18th level professionals had formed sects, using this method to elevate their reputations. It sounded like there were quite a few sects. It was just unknown if the association had heard of this sect. Tapani shook his head. Many sects are quite famous in certain areas, making it difficult for the association to have comprehensive contact with them. Jian Vito said, in other words, the mastermind behind this incident is a sect guardian of this sect. Wu Heng nodded, sorting through the entire event in his mind. He said, City Lord Daxier is a supporter of the Crown Prince faction of the Hueco Kingdom, and the Crown Prince has received support from the sect, which arranged for a sect guardian to come to support Netali City. After this sect guardian became the commander, for some reasons, he was discovered by the local steward, either regarding his sect identity or some other matter. Once the news got back to headquarters, they would be designated as an evil cult and be eradicated. The other party went straight to murder to silence him. With the local steward dead, Daxier, whether willing or not, had to help cover up the incident. Afterwards, we arrived and obtained accurate clues. The other party planned to kill again, buying time. So, in this incident, Daxier was coerced into the act, and after taking the first step, he had no choice but to continue. Wu Heng sorted through the case and also recalled what Daxier had said before his death. Looking back from his perspective, there was only one path, and he was forced to follow it. The association members also nodded in agreement, and Tapani said, record what Wu Heng has mentioned. The investigators quickly took notes. All was written down. Tapani continued, we will write the report. Wu Heng, you take the fifth princess directly to take over the city. The patrol association will proceed first. All right. Thump thump thump. Wu Heng knocked on the door. Come in. Inside, the fifth princess's voice came through. Wu Heng pushed the door and entered. Brittany and the small maid were both in the cabin. The case has been sorted out. It involves an evil cult. Brittany asked, what happened? From the current information, the Crown Prince received support from the evil cult. The one who killed the local steward was that sect guardian arranged by the evil cult. Wu Heng repeated the gathered intelligence to her. He really colluded with an evil cult. Brittany was somewhat surprised but also somewhat expected this outcome. Wu Heng said, you said Daxier wouldn't do something stupid like killing the steward, and you were right, but the problem is, in some matters, he doesn't get a say and can only clean up for the evil cult. Brittany took a deep breath and sighed softly. The small maid also sighed along. Wu Heng continued, I've spoken with the association, allowing you to manage this city. Prepare yourself. I'll escort you to the City Lord's mansion. You'll need to visit City Hall to have a meeting with the officials, so be spirited, get rid of this despondent look. Brittany looked up, her eyes showing hesitation. I'm afraid I might not do well. Anything is better than the current state of Netali City. Perk up a bit, Wu Heng said. The small maid also encouraged, Princess, Island Lord Wu Heng will assist you. If the pirates' gold and silver island can be developed so well, Netali City can too. Let's go, we'll discuss any issues when they come up, Wu Heng added. Brittany nodded, okay. The three left the room together, taking some skeletons with them to the City Lord's mansion. City Lord's mansion. When they arrived, the entire City Lord's mansion was deserted. Servants, guards, even the family members were nowhere to be seen, leaving only the empty house. The easy-to-carry valuables had been mostly taken. What remained were items that were difficult to transport. Fortunately, the chandeliers, tables, chairs, and cabinets were all still there, making it livable. We're late. The small maid looked around each room and said annoyedly. It's better these people left, saving us the trouble of driving them out and complicating things, Brittany said. Wu Heng said to the small maid, the fifth princess and I are going to the city hall to meet with the local officials. I'll leave some skeletons with you to clean up a bit. I'm scared. The small maid lowered her head. What's there to be afraid of? They're all dead. I'm not a necromancer. The little maid muttered. Brittany then said, come with me, we'll clean up together when we get back. I'll listen to the princess. Wu Heng didn't say much more, and arranged for skeletons to stand guard here, to prevent people from moving things again. He then went to the city hall with the others, summoning the local officials for a meeting. Elsewhere in the city, Philippa had occupied the naval port, the city wall had been taken over by the association, and skeleton patrols roamed the city streets. The entire city gradually became quiet. At dusk, after dinner, Wu Heng sat in a study within the City Lord's mansion, stuffing his written letters into envelopes. Opening the door, he called out, Philippa. Tap tap tap. Philippa came running. What's up? Take these letters to the association, and send them together with the report from Elder Tapani and the others to headquarters, Wu Heng instructed. Oh, okay. Philippa took the letters and then asked, are we staying at the City Lord's mansion tonight? We'll stay here, to avoid any danger, Wu Heng said. It wasn't about his own danger, but that of 5th Princess Brittany. She had shown her face in the city today, planning to formally take over governance. But he was also worried that there might still be supporters of the former City Lord or members of the evil cult within the city. If they killed her at night, that would be the end of it. Therefore, Elder Tapani and the others stayed at the association's premises, with level 15 professionals and various teams rotating to guard the city and patrol. Wu Heng stayed at the City Lord's mansion to search the former City Lord's residence for any additional evidence and to ensure the safety of 5th Princess Brittany. Alright, I'll be back soon. Philippa ran off at once. After exiting, she took out her bicycle and rode off, a skeleton attendant jogging behind her, heading to the association. Wu Heng returned to his room. He took out a wireless radio, quickly assembled it, picked up the microphone. Minnie, can you hear me? After a short wait, Minnie's voice came through. Master, where have you reached? According to the plan, he was supposed to return today. Some unexpected changes occurred this morning. We discovered new leads involving the City Lord and the evil cult, and a battle broke out with the local army. Ah! Upon hearing this news, a commotion erupted on the other end. Not just Minnie was there, but he could also hear Roby, Annette, and even Shayla's exclamations. Then Shayla's voice came through. Is it safe now? It's safe now. The city is now under the management of the 5th Princess of Hueco Kingdom. Well, actually it's the association that's in control, Wu Heng briefly explained. Shayla then said, tell us more about it. Alright. Wu Heng went on to give a detailed account of what had happened along the way. After a while, Shayla finally spoke. So you're saying that the population of Netali City has dwindled, with many dead or fled? Yes, I estimate it will take more than a few years to recover, Wu Heng said. Different from Gold and Silver Island. Gold and Silver Island had pirates die, the island's population themselves did not suffer such heavy casualties. But Netali City was different, having fought the country's other armies before, now clashing with the association. Many people died. Most valuables from the City Lord's mansion have been moved out, and all that's left of the entire city is just the city itself. No money, no people, Shayla confirmed once more. I feel like you're making it sound worse than it is, but it seems about right, Wu Heng said. Shayla spoke again. I'll come over tomorrow. Huh? Why come here? It's quite dangerous. I'm bringing money to purchase local assets. You don't understand, just wait for me to get there. Chapter 703, let her accompany you acquiring assets here? Hearing Shayla say this, Wu Heng understood the meaning behind it. Currently, the high-quality assets and properties in Netali City were vacant and priced low, presenting a good opportunity for acquisition. Of course, there were some risks involved. If wars were to start again and the city fell into others' hands, there was a high chance those types of purchases wouldn't be recognized. Then the money spent would be for naught. Currently, the association presided over the area. Furthermore, following the attack on the investigation team, more high-level professionals from headquarters would come here. With this scenario blocking the information flow, the likelihood of large-scale battles was not high. This might not seem very appropriate, said Wu Heng. Shayla's voice came over again. Once the news spreads, every merchant group will rush here looking for opportunities. Merchants follow the profits, who cares about what's right or not? Besides, if we purchase it, whatever plans the 5th princess has can still be negotiated with us. If someone else buys them, it won't be so easy to discuss. Then Shayla added, each person in the investigation team has their own forces and supported chambers of commerce, they will definitely spread the news as well. That made sense. It was better to keep things in one's own hands than to let someone else buy them. Then come over, and we can see what we can buy, Wu Heng also agreed. I'll gather the funds tonight to avoid getting beaten to it by other chambers, Shayla said directly. Good. After chatting briefly with the maid and Shayla about the situation on Gold and Silver Island, Wu Heng learned that not much had changed there. The newspaper was still serializing stories, they had already started the third one about the great detective. Popular items were being sold continuously, production of pins and watches had gradually increased, and the bicycle factory had started operations, although efficiency had yet to improve. After a short chat and ensuring each other's safety, the call was terminated. Hanging up the receiver, Wu Heng arranged for skeletons to guard the radio station. He picked up his cup of water, took a sip, sat back down, and started to think about the events of the day. Capturing the White Wings gang leader was originally planned for the end. Unexpectedly, they discovered an elder impersonating an operative from the Snake Badge Consortium, which also led to a conflict with the military. Had Wu Heng not killed the city lord and had the skeleton army not entered the city, the outcome would have been difficult to predict. Wu Heng, Tapani, and Jian Vito would certainly have escaped, but it would have been hard to say for others. There would definitely be casualties. I thought it might be the Kirin Road, but it turned out to be the Venerate Saint sect, Wu Heng muttered while holding his teacup. When on Gold and Silver Island, Wu Heng and Zai Ligui had analyzed the situation concerning the Hueco Kingdom. Additionally, after discovering the Kirin Road's plan under the secret cultivation hall, they speculated that the internal strife in the Hueco Kingdom was largely related to the Kirin Road. This case in Netali City was also a search for relevant clues. In the end, when they questioned the corpse, they learned that the supporters of the Crown Prince belong to this sect. Serve them right. If they dare to kill our investigation team, the reputation of an evil cult is definitely theirs to wear. The Crown Prince is probably out of the race for the throne. Once the association begins its investigation of the Crown Prince, whether it's the officials supporting him or other sects and influential families, there would be hesitations about continuing their support. After all, if a reason is found by the association, the royal family isn't much of a concern. Then, Wu Heng began to think about his subsequent plans. The fifth princess was to manage this area, and with Shayla coming over, it could create an opportunity for him to enhance his reputation. He had to closely align himself with the fifth princess. When the time came, her entry into the throne's succession would definitely cause a sensation in the kingdom. He could also benefit from a boost in his reputation. Thinking this, he decided to check his panel. Level 19, 347,585 out of 355,000, reputation 19, 9,582 out of 66,000. The level experience was not something to worry about. The gap was in the reputation. I'm level 19, Glenda level 20, I have some capital too. Must seize this opportunity. Thinking this in his mind, Glenda flew back through the wall from outside and glanced at the study. Haven't the two of them come back yet? No, they might have gone out to watch the excitement, Wu Heng replied, closing the panel. How is the city doing? When Wu Heng got back to the city lord's mansion, he released all three ghosts. He mainly wanted to check if there was any danger in the city. After all, the level 18 fist master from the Venerate Saint sect had escaped. He might pull a surprise move on them, considering he had dared to kill investigators. Attacking two people wouldn't be surprising either. There was also the disbanded army in the city, checking if they were assembling to cause trouble. I didn't find any other high-level professionals. The city is a bit chaotic though, with lots of gangs fighting, but the association is also strengthening patrols, so there shouldn't be any big problems, Glenda answered. Wu Heng nodded, then added, Shayla will come over from Gold and Silver Island tomorrow, planning to buy some properties here. No wonder she became the Chamber of Commerce president, pretty sharp, Glenda praised, then suggested, why don't you go meet her? You could be back in half a day. They were talking about the Phantom train. It's better if she takes a ship, suddenly appearing can attract too much attention from association personnel here, and later on, we might need the time difference as a cover. Glenda thought it over and nodded. That's true, and there's plenty of time. She's definitely the first to get the news and hurry over. While they were talking, Zhao and Bella also flew back. Uncle, there's nothing out there, I didn't find anyone high level, Piao said, floating beside his shoulder. Good, Wu Heng replied, then asked, why did you come back so late today? I watched a fight with Sister Bella, it was intense, Zhao said, waving her fists. Over what? It seemed to be about capturing someone, I didn't really understand. Ah, just watching for the excitement. Because they don't know anything. I heard a bit, Bella said, the people who got beaten were from the conscript team. They forcibly took some people away, and when they didn't come back, their families came and beat them up, it was pretty bad. Oh, I see, Zhao realized, then asked, what's a conscript team? It's like, let's say your uncle doesn't want to go to battle, then these people come and capture him, forcing him to go, and they beat him if he refuses. Oh, I see, Zhao nodded. After the city lord died, the conscript team lost their special privileges. Now that the fight was over, for those who were taken and returned alive, it was mostly fine, they could just curse a few times. But the families of those who didn't return would surely seek them out for payback. Are they still fighting? Wu Heng asked. No, the patrols came by, and they dispersed, Bella replied. That's good. Wu Heng nodded, shifted his body, and said, I'm going back to rest, today's fight took a lot out of me. Give me that skill book. And my tablet, did you charge it? I did, those two cartoons, watched over and over again. Wu Heng took out everything. Then find me something new. When I can find something, Wu Heng said, then opened the door and went downstairs. Downstairs. He saw Philippa sitting on the living room sofa with 5th Princess Brittany rubbing her shoulders. A maid was kneeling by her side, massaging her legs. "Put some strength into it, haven't you eaten?" Philippa still complained. Wu Heng walked over and pinched her cheek, bullying, "Huh? If I had lost, the tavern would be theirs," Philippa stated. Brittany clenched her teeth but still said, "Fair is fair, indeed Philippa won, we admit it." The two had made a bet before. If the murderer was the city lord, then Brittany lost and had to serve as Philippa's maid for a month. She could order her around as she pleased. If the murderer wasn't the city lord, then the Conch tavern would be lost to the 5th princess. Although it was ultimately proven that the real murderer was the level 18 sect guardian of the sect and the city lord was indeed involved, saying he was an accomplice was putting it mildly, he was probably one of the masterminds. So, in the end, it was considered Philippa's win. Seeing that both parties were willing, Wu Heng had nothing much to say, just don't go too far. Philippa tossed her hair, "Go, get me some water," and Brittany, "Go prepare the bathwater." PSH. Brittany clicked her tongue and turned to go upstairs. The maid also went to fetch her water. Philippa said, "Or let me have Brittany keep you company tonight, I'm in charge now." Brittany, who was headed upstairs, stumbled almost falling over. Wu Heng rolled his eyes at her, "Don't always scare her, just joke around and leave it." "That won't do, she really wanted my tavern at that time, it's only fair she serves as a maid for a month." Chapter 704, Selling Satellites. Wu Heng couldn't say much. Bets, after all, are a private agreement between two parties. Once lost, it's lost. He then asked, "Has the letter been sent to the association?" "It has been sent. When I arrived, they directly took it and left for the headquarters," Philippa said. "Did the elder say anything?" "He did, he praised me for being very decisive and aware in today's combat, and also included my performance in his report," Philippa said cheerfully. "Indeed, you did well today. But you didn't praise me. What is there to praise? Your ability is innate, something you were born with. Do you still need others' approval?" Wu Heng said solemnly. Philippa was taken aback. "Wow, you really know what to say." Shortly after, Brittany came downstairs saying that the bathwater was ready. Philippa got up to go upstairs, and the servants finally sighed in relief. Wu Heng followed upstairs. "It's just a novelty for her, the excitement will pass, and she will forget all about it." Brittany said, "We indeed lost, and we almost impacted your judgment. We acknowledge that. Get some rest early, don't think too much." "Thank you, Island Master." Brittany gave a slight bow. Wu Heng returned to his chosen room, and the servants went to their respective floors. Night fell, and it was time to rest. The next day, early morning, a skeleton attendant was assigned to the 5th princess, who then officially took over the entire city. Wu Heng went to the association to attend a meeting with Elder Tapani that lasted all morning. The main agenda was to open the port and further refine the tasks for city defense and patrolling. "Alright, everyone proceed with your tasks, and don't act alone to prevent any movements from the evil cult." "Yes." Everyone responded, then turned and left. Wu Heng also got up and walked out. Just as he reached the door, Tapani called out, "Wu Heng, wait. Elder, do you need something?" Wu Heng turned back. Tapani said, "Is there no issue with the 5th princess?" "Nothing major. She has already started taking over some of the city affairs this morning, but we still need to assist her with city defense," Wu Heng replied. "Let's keep it this way for now and see how the headquarters plans to respond." "Understood." Tapani then said, "Write a letter to Gold and Silver Island asking for some food and living supplies to be sent here. We'll be staying in the city for a while, and the association will reimburse the expenses." "Alright, I'll see to it when I get back." Tapani nodded. Seeing no more business for him, Wu Heng also left the meeting room. All personnel in the association had tasks assigned. Seemingly, he was rather relieved, except for writing to Gold and Silver Island, no other tasks were delegated to him. He paused at the doorway, then started walking towards the business street. Armor shop. Wu Heng looked at the tightly closed doors and knocked forcefully. After a short while, the door cracked open slightly, with eyes peering through the gap. Then, the door opened fully, and an elderly woman respectfully said, "Greetings, representative of the association. Where is your boss?" "Please come in, sir. I'll go call her." The woman led Wu Heng into the room. After waiting in the shop's lobby for a while, the proprietress came out. Compared to last time, she had returned to her original appearance, her face free of grease and no longer deliberately disheveled. "Sir, are you leaving?" the proprietress asked directly. When Wu Heng visited last time, he had promised her to take the people from her shop to Gold and Silver Island when he left. "I came to discuss this matter with you. Please tell me." Wu Heng glanced at her. "You might as well know about the changes in the city. The elder has ordered us to stay longer, so we won't be returning to Gold and Silver Island for now." The proprietress frowned slightly, pressing. "Some returning people said the city lord is dead, is that true?" "That's true, the association's notice will be posted soon. The city is now under the fifth princess's control," Wu Heng explained. She didn't seem concerned about who was taking over the city. Rather, she pressed on, "Is the city still dangerous?" "For the moment, there should be no danger. If there really is any change, I'll take you all away," Wu Heng said. The proprietress immediately thanked him. "Thank you, sir. This time, I came especially to inform you, so you don't need to worry too much." "All right." Having finished, Wu Heng also stood up to leave. The proprietress escorted him to the door and closed it again firmly. Following the business street back. Already, members of the association had begun posting notices at doorways. The city lord died, and the entire city was taken over by the fifth princess, with the assistance of the association. The rest was about encouraging the restoration of order in the city, with cases to be referred to the patrol team or to seek help from the association. "Uncle, there's a bard shop over there, why don't we go see if there are any skill books?" A small voice spoke by his ear. Wu Heng looked up and saw a shop selling bard's props diagonally across from them. "Closed, let's ask." Wu Heng walked over and knocked on the door forcefully. After a short while, the door cracked open slightly, and a pair of eyes peeked through. "What can I do for you?" "We're here to look at the bard skill books." "Tell me what you want to buy, and I'll see if I have it," the person inside responded directly. Wu Heng didn't really know what skill books the bard had. So he simply said, "I'll take anything below the second tier." "All right, just a moment." The crack in the door closed. In a little while, it opened again. 4 books in total, that'll be 170 silver coins. Wu Heng paid, and the other party handed out 4 skill books. The way the transaction was conducted was very cautious, reminiscent of dealing in contraband. Taking them all, 4 types of skill books appeared. Communication skill heroism, loud voice skill of eloquence. Communication skill allowed one to transmit messages within a certain range to specified targets. The remaining 3 were all effect amplifiers. Heroism, upon release, increased courage. Loud voice extended the range of the voice. Skill of eloquence simply improved language skills. These were all rather common bard skills. "Do you have any props? Something suitable for beginners?" Wu Heng continued. Just as he was about to shut the door again, "One moment." Coming back, a ring was passed out, 230 silver. Universal language ring. Description: a ring etched with special effects that enables the wearer's speech and voice to be more impactful, and can also complement performances in place of deception or disguise. It was another ring that enhanced language, nothing special about it. Perhaps, because bards focused more on appearances, the ring was quite attractive. Definitely fancier than rings from other professions. "Good, I'll take it." Wu Heng immediately paid, and the doors cracked shut tightly. Wu Heng didn't say much more, turning around to head back. "We bought a lot this time," Zhao, in invisible mode, hung on one shoulder. "Are you going to translate when we get back?" asked Wu Heng. "Isn't there a skeleton that can translate already? Aren't you going to practice writing? Can't always be in Pinyin. Are you expecting me to go to university?" They returned to the city lord's mansion along the way. The fifth princess hadn't returned yet, and the entire building was guarded only by skeletons inside and out. Wu Heng quickly sorted through his things and opened the boundary door in the study, stepping through. Zombie world. Stepping out of the boundary door, he habitually walked to the window and looked outside. Wu Heng picked up the radio. "Chi Henkei, are you there?" Soon, Chi Henkai's voice came through the radio. "Yes, today is the scheduled time with the South Korea main station. I was just planning to head over with the convoy." "Where do we meet?" Wu Heng asked. "The designated location is inside a building in the city center," answered Chi Henkai. "Wait for me then, I'll come with you today," said Wu Heng, switching from leather armor to a bulletproof vest, and then he went downstairs. The convoy was already waiting at the door. Wu Heng pulled open the car door, settling into the passenger seat. "Let's go." Leader Chi commanded, "Depart." The convoy started and left the base. Inside a building, Chi Henkai sat on a chair, with Wu Heng acting as a bodyguard standing by his side. Not long later, 3 figures walked in. The leader was a Westerner, followed by 2 individuals with Asian faces, likely Koreans. The Westerner smiled warmly, speaking quickly. A nearby interpreter said, "Leader Chi, we meet again." Chi Henkai also smiled. "Yes. Mr. David, being so confident to invite us today, I wonder what kind of exchange items you've prepared?" The interpreter immediately repeated it in English. David smiled confidently and answered directly, "Of course, last time I heard you were quite interested in satellites. We plan to sell one to you directly, but the price needs to be discussed." Chi Hankai raised his eyebrows. Wu Hang was also surprised. Goodness, now they were talking about selling satellites. Chapter 705, The Iron Lump That Can Locate. Chi Hankai also showed interest. What do you mean by sell? The Western man, David, smiled and said, Vice Leader Chi, rest assured, we are not selling the rights to use a satellite, but an individual satellite itself. An individual satellite? Yes. We can provide an unlaunched satellite and help launch it into the corresponding orbit, as well as assist with its subsequent use, David explained. An unlaunched satellite? Previously, Chi Hankai had discussed the other party's satellite, mentioning some corresponding capabilities. Thus, Chi Hankai had rejected it. This time, they were more direct, wanting to sell their own side an individual satellite. For ordinary people, this kind of thing truly belonged to high technology. With guns and bullets, they might have the finished product and could even reproduce it from the drawings, but a satellite was completely beyond their ability to produce. Chi Hankai seemed a little surprised but quickly regained composure and calmly said, under the current environment, having such a satellite doesn't seem to be of any help to us. David immediately said, how can it not be helpful? Communication, television, terrain mapping, or positioning are all very practical functions. Every country is constantly launching satellites, which shows the importance of satellites. Listening, Chi Hankai showed no change in expression. Talk about the price, I'm not keen on this kind of thing. Food, 5,000 tons, or equivalent value resources, will handle the launch and teach you how to use it, David stated seriously with his price. The room fell silent instantly after the price was announced. This was like putting out a lifetime's worth of food in one go. The food provided by the base was 50 kilograms per bag. 1 ton was equivalent to 20 bags of rice. 5,000 tons. That was an extremely exaggerated number in today's world. Chi Hankai was stunned for a moment before saying, are you joking? No base can produce so much food. This is already very cheap, it used to cost billions, David emphasized. You know that was then, but now it's just a positional iron lump. Chi Hankai pondered for a moment before directly saying, let's forget it, we don't need this kind of thing. David became anxious, then smiled again. Vice Leader Chi, don't rush, tell me your price. 10 tons of food, Chi Hankai stated bluntly. That was just 200 bags. A price so low, a single truck could transport it. The people on the other side all frowned. Hearing this offer, it wasn't even as high as previous basic material exchanges. David stressed, Vice Leader Chi, this is a satellite. I know, at this time, lack of food means death from starvation. Without a satellite, we can save some food, Chi Hankai said. This. David wanted to say more. Chi Hankai interrupted directly, this is the price. You can also ask other bases if anyone wants this item. I need to discuss it back home. That's fine, Chi Hankai nodded. David continued, another thing, we've established a research base with several foreign bases, specifically for studying superpowers and antiviral elixirs. I don't know if you're interested. Oh? You want to invite us to join the research? David smiled. The research involves highly specialized professionals, not for us ordinary people to enter, but you could become one of the members. Any progress will be shared with you. Chi Hankai glanced briefly at Wu Heng then quickly averted his gaze and asked, what do we need to provide? Quite simple, some material supplies, and the cooperation of special superpowered individuals. The ability to control that many skeletons is extremely powerful. If it cooperates with our research, it would be immensely helpful, David said with some excitement. Chi Hankai and Wu Heng showed no surprise. It was similar to the last superpower training program by the main station. Only, the main station needed some blood samples, while their research required actual people to cooperate. Asking for food supplies from their side and cooperation in research. Quite boldly asking for things. How about it? We just cooperate with some experiments, but once the detoxifying potion is developed, it is shared with all our members, David continued. Chi Hankai replied, I'll go back and discuss it with the leader, and then I'll inform you. Right, that's good. Chi Hankai wanted to end the conversation, saying, did you bring the items for exchange this time? We brought some military equipment. Let's go, I'll have someone tally it up, then settle the food payment. Very good. Everyone stood up and walked towards the door. Then, they began arranging for someone to tally the goods brought over and then paid the other party the corresponding amount of food. After the trade was completed, the other party brought up satellites and the research base again. Then everyone got into their trucks and went in opposite directions. Inside the returning vehicle, Chi Hankai, while driving, said, exchange for the satellite. Let's see what they say. If you can accept the price you offered, we'll take it, Wu Heng replied. I intentionally underpriced it, they probably won't accept, Chi Hankai said. Wu Heng thought for a bit. I'm not so sure. How so? Apart from us, no other base can afford the price. We are the only buyer, so they don't have the pricing power, Wu Heng said. That makes some sense. Wu Heng contemplated. Let's see what they say. I feel like it's not very useful. We'll wait for their message. The convoy continued on its way back, and the journey was relatively smooth. At 3 in the afternoon, the convoy returned to the base. Chapter 705. The locating iron lump. Wu Heng had waited in the meeting room until Chi Hengkai returned from his room with the notebook and came back. He sat down opposite and said, Sister Yong's pharmacy plant has several relevant professionals who asked me when you would be bringing the alchemy skeletons over. I feel the skeletons might just be an excuse, she might just be missing you. It had indeed been some time since he had seen Li Yong. Wu Heng said, I will go back in a couple of days, and I will bring the skeletons with me then. Alright. Chi Hengkai continued. Also, Jiao Rong's side has successfully tested the machine cannon production line, and now they have started building the entire industrial chain. I reckon we will have news soon. The second thing is, the skeletons that were sent to headquarters to learn to pilot airplanes have returned. We can now use airplanes as a means of transportation. The success of the machine cannon production chain test was good news. If they could mass produce these, it would greatly enhance the combat abilities of both worlds. Other bases, even with complete production chains, lack the raw materials for production. Wu Heng's side was different, they could procure whatever was needed from the other world. The matter of the airplane pilots had also been ongoing for a while. Now that they had completed their training, it was possible to utilize airplanes for transport. Have each location take inventory of the number of airplanes. Understood, Chi Hengkai nodded. There's nothing else, everything else is as usual. Let's go. Take me to the base to have a look around and meet up with everyone. Okay. The two of them got up and walked out of the room. Gold and Silver Island, steward's office. Zai Ligui returned from outside, took off her helmet, and stored it in her space ring, smoothing her hair which was sticking to her forehead. Shi Yali said, Minnie was just here. What did she want? She brought news from Wu Heng. Zai Ligui's eyes brightened. How is it? What did she find out? Shi Yali smiled. These past few days, seeing you so calm, I thought you might have been in touch with him. There's no contact whatsoever. Zai Ligui glanced at her and sat down in front of her desk. What did Minnie say? Shi Yali poured her a cup of tea and handed it to her, saying, they found the killer. Guess who? I wouldn't know, I don't recognize anyone. Take a guess, I think you can figure it out. The city lord? Shi Yali raised an eyebrow. I knew you could figure it out. When she realized she had actually guessed correctly, Zai Ligui looked surprised. Besides the city lord, she couldn't think of a second person involved. What's going on? Stop teasing, tell me. Shi Yali didn't tease her further and recounted in detail what she had heard from Minnie. When she heard that the association investigation team had been trapped in the city and attacked by the army, Zai Ligui's face also showed expressions of surprise and fear. Crazy. The entire city had gone mad. They actually dared to kill personnel from headquarters. Did they not know the consequences? Why would he do that? Does the city lord not want to be in charge anymore? Zai Ligui asked quickly. Listen to what I'm saying. Shi Yali continued explaining what happened afterward. About Wu Heng going alone to kill the city lord, carrying a dead body, scaring the army that was attacking the investigation team, and the results from Wenshai? So, the murderer of the local steward is that level 18 fist master, and this city lord was caught in the middle and had to follow through, Shi Yali concluded. Zai Ligui's eyes widened, and she pondered for a good while before digesting the news. This news was indeed explosive. The commander of the city was from the evil cult, forcing the city lord to kill the association investigation team. And they almost succeeded. Had it not been for the news from Wu Heng, she wouldn't have believed such things could happen. Hesitating for a moment, she still asked, Wu Heng wasn't injured, was he? Minnie said he wasn't. Shi Yali answered, then added, tonight, should we go sit at the island lord's mansion? We can also talk to Wu Heng, they have communication tools there. Zai Ligui hesitated, isn't that inappropriate? What's inappropriate about it? Wu Heng's safety concerns the entire Gold and Silver Island, and you are the steward of Gold and Silver Island. Ensuring safety on both sides is perfectly reasonable, Shi Yali reasoned naturally. Zai Ligui picked up her cup and took a sip. Okay, prepare some of the flower tea sent by our clan, let's go over together tonight. I had also prepared some for him, this is a good time to bring it over. Zai Ligui paused. Shi Yali, you. Why do you seem a bit off? What's not quite right? How do I feel? You're so proactive towards Wu Heng. She saved both our lives, shouldn't we be nice to him? But I still feel you're acting strange. Zai Ligui eyed her suspiciously. Shiyali tilted her head to one side, avoiding her gaze. After walking around the base, Wu Heng returned to the other world. The time difference was almost the same, and by then it was dusk. As he opened the door and went downstairs, he heard voices from the hall on the ground floor. Philippa, the fifth Princess Brittany, and the maid were chatting together. Seeing Wu Heng coming downstairs, the three got up and greeted him. "Island Lord, dinner is ready." "I'll have it brought up," the maid said as she quickly walked towards the kitchen. Soon, the skeletons brought up dinner, and they sat at the table, eating while chatting. Wu Heng looked at the fifth princess. "How was today?" Brittany said, "This afternoon, Dean Jian Vito accompanied me to the military camp to reorganize the remaining troops and appoint a new commander." Philippa added, "I went along too. The old man is quite imposing. All the men there were behaving properly with stern faces." "How many people are left in the military camp?" Wu Heng asked. "Only a little over 300. The current commander is called Hilder. He used to be the deputy commander of city defense," Brittany said. "Can he be trusted?" Brittany shook her head. "I'm not sure, but I don't have anyone else to use right now, so we'll have to make do with him." Wu Heng thought for a moment and said, "Since Dean Jian Vito was involved, it shouldn't be too big of a problem, but still be cautious and try to train some of your own people as soon as possible." "I understand." Even though the military can't be trusted, with only over 300 left, they posed little threat. Without even using the skeleton army, the association's people alone could wipe them out. Probably, Jian Vito also felt there was no threat, and that's why he just took a look without deciding to disband the military or insert association members. Brittany continued, "City Hall has resumed work, and the port has reopened to the outside." "What about the women and children we rescued earlier?" Wu Heng asked. "They're temporarily settled in the city. In the next few days, we'll organize people to visit the villages to see what the situation is like at their homes," Brittany replied. Wu Heng nodded. "You're doing pretty well, much better than when I first became the Island Lord." Brittany's face showed pleasure. "Really? I'll continue to work hard. Take your time, no rush." "Okay." Brittany obediently nodded. Wu Heng then looked at Philippa. "Nothing wrong with the fleet?" "No issues. The skeletons are repairing some of the damaged parts, just bumps and scratches." "Damn rebels, almost damaged my ship," Philippa said animatedly. "In a few days when the fleet from Gold and Silver Island arrives, arrange for some ships to patrol nearby." Philippa nodded. "All right, I'll arrange it tomorrow." After dinner, the skeletons cleaned up the dining table. Wu Heng stood up and went upstairs while the three ladies plus a parrot went to the courtyard. Philippa took out the bicycles, shuttlecocks, and other common leisure items from the Island Lord's mansion and showed them how to play. Back in the study, Glenda reminded, "Someone just called you on the radio." "Who?" "It sounded like Minnie. She didn't seem in a hurry, so I didn't call you down," Glenda said. Wu Heng walked over to the radio and glanced at the record book, which indeed had an entry. Picking up the handset, he asked, "Minnie, did you need me for something?" Shortly after, Minnie's voice came from the other side, "Master." "Ah, I went for dinner just now, what's up?" Wu Heng leaned against the desk, curiously asking. "Steward Zai Ligui and Assistant Shiyali are here. They heard you might be in danger and wanted to talk with you," Minnie said with a laugh. Then, faintly hearing Zai Ligui's voice, "What talk? Just asking about case progress." "Steward Zai Ligui says, asking about case progress," Minnie said into the handset. Wu Heng laughed and said, "Pass the handset to Zai Ligui." After some noise, Zai Ligui's voice came through, "Island Lord Wu Heng, how are things on your end?" "Well, the guy sure knows how to be formal." Chapter 706, What Zhao said to you, Steward. Wu Heng also mentioned the position. Zai Ligui continued, "Minnie told me that the investigation team was attacked by the Netalicity army. Were you hurt?" "No, the investigation team is safe. Some members who were injured have been treated," replied Wu Heng. "That's good." Zai Ligui breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Shiyali's voice came from the other side, "Ask him when he is coming back." Zai Ligui relayed, "Shiyali is asking when you'll be back." Shiyali immediately said, "I asked for you. I see you're in more of a hurry than I am." Ignoring the sisters' bickering, Wu Heng said, "It might take some time. The Elder's intent is to wait for the orders from the headquarters to arrive before we act accordingly." It wasn't just Tapani's idea, it was a collective decision made by all the members of the association, Wu Heng included. Otherwise, once the people from the association left, the city might end up in even more disorder, with more people dying. "Then you be careful," Zai Ligui instructed. "Don't worry, if there's any danger, the elders will be out front," Wu Heng said, then asked, "No problems on Gold and Silver Island, right?" "No issues. A few fugitives have come onto the island recently, but they have all been apprehended by the association. Everything is safe, Xiligui said with a smile. With you in charge, I'm always at ease. Xiligui's tone carried a smile. You always know what to say. I just wanted to check on you. As long as you're safe, we'll talk when you get back. Alright, once I get back, I'll bring you gifts. There was no response from the other side, the call was disconnected. Xiligui using the Island Lord's mansion for a personal call was somewhat unexpected. It didn't quite match her character. But it still made him somewhat happy, proving that she was worried about him. After sitting in his chair for a while, the sky grew darker. Wu Heng greeted a few ghosts before returning to his room to rest. Early in the morning. It was the third day of the fifth princess managing Netali City. The city was still desolate, but compared to before, there was a slight improvement. Some shops on the commercial street had started to open. However, the goods were scarce. More often, they were just cleaning up the rooms. The fifth princess herself had many tasks to attend to, assigning officials, processing city data, and overseeing the overall situation. She claimed she was afraid of not doing well, having never done this before. But her actions were fairly commendable, with clear plans on what to do first and what to do next. Being born into the royal family, she somewhat understood these processes by exposure. Wu Heng also arranged skeleton guards for her, following her around everywhere. At the association, Elder Tapani promptly assigned tasks to everyone in the morning. The level 15 professionals and the association's team members were all given assignments. Besides normal patrolling within the city, some teams were tasked with taking skeletons and investigating the surrounding villages. Wu Heng wasn't assigned any tasks. This could be interpreted as tasks relevant to him being delegated to the skeletons and Philippa. He would rather he just stayed put somewhere reliable, not running around all the time. After the meeting, Wu Heng followed the crowd out. Veteran mage Jian Vito quickly caught up with him. Wu Heng, now that you've learned the skills, give me back the book. Wu Heng immediately produced the teleportation technique. Thank you, Principal. Jian Vito tucked the book away and then asked, looking at him, have you studied knowledge related to curse magic before? Wu Heng was momentarily startled. I know 1 or 2 basic spells from the curse magic faction. No wonder you had some basics. Jian Vito stroked his beard, then asked further, you're a necromancer, why are you studying spells from other factions? Wu Heng responded while walking, previously in the Hueco Kingdom, although I changed my profession to necromancer, I hadn't had the chance to learn relevant skills, so I just picked up a bit here and there. Jian Vito nodded, which seemed to fit his growth history. But it was still surprising his learning capacity really wasn't low. Seeing that Jian Vito had no response, Wu Heng continued, Principal, do you have other books? Lend them to me to take a look. Jian Vito looked at him again. What will you give in exchange this time? A watch. Wu Heng lowered his voice, the same model as the heroes, but a different design. Jian Vito squinted, how would I know what the heroes look like? These watches are all manufactured by me, there's no need to lie. That's true. Jian Vito flipped his hand, pulling out a skill book from his space ring. Here, take this. Return it after you're done. Summoning Thunder Skill. Description: generates thundercloud weather within the casting range. Designate a point you can see under that thundercloud, causing one or multiple lightning bolts to strike from the cloud to that point. If you are within the thundercloud area, both effect and efficiency double, and consumption decreases. Wu Heng's eyebrows raised. The veteran mage's signature spell could call down lightning from the sky to strike people. Having fought alongside Jian Vito several times, he had seen him use this skill. The difference was whether it struck one person or a row of people. Actually, Wu Heng felt that, in terms of attack types, his lightning bolt spell was very similar. The lightning bolt spell released a horizontal bolt of lightning that struck the target, producing an effective thunder and lightning after hitting. The summoning thunder skill was like the lightning that fell from the sky on a rainy day. Jian Vito was so reliant on this skill, it surely had to be quite useful. Wu Heng first tucked away the skill book, then said, Dean, do you have any more? We're so familiar with each other now, having shared life and death experiences. Lend me a couple more. Jian Vito hesitated for a moment, then took out another one and handed it to him. Don't always think about learning everything, energy is limited. Both of these books are not easy to learn, give up if you can't. Summon Arrow Rain. Description: you shoot a non-magical ammunition into the air or throw a non-magical throwing weapon, using it as a prototype to shoot a cluster of the same type of weapons forward into a conical area, which will disappear after attacking. Upon seeing this second skill book, Wu Heng's gaze sharpened. Non-magical ammunition or non-magical throwing weapons shoot forward into a cluster of the same type of weapons. What kind of skill was this? It seemed he had never seen Jian Vito use it. Thanks a lot. Wu Heng said as he took them. Jian Vito still instructed, don't damage or lose them. Give them back to me before we part ways. Don't worry, I'll flip through them gently. Alright, just be careful. The two walked through the corridor then parted ways. Wu Heng walked straight out of the association back to the city lord's mansion. When he arrived back at the city lord's mansion, there was no one at home. Wu Heng returned to the study with a few ghosts and then directly headed to the zombie world. As the temperature rose, the room grew somewhat stuffy. He opened the windows to ventilate, let the ghosts out. One went to find his mother while the other two moved around nearby. Taking out the walkie-talkie, he spoke, Chi Hankai, is the ship ready? Ready, we can depart at any time, came the voice of Chi Hankai. The previous day Chi Hankai had reported the development of the other bases. The military factory was assembling a machine cannon production line, and Liang was also waiting for the skeleton alchemy warlock to arrive and work on the development of pill tablets. Plus, he hadn't been seen for a while and needed to go back to check. Okay, I'll be down in a bit, Wu Heng said. Understood. He sat in the room and waited for a while. Minnie was the first to fly back. Uncle, did you finish translating the new skill books? They're translated. My mom just got off work, I've asked her to come pick them up. Minnie said, then turned and passed through the wall to leave. About 3 or 4 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. Wu Heng opened it, and saw Minnie's mother, Zhao Yanqiu, standing at the doorstep. She wore a white blouse, a dark blue long skirt below, and light makeup. On her delicate and fair neck hung a pearl necklace with a single pearl. She held her head down, giving off a gentle and mature allure. The profession of bard suited her, enhancing her charm even more than before. King, Minnie sent me to pick up the skill books, Zhao Yanqiu said with her head still lowered. Come in, I've prepared several skill books for you. Wu Heng stepped aside. Zhao Yanqiu walked in with small steps. Wu Heng took out a few skill books, saying, sit down, let me tell you about these skill books. Zhao Yanqiu gathered her skirt and sat down on a nearby chair, whispering softly, okay. Wu Heng continued, these 4 skill books, the first one, a communication skill, allows you to send a message to a specified target. It's like sending them a voice message that outsiders can't hear. The remaining 3 are for enhancing your own status. This one increases courage, this one increases the range of your voice, and this last one improves language skills. Zhao Yanqiu listened in astonishment. Private message sending felt like a scene from a fantasy drama. The remaining 3 could enhance her own states. Are they hard to learn? Zhao Yanqiu hesitated. Minnie immediately said, if it's uncle, he learns pretty easily, but mom, you, just try your best. Zhao Yanqiu glared at her. Wu Heng smiled and said, you're just starting, so it's normal to learn slowly. Take your time, it's okay if you can't master them. Minnie pouted. Thank you, Your Majesty, Zhao Yanqiu thanked. Minnie flipped from her lying position and then said, Uncle, where's that ring you bought for Mom? Wu Heng took out a universal language ring. This is for you, it will assist in your profession. Minnie immediately added, Mom, Uncle carefully picked this out just for you, the most beautiful one. Zhao Yanqiu suddenly looked up, saying, Minnie, step outside for a while, I need to speak with your uncle alone. What is there that you need to discuss behind my back? Minnie protested. Wu Heng chuckled, Minnie, next, we are heading to the military factory. Go call them back. Minnie glanced at the two, alright. With that, she passed through the wall and left. Zhao Yanqiu still had her head lowered, speaking softly, I am aware of all the kindness you've shown to me and my daughter, I don't know how to make the right choice. Wu Heng raised an eyebrow, what did Minnie tell you? Chapter 707, it turned into hail. Zhao Yanqiu's face started to turn a little red. She said we could live together, and you agreed to be her dad, now it's up to me. Indeed, Wu Heng had discussed the matter of becoming her dad with Zhao. Zhao Yanqiu's consent was needed, but from her expression, it seemed there was more to it than just changing a title. It was more like, really living together. What do you think? Zhao Yanqiu still shook her head, I don't know. During this time, Wu Heng suspected that Zhao's unfinished wish was to have a dad. It wasn't just about the change of title. He really wanted to be her dad. Wu Heng thought for a moment, the main thing was to address Zhao's issue, and said, for a child of Zhao's age, reality can be quite cruel. He paused briefly, then continued, how about this, let's start by getting to know her, understand what Zhao is thinking, and then decide based on the situation. Zhao Yanqiu looked up, will that be okay? Let's try. Okay. You go back first, I'll talk to Zhao later, Wu Heng said directly. Zhao Yanqiu nodded and stood up. Don't forget the skill book, Wu Heng mentioned. Zhao Yanqiu picked up the skill book and a ring, bowed again, and then left the room directly. The door closed, and Wu Heng also sat back down in the chair next to him. As his level increased, so did his insight. It was apparent that Zhao Yanqiu had prepared herself to come over, clearly having made an effort with her appearance. Maybe she wasn't ready mentally, or perhaps the environment wasn't right. There were still some hesitations. She was different from Li Yong and Chi Hengke, both of them were not married and had no family. It was normal for her to have more considerations. Of course, Wu Heng's plan wasn't strictly about Zhao Yanqiu, it was more about fulfilling Zhao's wish. One step at a time. Not long after, Zhao flew back with Glinda and Bella. As soon as she entered, she asked, "Where is my mom?" She went back first. Zhao leaned on his shoulder. "How did it go?" Wu Heng smiled and said, "We'll start by getting to know each other." "That's right, my mom always hesitates a lot. Let's go downstairs first, let's not keep the ship waiting too long, we'll talk more when we return." Wu Heng quickly tidied up and proceeded to go downstairs. The three ghosts concealed their forms and walked out with him. As they walked downstairs, Chi Hengkai also came from the opposite side, and they chatted as they headed towards the harbor. "Say hello to Sister Yang for me," Chi Hengkai said with a smile. "Will do," Wu Heng responded with a smile as he boarded the cargo ship. The skeleton pilot started the ship. They left the harbor. On the cargo ship, the skeleton was piloting, and Wu Heng was in the cabin, making his bed. Outside, Zhao and Bella were flying with the ship, while Glinda floated nearby and asked, "How far have things progressed between you and Zhao's mom?" Wu Heng glanced at her and lowered his voice to say, "Just discussed, fulfilling a child's wish. Her mom is nice, and Zhao is quite cute, I wouldn't mind her being my daughter," Glinda said with a laugh. "Let's not compete over that." Wu Heng finished making the bed and sat down opposite. "Just saying," Glinda floated opposite the desk, "pass me some paper and a pen, I plan to write down the story of Netali City first." "I thought you said if this story isn't interesting, you wouldn't write it." The city lord's hypocrisy, the evil cult infiltrating the army, and finally the ambush on the association investigation team, add all these and it becomes exciting. "Just the army killing the investigation team alone will make this story a hit," Glinda said with a laugh. Wu Heng took out paper and a pen, placing them across the desk. "Focus on writing about the intelligence of the association leader and the bravery of its members, they'll definitely read it too." "Okay." Glinda nodded and began to conceive the content of the news story. Wu Heng also took out the skill book he had obtained and started flipping through it. Summoning Thunder skill was a high-level skill in the Curse Magic faction. From what was described in the book, its power was definitely enough, the only thing to pay attention to was the enemy's dodging issue. The formation of the clouds and the process of the lightning could miss due to the enemy's movement, thus handling the timing was a requirement to hit the target. He focused on this for over an hour. He had turned to the last page, and the system prompt immediately appeared. Unlocked skill, Summoning Thunder skill, still, learning skills this way was convenient. After finishing the first book, he immediately switched to the second. Summon Arrow Rain was an unexpected gain for Wu Heng, unsure if it aligned with his own ideas. The thickness of the book was twice that of the Summoning Thunder skill. It was filled with dense magical terminologies, symbols, and applications of magic power. Complex and profound. Summon Arrow Rain was not literally an arrow rain, but referred to non-magical ammunition or projectiles. After the ammunition was shot into the sky, magic was used to create an identical set of ammunition for the attack. In this world, the most common shooting ammunition referred to arrows and crossbow arrows, hence the name Arrow Rain. He felt that if used well, it could have a greater effect. Wu Heng read intently, not just mechanically going through the content but actively absorbing the knowledge inside. He flipped through the pages, analyzing and learning the content page by page. Finally, he finished the last page. The prompt appeared again. Unlocked skill, Summon Arrow Rain, unlocked. Wu Heng stored the skill, and stretched lazily. Learned it? Glinda asked. Learned it, Wu Heng stood up. You keep writing in the room, I'm going out to test the skill. Alright, go ahead. Having said that, he opened the door and walked out. Stepping onto the deck, Zhao and Bella flew over. Uncle, why did you come out? Zhao flew over. Wu Heng looked at her, getting some air, and trying out a skill. What skill? You'll see in a moment. Wu Heng took out a pistol and cast a spell in advance. Then he shot toward the distant ocean. Bang! A gunshot exploded. In his line of sight, fan-shaped bullets shot out and rattled into the ocean. Damn! The effect is great. He continued with a second shot, bang! Stirring up a splash on the ocean surface. Each magic could only affect the first bullet. Of course, he could cast the spell again and then shoot. Zhao and Bella, too, widened their eyes. Wow, it just became a shotgun, Zhao exclaimed. Is this magic? Bella was also surprised. Magic, a kind that multiplies the shot weapons, Wu Heng explained. How magical. Wu Heng smiled and took out a strong crossbow, releasing summon arrow rain again, before shooting into the sky. The arrows spread out after a certain distance, densely falling into the sea. The effect was really good. Done testing, heading back for dinner. Wu Heng was satisfied with the result. He called out and returned to the cabin. A few days later, at noon, Wu Heng rode the skeleton flying dragon and landed directly in the courtyard of the military factory. The factory had undergone significant changes. The walls were higher, topped with electric fences. Skeletons holding firearms stood guard strictly behind the fence. Some survivors in work clothes chatted as they walked towards the cafeteria. It was lunchtime. Just as he dismounted from the skeleton flying dragon, Jiaorong ran over from afar. "Leader, you're back." "Yes, I heard the machine cannon production line was set up." "Show me." Jiaorong immediately nodded. "Okay." Chapter 708, Help Building. Jiaorong led the way, arriving at a factory building. The doors opened, and a breath of cold, fresh air rushed towards them. Jiaorong flipped a switch on the side, and the lights came on, illuminating the entire factory. Several mechanical production lines came into view. Jiaorong introduced, "Leader, the main components of the machine cannon are divided into two parts, the barrel and the carriage. This workshop mainly produces parts for the barrel, including the gun barrel, breech, and bolt assemblies. The adjacent factory produces the carriage parts, including mounts, elevating gears, and balancing machines amongst others. After everything is produced, it all needs to be transported to the next location for assembly." Jiaorong continued to explain as they walked. He spoke in great detail and with professionalism. Even during peaceful times, not understanding machine cannons but having the production line set up indicated significant effort was put forth. If there were any components, they were naturally remembered well. Wu Heng nodded and looked at the production machinery. It was much larger than the machine gun production lines. "How many barrels are developed?" "Double-barrel machine cannons," Jiaorong replied. Wu Heng asked and immediately realized. Over here at the base, they only encountered double-barrel machine cannons, and Wu Heng's blueprints were also for double barrels. Although the fire rate was not as fast as Gatling rotary cannons, currently, the double-barrel machine cannons were sufficient for use in both worlds. When the time came to arm the other world further, their strength could significantly increase. What about the ammunition? The ammunition production line was developed before the machine cannons, and can be produced at any time. What else is missing? Jiaorong answered, "We need to arrange for humanoid skeleton workers on the production line and ensure a continuous supply of materials to maintain production. So far, any production line that was developed used skeletons as the labor force. Firstly, it was safe and controlled, and secondly, skeletons didn't need to rest or require lighting, they could work all day. This greatly improved efficiency. Are all the materials listed?" "They are. I will give you the list when we get back." "Alright, let's go. I will arrange the skeletons first, then arrange for people to teach them to use the machinery," Wu Heng said. "Okay." The two left the factory and then headed to the skeletons' military camp. Wu Heng selected skeletons of level 10 or higher and ordered them to be situated in the workshop where they would learn the corresponding tasks. As for the materials, they would need to import from the other world in due time. After arranging everything for the workshop, Wu Heng continued to inspect the rifle and bullet production workshop. He gathered the previously produced inventory into the space satchel and belts. Then they returned together. Wu Heng continued, "Get Kayang-tsai and the Russian researcher, Kadyrov, to the meeting room." "Understood," Jiaorong nodded as he picked up the radio to contact them. In the meeting room. After chatting with Jiaorong for a while, the door opened several times. Kayang-tsai and the Russian researcher Kadyrov came in together. "King." "Leader, sir." The two saluted. Kadyrov spoke in Chinese, although his accent was a bit peculiar. "Have a seat," Wu Heng said. After they sat down, Wu Heng continued, "In recent times, have there been any progress on the projects you've been responsible for?" Kayang-tsai was responsible for the research and development of the anti-stabbing suit and the flying dragon machine gun. But the flying dragon machine gun project was put on hold, and modifying it back and forth was less practical than just having a humanoid skeleton sit on top of a flying dragon, holding a machine gun. Simple, labor-saving, and easier to issue commands. Kadyrov was responsible for the development of vehicle batteries, which were already mature in electric vehicle technology. They needed to either restore it or see if they could delve deeper into more advanced research. Hearing Wu Heng's inquiry, the two exchanged glances, and Kayang-tsai was the first to speak. "Recently, we recruited talents in relevant fields. The anti-stabbing suit has been updated to the 5th generation, with double-line stitching on the surface for added toughness and tear resistance. Internally, we've added alloy steel plates for better stabbing resistance. Already updated to the 5th generation, This speed. Do you have a sample? Wu Heng asked. Yes. Kaiang-tsai took out a deep blue anti-stabbing suit from a carry bag. He placed it on the table, took out a dagger, and stabbed it twice with force. Then he vigorously scratched the surface. The anti-stabbing suit displayed clear marks, but no large-scale thread bursting occurred. Hang it on the wall, Karam, you try, Wu Heng said. Kaiang-tsai hung the anti-stabbing suit on the wall, and Karam drew his sword and made a diagonal slash. The sound of metal tearing rang out again, and the surface and steel plates showed significant cracks, but the surface wasn't cut open and still held without bursting. Much better than before. Write down the process. Okay. Hearing the acknowledgement, Kaiang-tsai immediately showed a smile and agreed. After discussing the anti-stabbing suit, it was the Russian technician's Kadrov's turn. He said, Leader sir, we've made a breakthrough in batteries that can be used in vehicles. Do you have a finished product? Not yet, but if needed, we can attempt to modify the vehicles to an electric power system, Kadrov replied. Jiao Rong, prepare a truck for them to help with the modification. Jiao Rong nodded and said to Kadrov, there are many trucks in the base, we will arrange for you to have one for research. Sure. Kadrov nodded. Wu Heng continued, if you can develop it, our previous promises to you still stand. We will do our utmost, Kadrov replied solemnly. Once everyone had spoken, Wu Heng looked at Jiao Rong again, anything you need or any difficulties. Chapter 708, Help Building. No, everything at the base is sufficient, thank you, leader and deputy leaders, for your protection. Jiao Rong expressed his gratitude. Wu Heng nodded, the base's research still relies on you all, keep up the hard work. Yes, leader. That's settled then, you may all go back to your tasks. Kaiang-tsai, make sure to sort out the process details for me, said Wu Heng. Kaiang-tsai nodded and, together with Kadrov, left the room. Does the leader have any preferences for food? I can arrange for lunch to be prepared, Jiao Rong immediately asked. Wu Heng glanced at the time, I won't be eating here, ask if the train is at the station, I need to go to Xinfu City later. Alright, I'll make contact now. After saying that, Jiao Rong also headed out. Before long, Kaiang-tsai had delivered the process details, while Jiao Rong had arranged transportation to the station for him. Taking the train, heading for Xinfu City. At dusk, Wu Heng finally arrived at Xinfu City. With the decrease in zombies, the railway had become increasingly safe, thus the speed of the trains had also increased. In about 4 hours, he arrived at Xinfu City. Following the route, he reached the central commerce and trade city. Compared to other bases, Xinfu City was bustling with more activity. As the first city started by Wu Heng and Liang, the zombies were cleaned out most thoroughly, and some facilities were more complete. When the skeleton army expanded, most of the survivors they rescued were sent here. Distributing residences and jobs, they gradually restored the city's vibrancy. The central commerce city now served as the office building for the government hall, handling some of the base's issues. All the way, Wu Heng did not encounter any acquaintances, nor did he see Chi Hengkai. Passing the radio room on the way upstairs, he knocked twice and entered. The girl guarding the radio turned her head, first startled, then called out, King. Only old-timers at the base called him King. Wu Heng glanced at her, Yinying. The girl was Jia Yinying, whom the convoy had rescued from a hotel, along with her brother, Jia Jing. Jia Yinying couldn't move her legs since childhood due to a car accident, and later she was shot, only to be treated and have her spine corrected by a skeleton alchemy warlock. According to Jia Jing, once the gunshot wound healed and her spine was corrected, plus with the aid of a healing potion, her legs recovered as well. You still remember me? Jia Yinying said with a smile. How's your body now? It's in great shape, no problems at all. Jia Yinying stood up and walked back and forth a few steps. Wu Heng rubbed her hair, that's good then. Thank you for healing me, Jia Yinying bowed. That's what I should do. Seeing you able to walk also makes me happy, Wu Heng continued to ask, where's Liang? I'll call Sister Hong over. Taking up the walkie-talkie, Jia Yinying called for Liang. Soon, footsteps sounded from the stairway, and Liang approached. She glanced at Wu Heng and said, let's go to the office to talk. After saying goodbye to Jia Yinying, he followed Liang upstairs. Entering the room, Liang closed the door, opened a drawer, and took out 5 backpacks. She then pointed at several large freezers beside her. The backpacks contain collected gold, and the freezers hold corpse cores. Wu Heng peered into a backpack, full to the brim with golden jewelry, each backpack alike. Quite a substantial haul. Storing the gold, he proceeded to open a freezer, inside of which were corpse cores sealed in canned jars, neatly stacked together. Level 1 corpse cores were the most, followed by a significant number of level 2s. Wu Hang focused his attention on the level 3 corpse cores. There were 12 bottles. Quite a substantial haul indeed. He stored the corpse cores as well, and offhandedly mentioned, "You manage things well." Liang gave him an annoyed look. "Why didn't you say so in advance? I could have gone to meet you." "I came with the transportation convoy. It would have been more trouble to arrange pickup back and forth," Wu Hang explained, then asked, "How are things here?" "Everything is normal. In spring, we arranged for farming, and by harvest time, we should be able to meet everyone's food needs," Liang stated. "That's good," Wu Hang nodded. Liang glanced at the skeleton behind him. "Didn't you bring over the alchemy skeleton?" "I'll arrange it for you in the next few days, no rush." "Staying for a few days?" "A few days." Liang's expression softened. "You have some conscience." Sizzle. As they spoke, the walkie-talkie crackled to life. Liang pressed the button. "What's up?" "Sister Hong, the dining hall is serving food." Liang looked at Wu Hang and said, "I won't go to the dining hall. Have someone bring a portion up." "Oh. For two." "Okay. Dinner." Wu Hang sat at the dining table, reaching out to touch the cheek of a figure kneeling under the table. "Let's eat first." Liang patted her thigh lightly, a pair of big eyes looking up, signaling him to leave it be. While Wu Hang ate, his other hand stroked the person's cheek. After a few simple bites, he pulled the figure from under the table and walked into the bathroom together. Soon after, rapid, low moans resonated. The next morning, Liang left early for work, and Wu Hang returned to his own quarters. The room seemed to be regularly cleaned and looked rather tidy. After having the skeleton remain at the door, he opened the boundary door and stepped through. Behind the boundary door was still the city lord's mansion study. He walked downstairs. Philippa was cleaning the feathers of her parrot's wings. She seemed to still be very caring for her tame beast. Seeing Wu Hang come down, Philippa said, "Shayna has arrived. She also brought a few alchemy skeletons for you. I've arranged them in the room on the first floor." Shayna had arrived. His skeletons had also been delivered. "Where is she?" Wu Hang approached, patted the parrot's little head, and sat down beside. Chapter 708, Helping with Construction. Philippa was just about to speak. A parrot's shrill voice called out, "Great, leader." Philippa grabbed the parrot by the neck and shook it vigorously. "What are you shouting about? You startled me." "Idiot, Captain," the parrot cursed as it flapped its wings and flew off into the distance. Philippa continued looking at Wu Hang. "I went out with Princess Brittany today. I felt a bit unwell, so I didn't follow them. I arranged for skeletons, don't worry, nothing will go wrong." Wu Hang stood up, touched her forehead, and asked, "What's wrong? Did you take any medicine?" "It's a girl's discomfort, you wouldn't understand." Philippa brushed his hand away. "I understand, just don't catch a cold," Wu Hang said with a smile and then asked, "Nothing happened in the city during the past few days I was away, right?" "Nothing at all, it's just as it was before." "What about from headquarters? Have they sent down any messages?" Wu Hang continued to ask. Philippa scratched her head. "No messages from headquarters yet, nothing arranged from Tapani's side either. In short, no changes." She made a summary. Wu Hang sat on the sofa and pondered, then stood up and said, "All right, I'll go have a look at the association then. I won't accompany you. Rest well at home, you have indeed been a bit tired lately." In the association study room, Tapani and Dean Gianvito were sitting in the room drinking tea, frowning as they looked at the just-arrived Wu Hang. "If you hadn't shown up, we would have thought you were missing and were about to issue an order to find you," Tapani said with a smile. Wu Hang stood up, poured himself a cup of tea, and said, "I borrowed 2 spell books from Dean Gianvito, and I have been cooped up in my room studying them these last few days." Tapani raised an eyebrow. "You mages really do spend such a long time on your research." Seeing that the other party believed his explanation, Wu Hang then asked, "Hasn't headquarters sent any new instructions?" "By my estimate, based on the timing, the orders should be on their way here." Tapani stood up and poured him a cup of tea. Wu Hang took a casual sip and said, "That's good, we will know what we should do when the time comes. It'll likely be a pursuit order for the Venerate Saint sect and an investigation of the Crown Prince. The previous city lord died, having killed the local steward and attempted to murder us. Someone will ultimately have to take responsibility for this matter." "That's true." At dusk, dinner time. Today's dinner included an additional guest, Shayna. After eating a few bites, Shayna said, "I've discussed some cooperation regarding Natalicity with Princess Brittany." Wu Hang glanced at the 5th princess beside him and turned back. "What kind of cooperation?" "One is the purchase of some properties and mines in the city. We've already signed the sales agreement," Shayna stated. Wu Hang already knew of this. Shayna's purpose in coming here was to purchase premium assets in the city while property prices were at their lowest. It sounded a bit like taking advantage of a bad situation, but in light of current circumstances, Shayna's willingness to spend money was a mark of trust in the fifth princess and support for the city as it stood. And then? The other matter has to do with assistance from Gold and Silver Island. Let me explain, Princess Brittany interjected. Shayna smiled and nodded. Go ahead, Princess Brittany. Shayna and I discussed it, and relying solely on my abilities, I can't possibly defend this city. While I'm said to be in command, in truth, I must depend on Gold and Silver Island. Therefore, we plan to use 30% of the city's annual tax revenue as military funding for the skeleton defense. Sister Shayna said she couldn't decide on this matter by herself and would need to discuss it with you. Wu Heng looked at her, somewhat surprised. Princess Brittany's self-assessment was quite sober. For now, she was appointed as the city administrator, but frankly speaking, Wu Heng had possession of the city. If the association left and Wu Heng withdrew his forces, then the city would still belong to others. Nothing would have changed. I have no objections, Wu Heng nodded. Princess Brittany's expression brightened. Thank you, Island Lord Wu Heng. She continued, I have another request and would like to discuss it with you. Please forgive me if it's not agreeable to you. What is it? Just speak directly, Wu Heng said. Princess Brittany took a deep breath and said, Gold and Silver Island's infrastructure and concepts have already surpassed the current Hueco Kingdom. I want Gold and Silver Island's help in building Netali City, to construct some houses, as well as those bright street lamps for use during the night. She wanted to replicate Gold and Silver Island's model. Wu Heng looked at her eyes filled with expectation and nodded. We can help you, but it will be a large project, so we'll have to plan it out gradually. Understood. After having dinner, Philippa pulled Shayna aside to chat about the journey here. Shayna listened earnestly, as if enjoying a story. As the night grew late, Shayna chose a room on the same floor, opposite her, ostensibly still as the president of the Starflower Commerce Association. She couldn't appear as though she were staying at the Island Lord's mansion. Wu Heng was in the study, reading for a while. Using the array, he appeared in Shayna's room the next second. Looking up, Wu Heng saw Shayna and the female housekeeper looking towards him nervously. The housekeeper stood in front, holding a long sword and a small round shield. Shayna stood behind, holding the pistol Wu Heng gave her, pointed towards where he stood. When the array disappeared and they saw it was Wu Heng, they relaxed slightly. Shayna complained, Why did you come over like this? We thought it was someone else. I've learned a new skill and thought to give it a try. Put the gun away, it's quite frightening, Wu Heng said with a laugh. Shayna put the gun back into her space ring and whispered a couple of words to the housekeeper. The housekeeper nodded. Master, my lady, I'll be next door. Call me anytime you need. The housekeeper left and closed the door. Wu Heng stepped forward and embraced the wood elf he hadn't seen for nearly half a month, hanging her on his body. Chapter 709, Engaging in battle. They had not seen each other for half a month. Although there was some contact through the radio, their hearts were filled with longing. When the butler left, they kissed and hastily removed each other's clothes. Shayna was lifted and placed on the edge of the bed. The hem of her nightgown was lifted to her waist, her hands subconsciously supporting herself on the bed's edge. With a soft, low moan, her body swayed back and forth with the force behind her. Her silver teeth tightly bit her red lips, softly humming in rhythm, and said, a bit slower, people might hear us. Wu Heng took an elf ear in his mouth. Everyone is asleep, what is there to be afraid of? As he spoke, he pulled down the straps of the nightgown, hanging them at her waist. He wrapped his arms around her body, supporting the weighty chest. Be careful, Shayna's body flushed. Hold on a bit. Don't use so much force, go slower. Shayna hit him on the back with a reverse hand, picked up a handkerchief from the bedside, and gently bit it in her mouth. She let out soft, whimpering sounds in time with the rhythm. The night deepened. The two of them sat naked opposite each other at the edge of the bed. Wu Heng stood up, and Shayna, with a cry, coiled her legs around his waist like a spider, her arms tightly around his neck. What now? A sip of water. Wu Heng said, carrying her to the desk in the room, sitting down again and taking a sip from his cup. I'm thirsty too, Shayna said coyly. Wu Heng took a light sip, pinched her chin, and fed the water to her. They continued their unfinished pleasures. After a long while, Shayna exhaled heavily, and Wu Heng carried her back to the bed. They snuggled under the thin blanket. Didn't Philippa keep you company? Why all this exertion? Shayna spoke softly, leaning on his chest. Wu Heng caressed the elf's full body. Missed you, that's all. Always saying things that are pleasing to hear. Was it your idea to let the troops stay in Gold and Silver Island? Wu Heng pulled her closer into his embrace. Shayna's slender fingers gently touched his chest. Yes, she seemed decent, and truly wanted to improve the city, so I suggested it. She paused briefly, then continued, I bought several local properties. I couldn't just let her lose the city right after signing the agreement. I knew it must have been your idea, otherwise, she wouldn't have suddenly brought it up, Wu Heng said. Shayna smiled and nodded. Think of it this way, the military power of the entire city is in your hands, you hold the real control. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows, understanding her meaning. He gently massaged her body and offhandedly said, since we've agreed to it, let's just take one step at a time. Alright, you decide, Shayna nodded. Wu Heng continued, I need to order some goods urgently, can you contact some suppliers? What do you need? He casually took out a list and handed it to her, mainly steel, preferably finished products that meet the specifications on the list. Shayna took out an illuminating stone, looked over the list. Netali City can't meet the requirements, it will definitely take some time, especially with the specifications. If it's not possible, then let's place an order. Wu Heng said. Shayna nodded, okay, I'll contact Minnie via radio tomorrow, tell her which trade association to approach, and get the order signed directly to minimize the time. Good. Wu Heng nodded. Being a businesswoman, Shayna valued time efficiency. Following her arrangements would certainly save more time than negotiating with each trade association myself. There's one more thing, Shayna looked up at him. What is it? I plan to hold a second elixir auction in Netali City to alleviate the city's decline. Wu Heng frowned, it's not as safe here as you think. I'm not planning to hold it right now, just waiting for news from the association, Shayna said. That's fine, we'll see how it goes. They chatted for a while, then fell asleep in each other's arms. Zombie World, Pharmaceutical Factory. Early in the morning, Wu Heng, accompanied by Li Yong and 3 level 10 alchemy skeletons, went to the pharmaceutical factory. In the pharmaceutical workshop, a middle-aged woman, accompanied by over 20 uniformly dressed individuals in white lab coats, approached. Deputy Leader Li. The middle-aged woman bowed slightly. Those behind her also bowed. Li Yong nodded, gesturing towards Wu Heng, this is our leader. Everyone looked on curiously, sizing him up for a moment. Then they all saluted, leader. Wu Heng also nodded with a smile, no need for formalities. Li Yong said, Sister Yang, you stay. The rest of you may attend to your own tasks. Everyone left. The woman called Sister Yang remained, asking curiously, any instructions? Li Yong explained, these skeletons are skilled in crafting very effective elixirs and will stay here to focus on pharmaceutical research, mainly on turning them into tablets. Elixir crafting? Sister Yang frowned. Wang Heng took over the conversation, Sister Yang. The woman immediately saluted, leader, you are too polite. You can just call me Mangekyō. Wu Heng went straight to the point, you will be teaching them how to convert elixirs into tablets. As for how much of the efficacy is preserved, let them figure it out. Rather than having survivors develop elixirs, Wu Heng felt it would be faster to teach skeletons how to make tablets. The elixirs and formulas were ready, it was just a matter of adding some materials to form tablets. It shouldn't be difficult. Mangekyō glanced at the skeletons, hesitated but eventually nodded, understood. I'll first take them to the lab, and later arrange for someone to teach them the process. Wu Heng looked at the 3 skeletons behind him, you 3 stay and learn from them. The 3 alchemy skeletons immediately walked behind Mangekyō. She shuddered, then led the skeletons to the lab inside. After a short while, she hurried back, leader, deputy leader, I invite you to come inside and take a look, and also to discuss the upcoming arrangements. Wu Heng and Li Yong nodded, then proceeded into the workshop. At the border between London City and Hueco Kingdom. Advance. The human army, clad in uniform armor and wielding swords and blades, marched forward with disciplined steps. Flags fluttered in the wind, their eyes filled with courage and determination. Woo! Suddenly, the sound of horns blared. A courage halo converged on the soldiers. Kill. Attack. Loud battle cries resonated as the human army surged forward like a tide towards the necromancy enemy. Right in front of the human army, the skeleton army was neatly arranged. Within the ranks of skeletons, a ranger moved swiftly among the skeletons. He reached the middle of the formation and immediately reported, Commander Jeffrey, the enemy is approximately 300 meters away. Jeffrey, a level 11 warrior, formerly a core member of the Pint Gang and now the commander of London City, was responsible for auxiliary and reconnaissance tasks. Clad in bright silver armor, he was burly and robust. Yet, as the cries of battle drew closer, a chill ran down his spine and sweat beads rolled down from under his helmet. Having originated from a gang, and having scrambled to a city commander's post through Wenmansha, he was on edge facing forces like the Hammer Party, let alone an army. Even well prepared, his heart raced, and his head seemed to throb with the battle cries. Continue scouting, Jeffrey instructed. Yes, the ranger departed. Jeffrey then turned and briskly walked towards a carriage nearby and bowed respectfully. "Commander, the enemy is nearly 300 meters away." The carriage door opened, and a skeleton wearing a pink sun hat stepped down. Standing on the carriage step, it looked into the distance. The next second, the waiting skeleton army, moving in stiff but orderly steps, advanced forward. There were no battle cries, only the synchronized sound of footsteps and the friction of armor. The two forces close to within 200 meters. Skeletons in the front row holding giant shields quickly loosened their formation, shields separated slightly, revealing black gun barrels poking from behind. Bang! The first gunshot exploded, and a human soldier advancing forward staggered and slowly fell. Chapter 710, Appointing an Inspector. Bang bang bang. Following that, all the gun barrels poking through the shield gaps spat out flames, and bullets heavily belted towards the front. The human army charging at the very front was instantly enveloped by bullets and fell backward in droves. The skeletons continued to step forward, holding submachine guns, advancing while firing. And with the advancement of the skeletons, the entire battle line began to shift. The sky that had been clear turned dark and lightless. The skeleton army advanced through the gun smoke, their eye sockets flickering with pale blue soul fire, holding devices spitting flames, like demons harvesting human lives from hell. The two sides hadn't even engaged in close combat yet, but the humans had already suffered heavy losses. Unable to approach, they could only watch as one after another fell. More people, their faces filled with terror, turned around and fled back. From behind, orders to retreat were issued. The already chaotic military force instantly disintegrated, everyone dropping their helmets and armors, not looking back as they fled. Leaving behind a ground full of corpses and discarded weapons. And fleeing soldiers tumbling and scrambling. The gunfire stopped. Woo! The dull sound of the horn rose again. Tap tap tap. Countless running sounds sprung up from both sides of the battle zone. For the tribe, for the London City Alliance. A beastman standing 4 meters tall, with dark green skin and huge tusks, raised his battle axe high and roared loudly. For the tribe, for the Alliance. Majestic falcons swooped overhead. Behind them were numerous robust beastmen wielding battle axes and war hammers, loudly shouting while emerging from both sides of the forest to pounce on the fleeing Hueco Kingdom soldiers. The beastmen, stronger in close combat, charged relentlessly. The enemy, now fleeing in panic, devoid of any will to fight, suited their style better. The Hueco army was helpless to respond. Behind the beastmen, the old shaman, holding a wooden staff, kept his eyes on the battlefield below. Behind him stood other tribal leaders or top-tier members. "Shaman sir, what kind of weapons are those? They're way too exaggerated. These devices, I've seen them on the skeletons in the city, but it's my first time seeing them used. If we could buy some, we could achieve this kind of combat power too. They're probably props from the association, I doubt they would sell them to outsiders. Next time, be careful when speaking, don't make Lady Wen Mangekyō angry." The old shaman turned to look at several beastmen chieftains. He said, "These are Wu Heng's weapons, as far as we know. Only he possesses the blueprints and methods for making them. I just didn't expect that so many had been produced already." In his memory, Wu Heng had used these weapons to deal with the Hammer Party and the former city lord Reno and his army. But the numbers had definitely not been this large back then. Enough to equip dozens of people. And now it seemed, London City had just as many, and he would only have more. If London City has so many weapons, why do they still need to ally with us against Hueco Kingdom? A beastman asked. The old shaman turned to look at him and said, "Wen Mangekyō has had a child and has become even more cautious. She surely doesn't want to face any danger from behind when confronting the enemy. She's guarding against us? We could also let our tribes send troops now, taking the opportunity to attack London City while it's vulnerable," another beastman suggested. The old shaman glared at him. "Use your foolish brain, our main force is here, the rest won't scare Wen Mangekyō enough for an attack." He paused, then continued, "Next time you talk about disrupting the unity like this, you can go back to the tribe and leave the alliance." "I was just blabbering, it won't happen again," the beastman immediately admitted his mistake. The old shaman then instructed, "Let our tribe's people behave in the city and maintain good relations with London City, it's beneficial for us." "Understood." The beastman answered. Netali City. During the day, Wu Heng and Li Yong visited the pharmaceutical factory and also left the alchemy skeleton there. In the afternoon, they returned to the downtown shopping center, where Wu Heng entrusted the remaining tasks to Li Yong and returned to the city lord's mansion through the boundary door. The rest depended on when the alchemy skeleton would learn to manufacture tablets. By then, it should also become a new product of Gold and Silver Island. Exiting the boundary door, he released 3 ghosts to roam freely, changed his clothes, and washed up briefly. When he returned to his seat, his gaze fell on a notebook belonging to a skeleton investigator at the side. His eyebrows slightly raised. There was a record on it, a message left by Lady Winmancha. Picking up the radio microphone, Lady Winmancha, can you hear me? Soon, Winmancha's voice came through. Master, I can hear you. I've seen your message. What happened? Wu Heng asked. There was a moment of contemplation on the other end, then she continued, the army of London City has engaged in combat with the army of the Hueco Kingdom. Wu Heng's brow instantly furrowed, it had really escalated to a fight. How is it? He asked his verbally, but from her tone, he could guess some of the outcomes. Winmancha said with a laugh, the news from the front lines is that the skeleton suffered no casualties, the Beastmen Alliance army had some injured, some of whom tumbled down a slope in a downhill charge and couldn't stop. That's good news then. Of course it's good news, Winmancha said, laughing. Wu Heng then asked, after the victory, how was it handled? The skeleton army is still advancing, and in about a day's time, they will reach the border of the Hueco Kingdom, Winmancha reported, then asked, Master, do you have any instructions? Wu Heng pondered for a moment, I'm not aware of the situation on your side, just make decisions based on the circumstances there, mainly ensure your and your daughter's safety, don't overreach. Don't worry, I haven't gone out at all, the city lord's mansion is now surrounded, and it's secure, Winmancha assured with a laugh. That's good to hear, Wu Heng calculated the time in his mind, once I'm done here, I'll come over to check on you. The orders from headquarters were expected in a few days. It sounded like Winmancha was at an advantage, so a day or two wouldn't make much difference. No need, if there's any danger, I'll inform you. That works. Then, Winmancha went on to introduce the situation of the Beastmen Alliance, and the initial plans had already been implemented. The whole of London City and the Beastmen tribe were tightly bound together. Once this battle was over, people would be sent to the Beastmen tribe to promote the newspapers and stories of the great detective Wu Heng. To gather prestige. After talking for a while, Philippa knocked loudly on the door, calling him to eat. He said a word to Winmancha. He hung up the communication and went downstairs to eat. The next morning, Wu Heng, accompanied by a skeleton attendant, entered the hall of the association. He knocked lightly on the office door and, upon receiving a response, opened the door and walked in. Elder Tapani was still sitting behind the desk. Elder, did you want to see me? Wu Heng asked. Tapani nodded. The association's directives have arrived, commending our recent operations and rewarding them. There will also be an investigation into the Hueco Kingdom. A gleam flashed in Wu Heng's eyes. Finally, it had arrived. Actually, it was only a few days off. Just yesterday he was wondering why there was no news from headquarters, and today it had already been delivered. What did they say? Wu Heng continued to inquire. Tapani took an appointment letter from the side and handed it to him, saying, Jade Sea Flagbearer Wu Heng, for your outstanding performance and irreplaceable role in the Netali City case investigation, you are hereby awarded a first-class merit, appointed as an inspector of the association, with authority to oversee various places. Chapter 711, Hero enters the city inspector. This position, Wu Heng was quite familiar with it. When he was at Gold and Silver Island, he too had been interrogated by an inspector. Later, it was also found out that he had been targeted for investigation because someone had bribed this inspector, looking for some leverage against him. When the inspector left the island, Wu Heng also secretly killed him to avoid any further danger. But it also proved that inspectors indeed had some real power. As long as they could find evidence, they could directly suspend anyone within the local association from their duties and subject them to investigation. Similarly, possessing such power, they would undoubtedly offend some people. Wu Heng received the appointment letter, opened it, and saw an inspector's emblem tucked inside. Becoming an inspector, my status as the flag bearer of Gold and Silver Island is unaffected, right? Tapani said, if it's not written on the appointment letter, it means it is unaffected. You hold both identities. Thank you, Elder, Wu Heng expressed his gratitude. No need to thank me, this is headquarters valuing you and what you deserve, Tapani said with a smile. Since last time, when Wu Heng had killed the city lord and saved everyone on the investigative team, the entire investigative team's attitude towards him also changed, becoming markedly different from the perfunctory approach they had taken before. Even the priest now smiled and greeted him, chatting for a bit upon meeting. He was considered a comrade who had shared adversities. Wu Heng stored the appointment letter and the emblem in his space ring, then returned to his seat on the sofa and asked, Elder, has headquarters not mentioned anything about subsequent investigations? There were definitely some arrangements from headquarters, but it was clear they did not care to make them public. Otherwise, people outside would have started discussing it already. Tapani took a sip of his tea. Headquarters is taking this matter very seriously. more people will arrive in Natali City later to hold Hueco Kingdom accountable and conduct investigations. So, there's nothing for us to do then. Tapani shook his head. Can't quite say that. The entire city's defense still requires your skeletons, and since your investigative skills are strong, you might need to accompany them for the investigation. Wait until the other elders arrive. Other elders? That meant more elders were coming. The evaluation of an elder, both in terms of level and power, would definitely be higher. It seemed they were gathering high-level professionals to exert pressure on Hueco Kingdom. Wu Heng nodded and continued. The fifth princess spoke to me yesterday about the city's defense forces. She wants to sign a mutual defense agreement with Gold and Silver Island and increase the military presence in the city. That's your business, just discuss it amongst yourselves, Tapani said casually. Everyone could see what the entire city was like. Having Wu Heng's skeletons remain was the best choice for the fifth princess. It was actually quite amusing. The once despised Necromancer was now needed back to handle the city's defenses. Alright, Wu Heng said, then asked, by the way, Elder, when will the rewards for first-class merits be coming? They should be a bit later. Why? I'm thinking of writing to headquarters to specify the type of reward before they arrive. I can't use many of the rewards previously given, Wu Heng stated. Then write it earlier. Once the rewards are registered for distribution, they cannot be changed. Sending it in advance might still make a difference, Tapani suggested. I'll write now and send it directly. Tapani took out an association envelope and paper from the drawer. Wu Heng took them and wrote immediately. The first part was a gratitude towards the association, the latter was specifying the desired rewards. He had already thought about what rewards he wanted. The remaining parts of the 100 soldiers set. If other components were still at the association, they should be awarded to him since he already had the robe. Keeping the other parts would not be useful. If not, receiving other rewards would not be a loss either. After quickly finishing, he put it into the envelope. Wu Heng then said, Elder, if there's nothing else, I'll head back first. Tapani nodded. Don't wander around lately, wait for the other people from headquarters, you'll need to be present at that time too. Alright. Also, this hasn't been disclosed to the public since it involves negotiations with Hueco Kingdom. Don't mention it outside, Tapani instructed again. Understood, Wu Heng agreed. Then go ahead. Wu Heng nodded and left the study directly. He delivered the letter he had just written to the reception and then returned to the city lord's mansion. Upon returning home, he went straight upstairs back to the study. Inside the study, Glenda was crafting a new story at the desk. Zhao and Bella, who had gone out with him, also flew to their viewing area. Starting to search for movies on the tablet. Glenda asked, how did it go? Did the headquarters make their arrangements? The arrangements are in place. In a few days, new association elders will arrive to continue investigating the affairs of Hueco Kingdom. I received a first-class merit and the identity of an inspector, Wu Heng said. Not bad, you've become an inspector too, Glenda said with a laugh. Now I also have a reason to investigate some people within the association. Wu Heng sat down in the chair. Glenda then asked, why didn't they let you continue with the investigation of Hueco Kingdom? Wu Heng shook his head, not sure, they only mentioned that I might be needed to cooperate at the time. It's good that they don't need you, some trivial matters don't help much in improving you, Glenda noted. Wu Heng agreed with the statement. He had tied himself to the fifth princess, thus entering the disputes within Hueco Kingdom. Later, interacting with the internal politics of the kingdom, there would be no loss even if he was not directly involved. Chapter 711, The hero enters the city especially since things have been a bit busy recently. I was thinking the same thing, Wu Heng said. Glenda continued, in a few days, the new story will come out. You can arrange for it to be released on Gold and Silver Island and in Natali City. Okay, Wu Heng nodded. Glenda flew back to her spot to continue her writing. Wu Heng continued to the radio and glanced at the record book. There were no new entries. Picking up the microphone, he said, Wen Mancha, are you there? Soon, Wen Mancha's voice came through from the other end. Master, I'm here. How are things in London City? The front line has sent back news. The skeleton army has successfully taken down the border defenses of the Hueco Kingdom and taken over the city, Wen Mancha reported. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. That fast? Didn't they say they would arrive at the border today? There was a bit of a timing error. The skeleton army marched through the night and their pace was quicker than anticipated. The whole army has left the Beastman army far behind. Before the Beastmen even saw the city walls, the skeleton army had already taken the city, Wen Mancha explained directly. You could sense the surprise in her voice. She likely hadn't expected to wake up to find they had already breached into the territory of the Hueco Kingdom. How's the city we took? Wu Heng asked next. Wen Mancha continued, there are hardly any people left. I've also ordered that the local residents not be harassed. We're preparing to send someone to communicate with the local association to clarify our identity. That's very considerate. We have no choice, we don't want to be accused of anything unfavorable. It's better to be careful, Mangekyō replied helplessly. Having broken through the city and leading the skeleton army, on some level, London City's forces resembled the villains from a story. Without an explanation, it would be easy for Mangekyō to be placed on a wanted list. Write another letter and have a local inspector from London City deliver it to the association headquarters, explaining the situation in advance, Wu Hang considered and then instructed. All right. Wu Hang thought for a moment and then said, I had wanted to go there to protect you all, but the association has new arrangements. It might take some more time for me to get there. You don't need to, Master. If we were at a disadvantage, then you could return. Right now, the skeleton army is advancing unhindered. Your return isn't necessary, Mangekyō said. All right, I'll have a look at the situation here. You and our daughter, be safe. We know, Master, Mangekyō said softly. Then that's it for now, let me know if anything comes up. Okay, Mangekyō agreed, and then coaxed, come on, say goodbye to Daddy. A baby's cooing faintly came through. Mangekyō said, she's saying goodbye to you. Wu Hang also said with a smile, goodbye, sweet daughter. After ending the communication, Wu Hang sat down in a nearby chair. His mind started to ponder the whole situation. He had to wait for the new elder from the association to arrive before he could head for London City. His presence now wouldn't be much help to the ongoing battle. On the contrary, the arrival of a new investigative team from the association that started to pressure the Hueco kingdom from within might actually be an advantage for London City. After contemplating for a while, he stood up again. He addressed a few ghosts, girls, come back for now, we'll return to Gold and Silver Island this afternoon. Glenda gave him an annoyed look, that way of addressing us. So dull. Zhao also flew over, Uncle, why are we going back? To take a look and pick up some supplies. There wasn't enough time to go to London City, but a trip to Gold and Silver Island was no problem. In any case, he had to wait for the arrival of the new elder. All right. Zhao nodded. The three ghosts merged back into his body. Wu Hang also left the city lord's mansion and went to an open field outside. Putting on the train captain's hat, he boarded the Phantom train. The train appeared in a wilderness of Gold and Silver Island. Wearing the faceless mask, Wu Hang walked a distance before entering the urban area of the island. The atmosphere of Gold and Silver Island was in stark contrast to that of Netali City. Bustling and lively, some people rode bicycles swiftly along the roads. Young girls sat in the rear seats of the bikes. He remembered the first time he saw Netali City and was amazed that there could be such a prosperous city in this world. Now, Gold and Silver Island was no less bustling than Netali City back then. Wu Hang hailed a horse-drawn carriage and went straight to the island lord's mansion. He took off his mask at the door and walked in. Master. Minnie, along with two other maids, approached but did not come too close, their gazes filled with caution. In the morning, Shendu had communicated about ordering supplies, and now Wu Hang was back in the afternoon? Yes, I've come back for some things, he confirmed as Kaizayu and Karam, two skeletons, also entered behind him. The maids were reassured that it really was Wu Hang who had returned. Excitedly, they rushed over, Master, we've missed you so much. Wu Hang hugged the three of them, I've missed you too. Master, will you be going back today? Roby asked, hugging his leg curiously. No, I'll return tomorrow morning. Minnie said, then, I'll have the skeletons prepare a lavish dinner. Yes, let's talk in the room, Wu Hang suggested, leading them into the living room. Wu Hang recounted the events that had occurred after the last battle. When they heard Wu Hang had become an inspector with the authority to dismiss local stewards, they shouted with support. Wow! The Master can control stewards now. Master, you're so amazing. Besides heroes, you're the greatest, right? At his little maid's place, one could always expect to gain an exceptional boost in morale. Chapter 711, the hero enters the city. He initially didn't think it was that impressive, but hearing it repeatedly made the inspector role seem quite formidable. Smiling, he said, you're exaggerating a bit. Besides heroes, the association has many elders, and the inspector position is only useful locally. It wouldn't be effective back at headquarters. That's enough, Minnie immediately said. That steward in London City, I don't like him at all. Master, you should investigate him. During their time in London City, the decisions made by the local steward were not very friendly. Minnie had remembered this until now. No need to bother with him, when Mangekyō is still there, Wu Hang said with a smile. All right then, Minnie replied reluctantly. After Wu Hang finished explaining the situation, he stood up and said, I'll go have a look at the mechanist's place and be back by dinner. Okay, Master. The mechanist's building wasn't far from the island lord's mansion. Wu Hang went there with the skeleton. Lord Island Master. Corpse Ghost Mechanist Costas came out with several skeletons. This mechanist was recommended to him by the Snake Badge Consortium's Retili. Level 17, formerly the Vice-Chancellor of the Count Kingdom. With his life approaching its end, he had Wu Heng perform the transformation ceremony to turn him into a corpse ghost and join Gold and Silver Island. Are you adapting well to life in the city? Quite well. Gold and Silver Island is a very promising small island, it will only get better, Costas directly replied. How's the study of the power plant blueprints coming along? Wu Heng continued to inquire. Costas nodded and said, the blueprints are very clear. We've conducted simple assembly and testing in the experimental area and can complete the assembly and construction. Not bad, Wu Heng continued, in a while, we'll be taking on some construction projects from other regions, including building power plants. We can start preparing the necessary array patterns and equipment in advance. Understood, Lord. Approximately how many people in the city will need this? Costas asked. About the same as Gold and Silver Island, just make a copy. Understood, we'll start preparing tomorrow, Costas said directly. Then, the man and corpse ghost discussed some local factory matters. As dusk approached, they left and returned to the island lord's mansion. At dinner, at the dining table, Wu Heng inquired, where are the materials sent by the various commercial associations stored? In the warehouse area at dock number 2. I've conducted detailed registry here, Andre Willow answered. Take me there tomorrow. I want to take some of them. Okay, master. As they continued to dine, Minnie relayed to Wire the details Wu Heng had just shared. After dinner, Minnie and Andre Willow took Wu Heng back to his room to rest. The next day, Wu Heng and Andre Willow went to the warehouse. They collected some purchased supplies into the space satchel. Near midday, after saying goodbye to the maids and donning the train captain's hat, he returned to Netali City. The train was still parked in the wilderness. Wu Heng, accompanied by the skeleton, entered the city gate. Today, the atmosphere in the city was a bit better. At the port, some ships from commercial associations could be seen, many workers moving supplies around. As Shainila had mentioned, some associations had also arrived in Netali City. They planned to explore potential business opportunities or to acquire some high-quality assets. Wu Heng glanced around, planning to call for a carriage to return to the city lord's mansion. Wu Heng, there's a hero. Glenda's voice echoed in his ear. A hero? The sudden statement left Wu Heng momentarily stunned. Glenda continued, the man in the white cloak opposite, level 20 professional, has reached the hero level. Wu Heng's gaze sharpened as he looked up toward the front. 3 people were walking towards them, the leader tall, about 2 meters, with distinctly chiseled features and slanted eyebrows, exuding an imposing aura. Draped in a white cloak over a purple suit, fitting his strong build. Wu Heng frowned deeply. A hero entered the city? The association's new inspection team? Or someone from Mother Powers, or a member of the evil cult? The likelihood of it being the evil cult was pretty slim. Walking around so conspicuously would be too provocative. Even if they weren't afraid of the association's members, this wouldn't be their approach. As Wu Heng reflected, the man in the white cloak seemed to sense something and turned to look over. Their eyes met, and a strong oppressive feeling swept over. Wu Heng slightly furrowed his brow. He nodded at the man, who also seemed startled but nodded back. They then took back their gazes and passed by each other. Chapter 712, The strongest heroes were the mighty ones at the apex of the world's pyramid, the most formidable bunch of people. In the hearts of ordinary people, heroes were also the beings closest to gods. Powerful and mysterious. Wu Heng had thought about what it would be like to encounter a hero, but never did he expect to see one on his way home. The man was burly, like a fitness coach. Uncle, he's gone far away, the small voice rang in his ear again. Wu Heng didn't look back, continuing straight ahead. The hostility detection didn't activate, proving the other party had no ulterior motives. And there was no need for him to go looking for trouble. Although the person wasn't targeting him. He was curious, however, about the purpose of a hero coming to Netali City at this time. After pondering for a moment, he didn't head straight back to the city lord's mansion, but instead took a detour to the association. The association's hall was much livelier today than the previous few days. They must all be people from the ships that docked at the harbor. He walked through the corridor to the elder's office and knocked. After 2 knocks, a response came from inside, and Wu Heng pushed the door and entered. Tapani said, "You either disappear for days or show up every single day." Wu Heng smiled and said, "Elder, I saw that a lot of ships have arrived at the harbor. Have any other members from headquarters arrived?" "Not yet. When they do, I'll have someone notify you," Tapani said. The hero just now, indeed, wasn't from the association. Where did this rogue hero come from? What could attract a hero to a coastal city of a kingdom? Or was it just passing through, And the real intent lay deeper within the kingdom? Seeing him fall silent, Tapani asked, "What's wrong? Is the arrival of headquarters personnel that important?" Snapping out of his thoughts, Wu Hang replied, "I saw a lot of people coming on the road just now, worried that some problems might arise." Tapani smiled. "Several ships have docked, all of which have been inspected. The ships' origins are all on record, and they wouldn't go looking for trouble. Couldn't there be people from an evil cult sneaking in?" Tapani frowned and explained, "Sneak in for what? We are the hunters, they only make small moves in the shadows. Besides, reinforcements from headquarters will arrive in 2 days. They wouldn't dare unless they have a death wish." Seeing the elder's confidence, Wu Hang didn't press further. He would keep an eye on that hero's movements, and if something did happen, reporting to Tapani wouldn't be too late. Speaking too much now could inadvertently expose some of his abilities. Wu Hang nodded as if curious. "Elder, is it very difficult to advance to a hero?" Tapani's eyebrows raised, a smile emerging. "Of course, it's difficult. Do you think so many level 18 professionals don't want to advance? Where's the difficulty?" Tapani pondered. "Difficult in state of mind, in temperament, and in reputation. In short, becoming a hero isn't easy. Once you reach level 18, you'll naturally understand the hardships." After the prelude to the conversation, Wu Hang nodded in agreement, taking the opportunity to ask, "Is it true that no other forces have heroes except for the Association?" The Association was able to influence the direction of kingdoms and even investigate the royal family. At the very least, it implied that there were no heroes within the royal family. Like Celt Kingdom's Prince Luan, who needed a level 18 mage from the Association as a mentor, utilizing the Association's training resources. It seemed that despite kingdoms possessing land, they still couldn't compare with the Association. "Of course not," Tapani immediately refuted, smiling as he looked over. "The Association indeed has the most heroes, but that doesn't mean other forces don't have any. Elder, tell me about it. I love to hear these things, it's also a way to broaden my knowledge," said Wu Hang, his interest piqued. Tapani puffed up his chest, picked up his cup of tea, and took a gentle sip. Then he slowly said, "It's still a bit early for you to understand all this, but listening to it in advance won't hurt." After another sip, he spoke, "Besides the heroes of the Association, those I know of include the Immortal Emperor from the Endless Desert, the Bishop of the 12 Heavenly Saints sect, and the Dragon of the Snake Badge Consortium. Most heroes, for various reasons, rarely appear in public, so you hardly ever see them in person." "Dragon?" Tapani looked at him. "You're right on target. The leader of the Snake Badge Consortium is known as Dragon, and he's recognized as the strongest hero." "Damn, finally a memorable name. What does he look like?" "What does he look like? It's said he has the appearance of a middle-aged man, with a very burly physique that gives off the vibe of a fist master who only trains muscles." Tapani pondered as he replied. From Tapani's brief description, it was very likely that the person he had seen was the consortium leader himself. The strongest hero. No wonder he could operate the consortium to such an extent. Although it wasn't comparable to the Association, no one dared to provoke them. Tapani said with a smile, "Speaking of which, the Immortal Emperor relied on a corpse ghost for his body to achieve hero status. I think you'll surpass him while your body still retains its vitality." Hearing this, Wu Hang seemed to remember something. He asked, "Are there necromancy skill books over there?" Tapani nodded. "If you're asking about that, then definitely. After all, it's primarily a necromancy sect, and since they've become influential, their expertise in necromancy is sure to be high." Wu Hang stroked his chin. "Is there a way to contact them, to exchange some things?" "I wouldn't know about that." "Oh." Wu Hang nodded and checking the time, said, "Elder, I should head back. I'll come by if anything comes up." "All right, just don't wander around these next few days." "Understood." Wu Hang acknowledged and then stood up to leave. In the dimly lit basement of the tavern, the lavishly decorated corridor gave off a somewhat gloomy atmosphere. A burly man clad in a white cloak walked deeper into the corridor, his hand brushing over the engraved patterns on the walls. The illuminating stones hanging above cast his shadow longer and longer. This was the old site of the Snake Badge Consortium. After an internal strife, the building had been empty for quite a while. It was also here, last time, that a fake Snake Badge member provided false information to the Association investigation team. Tap tap tap. Footsteps echoed from upstairs. A subordinate approached with a slight bow. "Leader, the person you mentioned is the island master of Gold and Silver Island. He is taking charge of investigating this case." "So it's him." The man's brow lifted slightly, a trace of surprise in his eyes. But he didn't say much, pondering for a moment before speaking. "Don't worry about him, get ready, we're going to Hueco Kingdom." "Yes, leader," the subordinate nodded. The group walked out of the tavern together, securing the door tightly behind them. Then they set off on foot, Heading out of the town. City Lord's mansion, study. Wu Heng sat in the room for a while before Glinda flew back in. He's gone. That man has left the city. Left the city? Yes, he's gone in the direction of Hueco Kingdom. Chapter 713, New Survey Team. Wu Heng nodded and felt relieved in his heart. It was good that they had left. It proved that the other party was just passing through Natalie City, and fortunately, the association had not troubled him. Wu Heng then asked, "Where were you before this?" "I didn't approach, but I saw them coming out of a pub owned by the Snake Badge Consortium," Glinda said directly. It was indeed the leader of the Snake Badge Consortium. Actually, from his own perspective, the Snake Badge Consortium had been a great help to him. Starting from London City, the support he got from the Snake Badge Consortium was even greater than from the association. Of course, it was a trading relationship, he paid and the other party provided services. This could hardly be called a favor, it was simply a mutual need. But he quite liked this mode of cooperation, where money could buy what he needed. Since they have left, it has nothing to do with us anymore. We might not even meet them in the future. Wu Heng sipped his tea. They don't seem that overbearing, Glinda continued. Just having met once does not mean they would come over and kill us just because we caught their eye on the street. If that were the case, it wouldn't be overbearing, it would be a psychological disorder. That makes some sense, Glinda agreed. Alright, let's focus on our own affairs. In a couple of days, the association's new investigation team will arrive, and our task will be over. Huh, Glinda floated to one side and continued writing new stories. Wu Heng sat in his room, sipping tea from a cup. Near midday, the loud calls of Captain Philippa came from outside the window. He walked to the window and looked outside, seeing Philippa with his arm around Shayla's shoulders, coming back from outside, talking incessantly. After greeting the ghosts, Wu Heng also went downstairs, heading to the living room. As he walked down from upstairs, Shayla and Philippa also stopped their chat and looked his way uniformly. "What are you talking about?" Philippa said. "Today, some traders from other caravans entered the city. We accompanied Brittany to meet these people and also helped give some advice." Shayla added, "They are all here to pick up properties in the city. They're still not sure about the situation, mainly focusing on gathering information. Different from Shayla's situation. These trade associations were still unclear about the city's future development plans. They wanted to seize the opportunity to make money, but feared any problem could cause the money spent to go in vain. So before buying, they mainly had to gather some information to ascertain whether it was worth the investment here. Are there any good properties left? Try to buy them all." Wu Heng sat down by her side. "We've bought them, but we've also left a few upper-medium properties, to give other trade associations some chances and increase some activity," Shayla said. Wu Heng nodded. "That's good. Recently, when going out, bring more guards and don't linger too much." "Is there danger?" Shayla asked with wide eyes. "I've seen more people at the port, just to avoid any enemies sneaking into the city," Wu Heng said, not mentioning anything about the hero. Saying this matter out loud, regardless of whether the other party had left or not, had a significant impact. Philippa came over, placing his arm on his shoulder. "Don't worry, I'll protect Shayla." "No problem at all. I'd be more worried if you were protecting me." Philippa paused and said, "What do you mean by that? Don't you trust the great Captain Philippa?" "I do," Wu Heng shrugged his shoulders. "Good that you recognize quality." Philippa stood up and then asked, "What do you want for lunch?" "I'll have the chef prepare it." "Anything is fine," Shayla said. Wu Heng also nodded, indicating he had no specific requests. Philippa bounced off to the kitchen and soon lunch was prepared. They all sat at the dining table and ate lunch. In the afternoon, the two women left the city lord's mansion. Wu Heng also went upstairs, opened the boundary door in his study, and went to Zombie World. Exiting his original dormitory, he headed to the warehouse and placed all the materials he had brought back inside. Standing at the door, he waited for a while, and Liang came over, looked at the food and materials piled up in the warehouse, and asked, "What are all these for?" Being able to conjure food and materials was not the first time Liang had seen it. Although she did not understand what superpower it was, she knew it was Wu Heng's ability. Distribute the food everywhere, and all these copper coins and steel materials should be transported to the military factory, Wu Heng said directly. "Alright," Liang took out the walkie-talkie and started assigning tasks. Soon, several trucks drove in, and the survivors started loading the goods, all of them onto the trucks. The two of them stood by, quietly watching. "Do you have any new animated movies or films?" Wu Heng suddenly remembered and asked. "Yes, I've collected some for Zhao. They're on the computer, I'll copy them for you," Liang said with a smile. The previous animated movies and films were all found by Liang for Zhao, Whenever she found any new animated movies and films, it was also Liang who collected them for her. Alright. After that, the two went to Liang's residence. They copied the movies and animated films from the computer. Is Zhao nearby? Liang asked. No, are you looking for her? Liang lowered her voice subconsciously and said, no, there are still some little movies in the computer, do you want them? Do you still have that hobby? What hobby? I kept them for you. At your age, shouldn't you watch some movies to learn some experience? Liang said with a laugh, and she threw a flirtatious look. Watching them is so boring, if you get a chance, perform one for me. Annoying. Liang rolled her eyes but was not angry. Be careful not to copy the little movies into it. Just kidding, I don't have that stuff. You've even learned to lie. The two sat on the bed, chatting while waiting for the copying of the movie to finish. The sky also grew darker. Wu Hang returned to the other world. 2 days later, Wu Hang was sitting in the study when Zhao flew back from outside. Uncle, the ships from the Port Association have docked, 5 ships in total, 4 level 18 professionals, and many level 15 ones as well, Zhao exclaimed as if uncovering a great secret. The headquarters ships had finally arrived. They had arranged 4 level 18 professionals, plus several level 15 professionals. Together with Papani and Jian Vito from Netali City, it was evident there was ample consideration for the investigation toward the Hueco Kingdom. But heroes of the Snake Badge Consortium had also gone to the Hueco Kingdom. It was uncertain if both parties would meet and if these level 18 professionals could deter the other side. Where did they go? They went to the association building. At the entrance, the elf elder even came out to greet them, Zhao said. Wu Hang nodded, indicating his understanding. Thump thump thump. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and Captain Philippe's voice came in. Wu Hang, are you there? Someone from the association has come and asked you to go over. I'll come now. Wu Hang took the leather armor from the hanger, put it on, and walked out of the door. At the door, Philippa hooked her arm. I'll accompany you. It's so boring to stay at home. The reinforcements from the headquarters have arrived, don't chat randomly when we get there. The rest of the matter largely has nothing to do with us, Wu Hang advised. Don't worry, I'll wait for you at the entrance and won't go in. Philippa also put on her leather armor and whistled towards one side. The green parrot flew over, perching on her shoulder. Together they left the city lord's mansion and headed to the association. In the association meeting room, Wu Hang met the new investigation team from the headquarters. The space was limited, not everyone was present, but at the opposite side of the conference table sat 4 level 18 professionals. 2 elves, 1 human, and 1 dwarf. Behind him sat a few investigators with papers and pens, from the human and dwarves races. After the door closed, Tapani introduced, Wu Hang, these are the investigation team sent over from the headquarters, led by Elder Daniel. Wu Hang glanced at everyone, bowed, and respectfully said, I've met the elder and the respected ones from the association. The individuals on the opposite side were also scrutinizing Wu Hang. Whether it was through the newspapers or this case's investigation. A suddenly emerged association member, who in just a few months, had become a popular figure in the headquarters. In the headquarters, many didn't know some of the elders' names, but mentioned Wu Hang, and likely everyone knew who he was and what he had recently done. This capability to market oneself truly wasn't comparable to others. Now his level was low, but once he reached a higher level, undoubtedly his reputation would rise rapidly. Heroes seemed to greatly value him too. Once he reached level 18 and became an elder of the headquarters, it wouldn't be an issue. Regarding the matters in Natali City, Tapani has already written it in the report, but I still wish for you to talk about it again, in more detail, Daniel said, his gaze focused. Wu Hang nodded, sat down across from them, and after organizing his language, he slowly recounted the whole event. He explained from the discovery of the suspicious fleet, leading to the White Wings gang that abducted women and children. Then upon entering the city, the investigations led to the fake evidence of the Snake Badge Consortium. Eventually, during the capturation of the White Wings gang leader, they found the elderly man impersonating the Snake Badge Consortium, and during the interrogation, the city's military began their attack. He detailed everything. Mainly because he had already recounted it to Shainila, Minnie, and Xiligui, it had somewhat become smooth. Daniel, expressionless, asked, how did you discover that the elderly man was an impersonator? I have a ghost. Regarding the Venerate Saint sect, do you have any clues or anything to add? This is the first time I've heard of this sect, but according to the results from the Wench Eye, it's clear that the Venerate Saint sect is secretly supporting the Crown Prince and orchestrated this incident. Daniel nodded, glanced at the investigators behind him. After seeing that the content was recorded, he continued, this time, the headquarters has already made arrangements, I shall tell you all. Wu Hang and Tapani's group focused, waiting for the headquarters arrangements. Daniel continued, Tapani and Giant Vito will continue to hold fort in Netali City, ensuring the port is unobstructed, and the safety of our investigation team's rear. Island Lord Wu Heng ensures the security of the shipping routes and the transport and supply of logistics. Wu Heng slightly raised his eyebrows. Did this mean he could return to Gold and Silver Island now? Chapter 714, he seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Tapani and Giant Vito, 2 level 18 professionals, stayed behind in Netali City. Wu Heng needed the entire route to be safe, as well as the transportation and supply of materials in the later stages. It seemed that the ongoing investigations inside the Hueco Kingdom and into the evil cult no longer required the participation of Tapani and Wu Heng. It was sufficient to ensure the safety of the logistics. Such a direct personnel change was somewhat unexpected. After Elder Daniel finished speaking, the meeting room fell into a brief silence. Tapani's brows furrowed slightly, and after hesitating, he asked, why wasn't Wu Heng assigned to the team? His talent for case analysis and investigation is very strong. Daniel glanced at Wu Heng and explained, we are not clear on this matter either. The later investigations involve the evil cult, and it may be dangerous for Wu Heng to follow. We will go and check the situation first, then we'll see what the leaders have planned. Assignments were dictated by the few leaders, and no amount of discussion among themselves could change that. Tapani could only nod in agreement, saying no more. Daniel continued, tomorrow we will head to Chelu, the capital of the Hueco Kingdom. We still need you to prepare the carriage and some essential supplies. Tapani nodded, we will prepare immediately to ensure your plans are unaffected. The group quickly discussed and roughly decided on the next steps. Once the discussion ended, they all left the meeting room. In the hallway, Tapani said, Wu Heng, come with me. Wu Heng nodded and followed him to the office study. Inside the study, Tapani poured him a cup of tea and then said, the leaders have their own considerations, don't worry too much. With your merits and capabilities within the association, level 18 is enough for you to become an elder. This was to assuage any potential concern. Their team's investigation results being taken over by a new team indeed felt like a theft of credit. But to Wu Heng, it didn't really matter. After all, his purpose had been achieved, taking the 5th princess as a basis to get involved in the power struggle of the Hueco Kingdom. When the association investigates the crown prince's links to the evil cult, staying behind the scenes would be safer and more convenient. And there was one more critical point. The hero of the Snake Badge Consortium had departed in the direction of the capital of the Hueco Kingdom, which might be more dangerous than imagined. Not to mention not being assigned this time, even if he had been placed on the investigation team, he would have wanted to find an excuse to opt out. After listening to Tapani, Wu Heng smiled and said, I'm not worried. The leaders surely have their own thoughts, and supporting from behind is also contributing to the association. Well said. Tapani looked at him approvingly and continued, the defense of Netali City still requires your skeleton soldiers. I don't anticipate many issues with the maritime route the headquarters is concerned about, a few patrols of ships should suffice without employing too many forces. Wu Heng nodded, I will arrange the tasks when I return. Once the investigation team departs, I'll probably head back to Gold and Silver Island. I've been away for a bit too long and am worried something might go wrong. It's good to go back and check. This way, the supplies can also be sent over from Gold and Silver Island more efficiently. As for supplies, Gold and Silver Island can fully guarantee that. Elders need not worry, Wu Heng said. That's good to hear. I have nothing else, just didn't want you to feel any pressure. It's best if you don't, Tapani said with a smile. Wu Heng also stood up, then I'll go arrange the tasks first. Tapani nodded, go ahead. Walking out of the room and all the way to the lobby. Philippa was sitting in the rest area of the lobby, her parrot perched on the tabletop looking around. A skeleton attendant stood behind her. Their posture and the positioning of the skeleton gave off a pirate vibe. Seeing him approach, Philippa looked up, you're back, huh? Let's go, we're heading back, Wu Heng beckoned. Philippa rose, the parrot in tow, and walked alongside him, asking, so, what tasks did headquarters assign you? There are too many eyes and ears here, let's talk when we get back. I like that phrase, I'll have to remember it, Philippa remarked. Stepping out of the door, Wu Heng continued, go find the 5th princess and Shayla, have them came to the city lord's mansion after they're done, I have matters to discuss. Alright, you head back first, Philippa said, taking out a bicycle and heading off. Wu Heng walked towards the city lord's mansion. Meeting room. How about Wu Heng? Daniel asked. The dwarf beside him touched his beard and said, his appearance doesn't reveal much, it's hard to say if he's as formidable as the stories in the newspapers. If you're talking about his ability to solve cases, there should be no doubt. Tapani's report also detailed the specifics of this case, and overall, it was quite good. It's not something just anyone can do, catching the culprit within a few days, Daniel continued. The others nodded in agreement. It's hard to say about other things, but when it comes to solving cases, he's indeed quite skilled. The dwarf then said, they wouldn't think that we're here to steal their thunder, would they? Tapani wouldn't think so, but Wu Hang might sense, by human years, he's in his 20s, too young. In the elf race, he wouldn't even be considered an adult. Yeah, he's too young. It's normal for him to think that way. Everything that needed to be explained has been explained. We're just following orders. No matter how talented he is, he's just an island master now. What can a misunderstanding do? People began discussing the matter. At this point, an 18th level investigator closed his notebook and said, I feel like Wu Hang might not care that much. The room went quiet. Daniel asked, what do you mean? The investigator said, when you mentioned that he's not in the investigative team, he seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. He doesn't seem too eager to get involved in kingdom investigations. The others were taken aback, then they all furrowed their brows. Reflecting on it now, it seemed like the other party did indeed feel somewhat relieved. The dwarf hesitated, then said, does he know something about Hueco Kingdom? Daniel also furrowed his brows tightly. Wait, I'll talk to Tapani later to see if there's any other intelligence. That's a good idea. If there's really something, we'll forcibly bring that young fellow along, the dwarf spoke up. Don't put it that way. The leaders value him quite a bit, Daniel added. If there's really a special situation, just write to headquarters, and let him join in. The rest nodded in agreement. Daniel stood up and said, let's all go and prepare. We're setting off tomorrow morning. Everyone stood up and left the meeting room together. City Lord's mansion. Wu Hang returned to the study, took off his leather armor, and stored it in his space ring. Glenda flew back from the direction of the desk. She asked, how did headquarters arrange things? Wu Hang poured himself a glass of water and sat down before saying, the new investigative team will head to the capital of Hueco Kingdom to investigate collusion with the evil cult. Tapani and Cheyenne Vito will be stationed in Netali City. I'm responsible for the safety of the maritime route and the transport of supplies. Glenda was stunned. They no longer need you? It's not that they don't need us. It's just that the role has changed from the front line to logistics. Glenda then asked, why the change? I'm not sure, but I don't think it's a bad thing. The heroes from the Snake Badge Consortium just went over there yesterday. It's probably messier than we think, Wu Hang said, taking a sip of tea. Hearing this, Glenda realized it made some sense. With Wu Hang's combat capabilities, his level may not necessarily fear the heroes. But there's absolutely no need for a conflict. Once truly entangled, it would not only be dangerous, but also a waste of time. It was important to focus more on accumulating reputation, to quickly reach the status of a hero. What are you planning next? Asked Glenda. Wu Hang thought for a moment and said, we'll still follow the plan from headquarters to ensure the safety of the sea route. As for myself, I'll continue to develop Gold and Silver Island and collect more reputation in Netali City. That sounds good, Glenda nodded. Thud, thud, thud. While the two were talking, the door was knocked on. Following that, Philippa's voice came in, Wu Hang, Shayla and the others are back. Chapter 715, Go give Wu Hang a call. First floor living room. Shayla, the fifth princess, along with the butler and maid, were all gathered in the living room. Seeing Wu Hang coming downstairs, they all looked at him curiously. Shayla directly asked, has the association sent any news? Yes. Wu Hang came downstairs and sat down opposite them before speaking. Headquarters has arranged a new investigation team to go to the capital of Hueco Kingdom to continue investigating the royal family's collusion with the evil cult. Elder Tapani and I, along with the members of the original first investigation team, have all been assigned to handle logistics. There was nothing to hide about this matter. The investigation team would leave tomorrow, and the rest would stay behind. It was clear to anyone. Moreover, there were no outsiders in the room. Even the fifth princess was now tied to their cause. The fifth princess, Brittany, hesitated before asking, then, what are your plans next? Will the troops still stay in the city? Shayla also looked at him inquiringly. Wu Hang answered directly, the cooperation between Netali City and Gold and Silver Island remains effective, and the skeleton soldiers will also be deployed in the city. Additionally, technical personnel from Gold and Silver Island will come to help with the construction of streetlights and some repair work in Netali City. These had all been agreed upon beforehand. Netali City and Gold and Silver Island were tightly bound together. Hearing Wu Hang's words, Brittany also breathed a sigh of relief. It proved that he had not abandoned her. The promises made previously would still continue. What will your main responsibilities be? Brittany asked cautiously. I am in charge of the safety of the shipping routes and also of transporting supplies. Whatever logistics the investigation team needs will be sent from Gold and Silver Island, Wu Heng replied. Brittany then asked, will you stay in Netali City afterwards? Wu Heng looked at her and said, I will return to Gold and Silver Island, and if there's anything, I will contact you from there. Oh. Brittany suddenly looked somewhat downcast. Wu Heng then looked at Shainala, are you coming back with me? When do you plan to go back? Shainala asked. The people from the investigation team will leave tomorrow afternoon, I'll probably go back around then. Shainala pondered for a moment, then glanced at the fifth princess, and finally said, I'll stay behind for a while to keep Brittany company. The merchants coming into the city are all quite savvy, and we can discuss matters if any arise. That's fine, but do be careful. If there's danger, go straight to the association, Tapani and the others will protect you, Wu Heng said. Understood, Shainala said with a smile. Philippa put the parrot aside and spoke up, what about me? You're responsible for the safety of the shipping route. When you have time, just patrol along the route, mainly escorting some supplies sent from Gold and Silver Island, Wu Heng instructed. Oh, alright then, Philippa nodded. These were all her expertise, so there wasn't anything particularly unusual. With the discussion concluded, Brittany and Shainala left the city lord's mansion to handle matters regarding their trade guild. Wu Heng also returned to his study. Nighttime. The sounds of insects came from outside the window. Wu Heng stretched lazily, just about to head to his room to rest. Knock, knock, knock. A knock at the door sounded. Who is it? Lord Island Master, it's me, Brittany, a soft voice came from outside. The fifth princess was here. Wu Heng opened the door and stepped out, only to see Brittany dressed the same as during the day, standing at the door with her head bowed. What's wrong, have you been bullied? Wu Heng looked at her. Brittany said softly, Lord Island Master, I have some matters to discuss with you, may we go to the study? Wu Heng didn't move aside but said, let's go next door instead, the study is a bit messy. The three ghosts were busy with their own things in the study, and there was also the radio on the desk. It was better not to let Brittany see it. Oh, okay. Brittany quickly nodded. The two of them walked into the adjacent room. Wu Heng looked at the somewhat bashful fifth princess and said, what's the matter? We all know each other so well, just say whatever you need to. Brittany suddenly looked up, Lord Wu Heng, with a new investigation team heading to Chelu, might it affect the kingdom? If they really uncover any ties to the evil cult, does Hueco Kingdom still stand a chance? Chelu is the name of the royal city. The arrangements for another investigation team had made Brittany start worrying about potential changes. Hearing her question, another speculation emerged in his mind. Could it be that the report mentioned the fifth princess and some aspects of Hueco Kingdom, thereby altering the leader's arrangements for the investigation team? The original personnel were all assigned to logistics. A new investigation team, people not significantly involved with Hueco Kingdom, continued the investigation. This was indeed a possibility. Wu Heng sat down beside her, signaling her to sit as well, then said, don't think the worst, with the investigation team's presence, places won't dare to act recklessly anymore. It might even lead to an improvement in the situation of the entire kingdom. But I'm afraid there really is a problem, Brittany murmured quietly. From all the evidence, the Crown Prince had certainly received support from the sect. The Venerate Saint sect had killed a local steward and even attempted to kill the entire investigation team. The guild would definitely not let them off. Even if it were to dissolve now, they had to root out all the original members and kill them to prevent similar incidents from happening again. Similarly, being involved with the royal family would surely lead to implications. It depended on how it was handled. Everyone must take responsibility for their actions, and if someone seeks to gain benefits through an evil cult, they must bear the corresponding consequences, Wu Heng said, glancing at her. Aren't you trying to take back the kingdom? Why are you still worried about these things? Brittany continued, if it really involves members of the royal family, can we give them a chance? I have no say in that. If they don't do anything foolish, the investigation team will follow the guild's procedures, and they might not necessarily be killed, Wu Heng said. Back on Gold and Silver Island, she had even persuaded him to restore the kingdom and reclaim the crown. But with such an attitude, she did not seem capable of restoring the kingdom at all. I just don't want them to die. Brittany. Wu Heng said sternly. Brittany looked up. Wu Heng earnestly said, you are now the fifth princess, guarding a city. In the future, you might also compete for the throne. Being so indecisive will only harm those who support you. Brittany's expression froze, then she nodded. I understand. You need to be mentally prepared to revert the Hueco Kingdom to its former state, to how it was when your father was still alive. Brittany's eyes widened, turning from confused to serious. I will remind myself of that constantly. That's good. If there are any issues, speak to Shainala. She has a communication artifact to contact me. Thank you, My lord, Brittany bowed again. Wu Heng nodded. Brittany spoke again, then I shall head back now. When you leave, I will see you off. Brittany left, and Glenda slowly revealed herself from nearby. This little princess relies on you quite a bit. Wu Heng looked at her. You eavesdropped again. Glenda ignored what he said and spoke on her own. Being reliant on you is also good. In the future, it might make some situations easier to control. You speak as if I am exploiting that young lady. Glenda moved to his left shoulder. If you don't manage her, she will only die a more tragic death, exploited even more harshly. Perhaps. I have already settled it with the other party. Netali City is now bound together with Gold and Silver Island. Glenda continued. Other necromancers, possessing so many undead soldiers like you do, would have already started a war, unlike you who cares about deceiving a little girl. I want to be a good person. Go tell that to the Holy Court, see if they believe you. Wu Heng did not say much more and returned to the steward's office, quickly packed up, and used the teleportation technique to appear in Shaynila's room. Shaynila was in a thin silk nightgown, lying on the side of the bed, reading a book. Wu Heng walked over and removed his clothes. He embraced the wood elf and climbed into bed to rest. The next day, at the city gate, a breeze blew, lifting a cloud of dust. The new investigation team gathered at the city gate, horses and carriages ready. We are off. We will communicate via letters along the way, Daniel said. Tapani nodded. Don't worry, we will provide support immediately if there's a problem. No, if we encounter problems, the most important thing for you is to send the message back. Don't take risks, Daniel said seriously. Tapani nodded, and without saying much more, Daniel continued looking at Wu Heng. When there's any intelligence, we'll write back to you for analysis. Where I can be of use, I am naturally willing to help, Wu Heng smiled. Alright, it's getting late. We should set off. Daniel waved slightly, and the caravan moved forward. The crowd waved goodbye. As they gradually left, the group then turned to walk back. Tapani asked, when are you returning to Gold and Silver Island? In the afternoon. Don't forget to arrange the patrolling tasks. Alright. The group split up, and the rest returned to the guild. Wu Heng went back to the city lord's mansion. He put on a mask, left the city, and found a deserted wasteland where he put on the train captain's hat. Gold and Silver Island, Guild. In the steward's office. Shiali, resting her chin in her hand, said in a low voice, it's so boring. Let's go to the island lord's mansion tonight and call Wu Heng. Xiligui put down her pen and paper, frowning tightly as she stared at her. Chapter 716. Please pass to Gold and Silver Island. Shiali noticed the other person's gaze and looked back puzzledly. What's wrong? Xiligui's brows were still furrowed. Do you miss him that much? Miss who? What did I just say? Shiali was a bit confused. You said you wanted to visit the island lord's mansion tonight to chat with Wu Heng, Xiligui stated directly. Shiali's eyes widened slightly, and after a pause, she responded, yes, don't you feel like there's nothing new happening on the island without him? When he was here, there were exhibitions, stage plays, and now there's nothing new. Xiligui still squinted at her. Although that was what she said, it always felt like Shiali's attitude towards Wu Heng was somewhat improper. Still, she said, Shiali, I think there's something off about you. Shiali stood up, walked to a nearby counter, and brewed some tea. What's off? It's odd, you wouldn't have fallen for him, have you? Shiali carried her tea back, leaned against the armrest of Xiligui's chair, and placed a hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, sister knows your feelings for him, I won't snatch him away from you. Xiligui gave her a look. What feelings? Nonsense. How about we go to the island lord's mansion tonight? We've got nothing else to do at home anyway, Shiali continued. Xiligui frowned in thought and then shook her head. Let's wait a couple more days. It's not good to visit too often, and Minnie said those communication gadgets don't always receive messages straight away. Even if we go, he might not get our message. Alright, you're the steward, what you say goes, Shiali shrugged. There's always a show at the opera house, just go watch one by yourself. They're all old shows, not worth watching. Shiali took a sip of her tea and muttered softly, why hasn't he returned yet? He should be back soon, Xiligui said as she picked up her own cup. Go pour me a cup of water. Quite demanding, Shiali muttered as she took her cup and walked away. The train doors opened, and Wu Heng stepped out with his skeleton attendants. He breathed deeply facing the sea. The moist air filled his lungs and brought a refreshing sensation. Gold and Silver Island was indeed the best. Even the ports of Netali City couldn't match the feeling of being on Gold and Silver Island. The three ghosts were released and they walked toward the city. Have we returned to Gold and Silver Island? Glenda asked. We're back, Wu Heng replied. Yay, we're home. Zhao cheered. Bella floated nearby, adding, "Gold and Silver Island looks better, like a living city." "That's right, and no need to worry about bad guys." The three ghosts floated above, feeling the sentiment of a long journey concluded. Glenda floated down slightly and asked, "How are things over in London City?" "Spoke with one Mangekyō yesterday. She said we've already taken over 2 cities." Wu Heng also kept a close watch on the situation in London City. But the battle showed a one-sided trend, with the skeleton army pushing forward relentlessly while the Hueco Kingdom's army retreated continuously. Under the onslaught of the skeleton army, 2 cities and several surrounding villages and towns had already been captured. If it weren't for the battle lines being stretched too thin, fearing a flanking assault on London City, they might have captured even more cities. Skeletons combined with modern weaponry showed tremendous combat effectiveness. Fierce firepower, fast movements, no need for baggage trains or rest. They marched overnight, immediately engaging in battle. It felt like a blitzkrieg. This combination and style of warfare were completely unseen and unacceptable to the people of this world. They could only retreat step by step. "Maybe, without you wanting it, when Mangekyō has done it for you," Glenda remarked. Wu Heng glanced at her. "Are you talking about taking over a kingdom by force?" "Yeah, when the kingdom is conquered, the population base increases. Then by spreading your fame through newspapers, it's sufficient for you to level up," Glenda continued. "If there really was a kingdom that large, there indeed wouldn't be any worry about not being able to level up. But the Hueco Kingdom's territory was vast, with various forces mixed in. It wasn't as simple as one might think." "Let's see," Wu Heng said. "But I must say, skeletons are indeed good at fighting," Glenda remarked. They continued walking and chatting, entering the bustling streets. Some residents gathered by the roadside chatting, discussing the situation in Netali City. The fleets of various trade associations had arrived at the port of Netali City. Various pieces of intelligence and news spread to the surrounding cities and islands via some ships. It had also become a hot topic on Gold and Silver Island. "I heard the association wants to replace the royal family." "Who said that?" "Based on the timing, the association's people haven't reached the main city yet, and besides, the association doesn't interfere with the internal affairs of kingdoms. They can't just replace the royal family randomly." The outsiders are all saying, colluding with the evil cult to kill the investigative team from headquarters. "The royal family is definitely changing. I heard that the current prince is from the evil cult. They switched the child in earlier years." "That's too far-fetched. The information I got is that the kingdom's ministers are secretly members of the evil cult, controlling the prince, turning him into a puppet. Aren't they saying the royal family performed a living sacrifice to seek ways to prolong life? Which one is true?" Wu Heng and the 3 ghosts slowed their pace to listen. Listening to the discussion stirred their brows. Where did all this information come from, with so many versions? Moreover, currently, they only obtained intelligence about the crown prince collaborating with the sect through Wenshai. How did it stretch to living sacrifices for prolonging life? This span was a bit too far. Listening to the increasingly absurd rumors, some even started saying that Wu Heng was the old king's illegitimate son and also had a claim to the throne. Chapter 716, Please pass to Gold and Silver Island. It's kind of terrifying. Seeing no useful information, Wu Heng quickened his pace and continued forward to leave. "Uncle, Sister Bainey and I are going to the tavern to listen to stories," Zhao Zhao's voice rang out beside his ear. "Go ahead but come back early," Wu Heng said. "Okay," Zhao Zhao promised, heading to the tavern across the street with Bella, and they went straight inside. Wu Heng also hailed a carriage and went straight back to the island lord's mansion. When they were still some distance from the island lord's mansion, Wu Heng paid the fare and got off the carriage. He took off his mask and walked a distance on foot with his skeleton attendant. Along the way, he could see patrolling skeletons, the roofs of some buildings, and alleys, as well as skeleton sentries in hiding. It was the most heavily defended place on the whole island. Pushing open the courtyard door, Wu Heng walked in. Minnie, along with Roby and Annette, ran out to greet him. Seeing Wu Heng, they all smiled. "Master, have you snuck back again?" "What do you mean sneaked back?" "There is nothing for me in Netali City," Wu Heng said. "Is it over?" Wu Heng wrapped his arm around Minnie's shoulder as they walked into the residence. "It's over. Are you guys not happy that I'm back?" "We're happy. We're happy whenever Master is back," Minnie continued. "Will Master be leaving again?" "I shouldn't be. The association has assigned some tasks that can be done on the island," Wu Heng said. All of them entered the living room together. The maids helped him take off his coat and hung it up. "Master, would you like some lunch?" Minnie asked next. "Prepare lunch and also some bath water." "Okay." The 3 maids agreed and went down to prepare, hopping along. After a comfortable bath, he went downstairs for lunch. He chatted with the maids for a while, then returned to the upstairs study. Opening the door, Zhao and Bella also came back from outside. Uncle, it's a new great detective story now, about a demon hound. I've never heard it before, Zhao floated over and said directly. In the time that had passed, the third great detective story had been released. It's written by your aunt. There are original manuscripts in the drawer, you can read them for yourself, Wu Heng said. I wouldn't do that. I want to hear others tell it to me. I hate things with lots of words the most, Zhao said, half lying in midair. Bella, how do you feel about the new great detective story? Wu Heng looked over at Bella. The story is quite exciting. When Zhao and I got there, they were just at the middle of the story, so it didn't quite connect, Bella answered. Just go out for a couple of days, and you'll catch up. Yes. We'll wait for the streetlights to come out tonight, then go out for a walk, and we'll be able to hear the full story, Bella also said. They chatted for a few moments. Then they each went off to take care of their own business. Wu Heng also took out a blueprint and began to look it over. Dusk. A voice from downstairs called for dinner. Wu Heng went downstairs. Andre Willow also returned from outside, and Minnie and the others were already waiting in the living room. Master, you're back. Andre Willow greeted with a smile. Wu Heng nodded, sat down at the dining table, and began to eat dinner together. After eating simply, Wu Heng said, Wire, the investigation team needs to purchase some supplies from Gold and Silver Island and transport them to Netali City. Arrange this for me. Saying this, he produced a list. Andre Willow took it and glanced at it. I'll start preparing tomorrow. No need to rush. Just prepare in 3 days. Understood, Master. After dinner, the skeleton cleared all the dishes away. Several people sat in the living room. Minnie asked softly, Master, why did the association remove you? Wasn't the murderer discovered through your investigation? There must be some special arrangement, Wu Heng replied, taking a piece of fruit that Annette had brought to his mouth, chewing and continuing. It's good they didn't assign me. The situation inside the Hueco kingdom is probably not that simple. Why is it not simple? Tell us about it, the maids urged, looking eager for a story. In Natali City, I saw a hero, a level 20 hero, who also went in the direction of the kingdom's main city. The eyes of the 4 maids immediately widened. A hero. Blackstone Town. Slither rubbed his temples and put aside the document he was holding. Recently, a large number of refugees had fled from the north, adding to the chaos in Blackstone Town. Moreover, the skeleton army was about to arrive, and rumors claiming they'd leave no survivors had many residents and nobles starting to pack up their things to leave the town. Every day, there were skirmishes and violent incidents. The association squads were nearly overwhelmed. What is Mangekyō doing? Why has she started to attack? A woman from the underworld, just incompetent. Thud, thud, thud. A knock at the door. Come in. The door opened, and 4 figures stood at the threshold. Steward Slither, I hope we're not disturbing you. Slither looked up, puzzled. Thinking it was Julie asking her to come home, but it turned out to be several of the town's well-known nobles. Please, come in. Slither gestured for them to enter. They walked in, sat down on the sofa to the side, and cautiously glanced at the upright figure standing next to Slither. Wrapped up tightly. But according to some rumors, this was a high-level skeleton attendant. Especially left to Slither to ensure her safety. Do you have some business? Slither asked, looking puzzled. A middle-aged merchant with slightly curled hair and a portly figure spoke softly. Steward Slither, do you know if it's true that the skeleton army is coming? With one wave of refugees after another, it couldn't be fake. Chapter 891, 716 Humans always want to hold on to a sliver of hope. Slither glanced at the few people and said, recently, several members of the association have also passed through Blackstone Town. Based on the intelligence, the news seems to be true. Ah. The middle-aged merchant sighed softly and then continued, Steward Slither, will you leave Blackstone Town when the time comes? Slither, not quite understanding their intentions, sat upright and replied, it's uncertain, but most likely I won't leave, and neither will the other association members. Because you're acquainted with London City? Slither raised an eyebrow but didn't answer. The other party immediately explained, Steward, please don't misunderstand. We came here to ask if you have any connections to London City. If you do, could you possibly keep us safe? The Money Cat in Blackstone Town had already closed down and moved to London City. At the time, it created a bit of a stir locally. Many people believe that Slither had connections to London City. Why don't you leave this place? Slither continued. The direction of the royal city is also not safe, the other party roughly said, before continuing, if there is a way to keep us and our families safe, we won't let you exert yourself for nothing. Saying so, he took out a small wooden box, placed it on the table, and opened it. Glittering gold coins appeared before their eyes. In a place like Blackstone Town, this was already a considerable sum. The first one took out gold coins, and the rest of the merchants also began to show their stance. "Steward, I am willing to give 20% of the profits from the mines I own into your hands," one said. "I also have some savings, please, steward, save our lives." One after another, the people began to speak, laying out gold coins and agreements on the table. Slither looked on calmly. The money cat in London City had also made a fair amount of money recently, so these offerings weren't as attractive to her. After scanning them briefly and pondering for a while, she said, "I can't just ignore this matter. All right, if there's any danger, come with your families to the association, and I will do my utmost to protect you all." Given her relationship with Wu Heng, Wen Manch's team would definitely not kill her. Likewise, it was unlikely that they would carry out threats like not sparing even a dog or chicken as the fleeing residents had said. That simply didn't align with Wu Heng's character. Protecting these people shouldn't pose any problem. "Thank you, steward," the merchants all showed relief. "That's all, take your things back. If there's danger, come directly here," Slither continued. How could that be proper? Things given cannot be taken back. The merchants, without taking their items, bowed and left the study directly. Slither glanced at the items on the table. She casually gathered them up. She reorganized the documents. Just as Slither was about to finish work and return home. Knock, knock, knock. The door knocked again, and before she could speak, Yuli opened the door and peeked in, and, "There's a letter for you." Slither glared at her and took the letter to inspect it. Her frown followed suit, her gaze turning grave. "And, what's wrong?" Yuli asked curiously. Slither set the letter aside and said, "Intelligence on the evil cult. The Hueco kingdom has indeed become a gathering ground for the cults." "What happened?" Slither took a deep breath and said, "Remember the spy from Gold and Silver Island we let go after killing the Heaven Destiny cult last time?" "Ah. The one from the Flying Fish pirate group?" Yuli was surprised, not expecting that the person from so long ago had written to them. "Yes, the message he sent states that Hueco City has gathered several sects and appears to be plotting something against the Hueco kingdom through a collaborative approach. He can't send intelligence in other directions and has asked us to find a way to deliver the message to Gold and Silver Island." "Sex? Send to Gold and Silver Island?" Yuli's frown deepened too. It sounded like no small matter. "Should I take a trip to London City? Don't they have the means there to contact Wu Heng?" Slither shook her head. "No, you can't go now, the military is on high alert, and it would be dangerous for you. Before, sneaking out to send a message wouldn't have been an issue. Now with the military at war and on high alert, Yuli trying to fly over as an eagle might get her shot full of holes." The power of those devices was also something they had witnessed. "What should we do then?" "Wait. Let's wait for London City's military to come, then we'll inform them of the message," Slither said. "That will do. I kind of miss Wu Heng too, why hasn't he come back yet?" Slither frowned. "You miss him? Is there anything wrong with that?" Slither put away the letter. "You two aren't suitable. Gold and Silver Island, Steward Mansion." The air was filled with a faint scent of flowers. The entire courtyard, tended to by the elf sisters, was exceptionally beautiful, with flowers of various colors blooming competitively and butterflies fluttering around. Zai sat in the pavilion, staring blankly at the dancing butterflies. Although she was verbally contesting Xiaoli's words, she did indeed miss Wu Heng a bit. If she had known, she would have gone along with her suggestion to visit the island lord's mansion. Maybe she could have contacted Wu Heng, chatted a bit, and exchanged some intelligence. Xiaoli was partly right. Without Wu Heng on the island, there was hardly anything new happening. If he could come back earlier, the island might be a bit more interesting, Zai murmured softly. While mumbling to herself, her eyes suddenly squinted. In space before her, a magical array suddenly lit up and rapidly took shape. A teleportation scroll or a teleportation array? Someone dared to come here. Zai gaze became instantly sharp, and with a flick of her hand, the evil sword, White Phoenix, appeared in her grasp. Her body was instantly shrouded in a faint white mist. Bold enough to intrude upon the steward mansion, what audacity! As the figure in the array gradually became solid, she exploded forward, her long sword slashing towards the incoming figure. Chapter 717, What Are You Doing? Sword cleaving through the air, Wu Heng's face, which had sported a teasing smile, instantly turned to horror. Zai too saw who it was, and her expression stiffened as she forcefully stopped her attack. Wu Heng reached out to grab the wrist holding the sword. The blade stopped midair, and a slow trickle of cold sweat ran down Wu Heng's forehead. Both of them widened their eyes, and in their gazes, there was a kind of fear. After staring at each other for a few seconds, Wu Heng finally asked, "What are you doing?" Zai replied, What are you doing coming over like that? Wu Heng released her wrist, and Zai Ligui put away the evil sword as the frost mist slowly dissipated around her. Are you hurt? I didn't know it was you, thought someone used a teleportation scroll. Wu Heng wiped his sweat as well. No worries, I was just trying out a new skill. Zai Ligui quickly checked him over. Call ahead next time. When you show up like that, who knows if it's an enemy or not? Wu Heng grabbed her hand. I just got back, wanted to surprise you. Zai Ligui appeared somewhat flustered but let him hold her hand, murmuring, you mean give me a fright? Did you miss me? Why would I miss you? You weren't gone that long. I missed you, and you didn't miss me? Yeah, right. As if I'd believe you, Zai Ligui turned her head away. As they talked, hurried footsteps approached. Golden-shouldered, short-haired Shiali, accompanied by 2 skeleton guards, hurried over. It seemed she had heard the commotion from her room. What happened? Shiali called from a distance. Zai Ligui pulled her hand away from Wu Heng's grasp, saying, it's nothing. Wu Heng came over. Seeing Wu Heng, Shiali's anxious look calmed down, and she smiled. When did you get back? This afternoon. Shiali furrowed her brow again. Did you climb over the wall to get in? The steward mansion was connected to the guild, with only one door at the front. Wu Heng had appeared directly in the backyard, making her curious about his method of entry. Didn't want to be seen, so I came from the back, saw Zai Ligui here, Wu Heng explained with a smile. I've never seen an island master who has to climb over walls to visit someone. Shiali couldn't help but laugh, then said, come inside, we just got some new floral tea, it's the perfect time to drink it. Thank you, Wu Heng expressed his gratitude. As Shiali led the way, Zai Ligui, slightly embarrassed, distanced herself from Wu Heng, walking alongside Shiali at the front. Wu Heng followed behind, walking by himself. From behind, the 2 elves looked slightly different in stature and silhouette. They were about the same height, but Zai Ligui had a wider, fuller hip, fitting her youthful yet voluptuous figure, equally impressive from behind. Shiali had longer legs, her demeanor closer to that of the elf race, embodying a calm elegance, exuding a mature charm that spurred a conqueror's desire in men. Zai Ligui's thighs were rounder, likely due to her melee profession. Wu Heng even wondered if she had ABS. Hard to say which was better, both had their own beautiful traits. If they were in the modern world, these 2 sisters would definitely qualify to enter the entertainment industry, gaining fame online solely based on their looks. Thinking further, the elf race naturally met human aesthetic standards. Soon, the 3 of them entered the living room together. The skeleton guards Shiali brought along returned to their posts at the door. Inside, the living room hadn't changed much since the last visit. The walls and surroundings featured some new decorations and paintings. Among them, 2 paintings were familiar to Wu Heng. He had seen them at an exhibition on the island, probably bought from there. Shiali began making tea and casually asked, is everything in Netali City wrapped up? Wu Heng responded, it's wrapped up. The guild has arranged a new investigation team to follow up. Zai Ligui raised an eyebrow. Why a new team? Wu Heng repeated the explanation he had given to Minnie and the others to the elf sisters. Holding the floral tea, Shiali approached with a smile. It's good you're back. It's chaotic out there. Nowhere is better than Gold and Silver Island. Wu Heng accepted it, then took out 2 gifts from the space ring. 1 for each, pushed forward. Things were pretty chaotic over there. Didn't find anything too good. Hope you like these. In Zai Ligui's hands was a short sword embedded with gems, while Shiali received a long bow prop, which didn't need arrows as pulling the bow formed magic arrows. Both items were quite remarkable. The gifts were obtained from the space ring of the city lord of Netali City. After many years as the city lord, there were indeed some nice items. The sisters' eyes lit up, curiously examining their gifts. Zai Ligui was skilled with swords, Shiali's weapon of choice was the bow. They were all corresponding weapons. Thank you, Zai Ligui said with a smile. Shiali added, I really like it, I've never used a bow this good before. No need to be polite, Wu Heng said, picking up his tea and taking a sip. The elf tea was like a burst of floral fragrance, and the taste was quite nice. Shiali settled next to Wu Heng, leaning against him. How does it taste? Delicious. Good to hear. Come by whenever you have time, we have plenty more at home, Shiali said with a smile. Zai Ligui's gaze shifted past Wu Heng, frowning at the joyous Shiali, then she changed the subject. Wu Heng, what are your plans next? Wu Heng took another sip of tea and said, according to the headquarters requirements, I need to transport some materials to Netali City. I've asked Wire to prepare them. You'll arrange a couple of teams to escort the shipment. Zai Ligui nodded. Wu Heng continued, as for the remaining tasks, the association here hardly needs me, and regarding Gold and Silver Island, I plan to electrify the entire island so that every household can use electric lamps. Zai Ligui and Shiali both squinted at him. They looked at him somewhat strangely. In this world, electricity infrastructure and street lights were thought of as special magical props. Providing lighting to the central district and main roads was already considered a grand gesture. Because Gold and Silver Island never has night, it attracted many elites and wealthy people to settle on the island. Consequently, the real estate prices in the island's central mansion soared. Now, to provide electric lamps for everyone was even more surprising. Is this really necessary? Shiali hesitated for a while before speaking. Zai Ligui also added, the cost is too high, and at night everyone rests anyway, so installing these lighting devices isn't much use. It's just a preliminary idea. I will do some promotion in the newspapers to see what the residents think, said Wu Heng. The two sisters exchanged glances but didn't say much. After all, some of Wu Heng's previous ideas had seemed far-fetched, yet they had brought significant benefits to Gold and Silver Island once implemented. This time might be yet another well-considered plan. What about you two? Any changes on the island during this period? Wu Heng looked at the two and asked. We're fine in Gold and Silver, mostly busy with the association, there's nothing else going on. Yes, it's boring on the island when you are not here. I will set up a cinema so you can watch movies. Ah. What is that? The two women, curious, began to inquire. Wu Heng explained what a cinema was and also explained the difference between it and the television showcased at exhibitions. Wu Heng talked with the two women for a while, and the sky gradually darkened. There's nothing else, I should head back, Wu Heng said. Sure, stay on the island and come by often, Shiali said with a smile. Zai Ligui also stood up, let me walk you out. Shiali led him to the door, and Zai Ligui followed them out. They crossed the courtyard to the entrance. Zai Ligui felt Wu Heng's hand reach out and didn't dodge. Alright, go back now, don't let outsiders see. Then let's go somewhere secluded. Wu Heng wrapped an arm around her waist, and with a flick of his fingers, an array formed under their feet. Zai Ligui's eyes widened, it's already dark, and there are people everywhere, where can we go? At this time, the central district was bustling. Residents and vendors would come out, forming a noisy market along the street lights. In the middle of their conversation, the two disappeared and then appeared in a steward's office. The room was dim, the external streetlights casting faint light inside. Zai Ligui realized they were back in her office. As she turned, she saw the fervent look in Wu Heng's eyes, feeling instantly flustered. What are you doing? Wu Heng pulled back the figure trying to retreat, his lips meeting the moist, slightly cool ones. Zai Ligui's eyes were wide, still somewhat confused. But gradually, her gaze grew hazy. They embraced each other, growing more infatuated. And getting more involved. Wu Heng's hand slipped under her clothes, gently caressing her waist and the firm, taut belly. Zai Ligui's eyes darted about in panic, trying to grasp the wandering hand. Slap. A crisp sound echoed in the office. Wu Heng spanked her bottom, leaving Zai Ligui looking a bit aggrieved, her arms wrapping around his shoulders again. Wu Heng then slid her blouse off, unfastening the clasps on her bodice one by one, carelessly tossing it aside. Chapter 718, Significant News. Beneath the dim light, Wu Heng gazed at the exaggerated bust, somewhat mesmerized. External armor and corset concealed its scale. What are you doing? Zai Ligui clasped her chest with both hands. Truly beautiful. Wu Heng continued to gently kiss her lips, moving down from her lips to her neck, bit by bit. Wu Heng gently took the tip in his mouth, and Zai Ligui let out a series of soft moans, her body becoming increasingly heated. Holding his hair, she whispered softly, Wu Heng, is this okay? Wu Heng lifted his head to look into her eyes. Zai Ligui. Ah. Say you love me. What kind of request is that? Zai Ligui blushed but still whispered softly, I love you. I love you too. Wu Heng continued downward to her abdomen. Zai Ligui held his cheeks. It's not okay below, isn't the top enough? Seeing her serious, Wu Heng didn't insist. He kissed her red lips again, kneading the weighty object before him. The night was deep. Zai Ligui carefully returned home, and the moment she turned on the light, she saw Shiali sitting on the sofa waiting for her. Cough. Why haven't you slept yet? Zai Ligui asked first. Shiali glanced at her. You took him to Netali City? Gone for so long. I went back to the guild study room to deal with some documents. He went back early. Zai Ligui straightened her chest a bit. To make her words sound more credible. Shiali stood up, walked around her, then pinched Zai Ligui's chin and looked left and right at the clear red marks on her neck. It's all over your neck. What are you going to do if the others from the guild see it tomorrow? Shiali said. No need to say more now. One sister has been taken by the other, Judging by the position of the kiss marks, the armor and the shirt weren't on at the time. Xyligui touched her neck, feigning calm as she said, "It'll be fine by tomorrow morning. I'm going to take a shower, you should sleep first." With that, she headed to the bathroom. Inside the bathroom, Xyligui sat in a tub, slowly sighing with relief, touching the marks on her neck before she pulled out an elixir and drank it down. Such marks would vanish by morning without a need for worry. But thinking back on the just past scenes, her cheeks immediately flushed red. Creak. The bathroom door opened. Shiali, with a towel wrapped around her, walked in. Xyligui spoke impatiently, "You just have to bathe when I do." "What's wrong with that? We used to bathe together as kids." Shiali entered the tub, sitting behind Xyligui. Gently pulling Xyligui into her embrace, she said, "Time flies so fast, you've grown up, and you have someone you like. We were born together, remember?" Xyligui murmured, then said, "Humans have short lives, I don't know what will happen in the future. What if he?" Shiali wrapped her arms around her sister, whispering, "He's already very powerful, reaching level 18 before turning 50, his lifespan increased, maybe he really can become a hero, and we all might benefit from it." Xyligui muttered, "You trust him too much, heroes need fame, the guild has so many people in line for publicity, it's not his turn. There's still hope, hasn't he already brought us miracles?" "I'd believe it if you said he'll become a hero tomorrow," Shiali spoke with a laugh. "You're getting weirder." Shiali laughed, hugging her sister, grasping the heavy object on her chest. "Is this what he likes most about you?" "I hear men like such things." Xyligui was startled, clutching her chest. "What nonsense. Tell your sister, you used to tell me everything as a kid." Xyligui, a bit shy, still whispered, "He seems to quite like it." "How so?" "He was eating for a long time." The fresh air of the early morning was filled with a faint mist. The inhabitants of the island rose early to start their busy day. Among the crowd, newspaper boys rode their bicycles on the streets, with green parcels hanging on the bike seats, filled with newspapers. The newspaper boy stood at a fixed intersection, lifting the newspapers in hand, bellowing loudly. "Newspapers for sale, the latest edition, Gold and Silver Island plans to provide electric lighting to residents, short stories, missing case of Nettily City Deacon, limited quantity, come and buy. Quantities limited, first come first served." The crier rose, instantly silencing the already bustling street. Everyone turned to look in unison, their eyes revealing surprise and skepticism. "Electric lights? Are those the street lamps we use at night? Such devices are intended for common use?" The island master must have lost his mind. "So, something did happen in the case in Nettily City. This is providing material for Island Lord Wuheng. Has the island master returned? Why is there such a barrage of big news?" If it had been an ordinary newspaper, people would merely find serial stories a bit more interesting. But this time, evidently, there was more than one piece of significant news. In an instant, the surrounding crowd drew in closer. The news spread across the island, and more people gathered around the place where newspapers were sold, scrambling to buy the first issue. Golden Sail Tavern. Over the past half-month, the tavern's popularity had begun to wane. The residents' enthusiasm was not as great as it was at first, partly due to the numerous street performers performing for free under the street lights. Although these performers were not of a high level, and perhaps not as good at storytelling as the tavern bards, the key point was that it didn't interfere with the daytime and it was all for free. Now, the tavern only saw an increase of customers during the most crucial moments of the serialized story, as they waited to find out who the real culprit was. The resident bard had reduced the storytelling sessions to just 3 times per day. Those who wanted to hear the story would come at the designated times. Outside of those hours, it was just normal business. One morning, while the bartenders were cleaning the tavern, a sudden noise erupted from outside the door. Someone opened the door to look and saw a large crowd surging this way. Excitement could be seen on their faces as they talked among themselves. "Boss, it's trouble, there's a crowd coming up," one bartender turned to shout. The owner rushed downstairs, took a look outside, and quickly went out, standing at the entrance to ask, "What's going on, everyone?" "The new issue of the newspaper is out, don't you know, boss?" The owner nodded. It is indeed time for the newspaper to be released, but did it warrant such a response? One person explained, "This edition's story is the disappearance case of the Nettily City Deacon. Come on, let the bard tell the story." With that, they pushed past the owner. With a whoosh, they flooded into the tavern, filling all the empty seats. A bartender quickly hung up a full house sign at the door. The owner shouted, "Go get Mr. Sabin." Not long after, the bard Sabin walked in from outside, dressed in brocade garments, his face beaming. He greeted everyone with a nod, "Good morning, everyone." With today's new newspaper out, Mr. Sabin, please tell us all about it. Yes, we know you're focused on stage plays, but we can't delay this, we love to hear you talk. Mr. Sabin, please start. Sabin, smiling, listened to the clamor of the crowd, knowing well that upon his arrival on the island, he could never have imagined this kind of enthusiasm. He made his way to the stage, signaling for silence. Then he began, today's edition is from the Island Lord's mansion. I've also taken the initiative to read it all through. Among them, the disappearance case of the Netali City Deacon is particularly mysterious. It even includes an account of our rescue squad being encircled by tens of thousands of soldiers, nearly resulting in their complete obliteration, a tale of extreme tension and thrills. He paused for a moment, emphasizing every word. This is no mere story, but actual, factual events that occurred. A wave of noise rose from below. Wow, damn it, just tell us, I'm dying of anticipation. The stories of Lord Island Master are always true, you're wrong to say otherwise. We're here to listen to the story, get on with it. Sabin slapped his palm on the table with a smack. Instantly, the crowd fell silent. Sabin continued, traditional rules first, we talk about the intelligence, and then I'll tell you the story. Ah, damn it. Chapter 719, like a hero facing the curses below, Sabin didn't get angry. After quickly recounting the news from the surrounding areas, he continued, the Island Lord's mansion plans to popularize electric lights, which are the same lighting devices as street lamps. They intend to provide illumination for shops and resident homes. Subsequently, the City Hall will conduct a public opinion survey. Patrons who were casually listening to the conversation suddenly blinked in surprise. What survey? Someone called out and asked. Sabin shrugged, the newspaper didn't mention it, but investigators should come down in the next few days, and everyone will know then. The tavern quieted down for a moment, then buzzed with discussion. Electric lights and street lamps are both magical props, much better than illuminating stones. The street lamps are too bright, who can sleep with them in the house? Can't you just put a lampshade on it? You also cover up your illuminating stones when it's time to sleep, so there's no bright light. Damn. I've never used an illuminating stone. They won't give it to us for free, right? After all, there's so much of it. If they're going to charge, I can't afford it. These are things used by the nobility. Yes, the island master's intentions are appreciated, but one item costs several gold coins. Who can afford that? It was a complete mess below. Compared to intelligence on other areas, matters concerning themselves drew more attention. Electric lights were certainly good, but it all depended on how much they cost. Just like a magical prop, costing several gold coins each, they'd be treated like treasures at home if anyone could afford them. Of course, such things should be provided to shops first, to allow them to extend business hours. After all, the island was also bustling at night. Sabin let the crowd below discuss for a while. Then, he patted the tabletop again, signaling everyone to quiet down, before saying, today is the Island Lord's Mansion's latest short story, The Missing Case of the Netali City Steward. This case, as everyone might have heard bits and pieces, I will now share with all the guests here the true details of the entire story. The story was about to be told. In an instant, the crowd below fell silent. Sabin applied 2 enhancement statuses to himself and began speaking. The murder of the Netali City Steward reached headquarters, catching the attention of the 5 leaders. The investigation team dispatched 3 level 18 professionals to Gold and Silver Island to assist the great detective Wu Heng in investigating this case. Damn, no wonder they departed from Gold and Silver Island to pick up the island master.